Everything was turning up, and Bai Xiaochun's mood was improving, considering that he now felt up to public appearances, and not just on Sky Quarter Rainbow. He went to the other rainbow districts as well, and the adulation he received left him feeling quite pleased. From what he could tell, he was almost at the ultimate peak of life. AI. With the snap of a finger, Bai Xiaochun reduced the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars to ashes. What a headache. Imposter Night Crypt. Why do you think I'm so outstanding? Before leaving his immortal's cave, he would always pull out his copper mirror to examine himself. And when he was in a good mood, he would always ask this same question of Imposter Night Crypt. As for Imposter Night Crypt, every time he heard that question, he felt as if he were covered with goosebumps. And yet, he would still plaster on a smile and rack his brains to come up with some new words of flattery to please Bai Xiaochun. The little turtle always seemed to be busy, and never came out even once to say anything sarcastic. As such, Bai Xiaochun felt more wonderful than ever at being here in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. Unfortunately, good things never last forever. Another half a month went by, and a dermic decree came down from the demigod rainbow. It happened one morning when Bai Xiaochun emerged from his immortal's cave in very high spirits. He looked at the distant sea, felt the breeze caressing his face, and took a deep, contented breath. Patting his bag of holding, he produced his copper mirror. Clearing his throat, he said, "Hey Nightsies, come, explain to me why Lord Bai gets praised wherever he goes." Of course, he was just getting ready to go strolling about to receive some praise and adulation. Poor Imposter Night Crypt was on the verge of crying. Over the course of the last half-month, he had scraped the bottom of the barrel in his attempts to come up with new material, and his existence was now a torment that made life almost unbearable. "Master, please spare me," he groveled piteously. Bai Xiaochun was not very pleased by his reaction. Glaring, he was just about to respond when, all of a sudden, thunderous rumbling filled the air, causing everything to shake. Colors flashed in the sky, and a screaming wind kicked up. All of the rainbows were shaking, including the Deva Rainbow and Myriad Star Rainbow. Everyone from the Devis down to the Qi Condensation disciples were completely shaken, and no matter what they were doing at the moment, looked up with flickering expressions. Startled, Bai Xiaochun almost dropped his copper mirror as he looked up into the sky, astonishment and confusion playing out on his face. "What's going on?" A moment later, a profoundly dignified and ancient voice echoed out from the demigod rainbow to fill the entire Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. "A heaven-span imperial decree has been issued, and a soul-hunting expedition will begin. In 1 month, the Starry Sky battleship will set sail for the Wildlands." Every single word spoken by that ancient voice almost seemed like natural law, causing all creation to fill with rumbling sounds, and all hearts to be shaken. As for Bai Xiaochun, he wasn't quite sure exactly what the voice was talking about. After all, he had only just entered the top 10 of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars, and didn't have a very complete understanding of how things worked for that group. However, as for everyone else who was in the top 100, they couldn't hold back their excitement upon hearing the announcement. The soul-hunting expedition is finally going to happen. After this trial by fire, I'll definitely be able to step into the nascent soul stage. Ha ha ha. I've been waiting for this day for a long time now. On Starry Quarter Rainbow, atop a mountain peak covered with endless flames, was third-place holder Chan Yueshan, who rose to her feet, her long hair swirling around her as her eyes burned with passion. The Soul Hunt. On Polarity Quarter Rainbow, second-place holder Heretic, one of the top superstars in the sect, was fighting a host of vengeful souls at the bottom of a deep cistern. Suddenly, a tremor passed through him, and his eyes began to shine with excitement. "It's finally happening, huh? Alright, Zhao Tianjiao, now we can finally see which of us will get a Deva soul, and then step into the nascent soul stage. It's definitely going to be me." As waves of astonishment swept through the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, somewhere outside of the sect, in a seemingly endless mountain range, a young man walked along beneath the trees. He was tall and slender, with a very cold expression, and a great sword strapped to his back. The reek of blood surrounded him as he walked, as if he had slaughtered countless enemies on his journey. Shockingly, he held a head in his hand. It was the head of an old man, his expression twisted viciously, and emanating an aura that indicated his cultivation level when he had been alive. The nascent soul stage. As the young man strode through the trees, he suddenly stopped in place and produced a jade slip from his bag of holding. Upon looking at the information in the slip, his eyes shone with a gaze so bright and corrosive that the surrounding plants and vegetation began to wither and die. So, the soul-hunting expedition that I've been waiting for is finally happening. The young man's gaze intensified, and the destructive effect on the plants and vegetation spread. In the blink of an eye, everything in an entire 3,000-meter area withered away into death. This young man was none other than the first-place holder among the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars, Xianxia. After the news about the soul-hunting expedition came down from the demigod Rainbow, the sect leader quickly sent out a number of orders, as did the peak lords from the 4 rainbow districts. All sorts of information began to spread through the sect, until everyone was bubbling with gossip. After hearing some of the talk, Bai Xiaochun still wasn't completely sure of all the details, and quickly summoned Su Baokai. As soon as he stepped into Bai Xiaochun's Immortal's cave, he said, "Junior Patriarch, this is something big. Very big. All right?" Bai Xiaochun said nervously. "Hurry up and explain exactly what this soul-hunting expedition is." Sounding very excited, Su Baokai said, "Junior Patriarch, I already got all the information. The soul-hunting expedition is basically good fortune for all core formation cultivators preparing to step into the nascent soul stage." "Huh," Bai Xiaochun said, looking surprised. Good fortune. Based on some of the information he'd heard, the soul-hunting expedition, although not anything like a death sentence, was definitely very dangerous. "That's right," Su Baokai continued. "I just heard about it myself. If you want to break through from core formation into the nascent soul stage, you have to do it by one of 3 ways. First is by using a nascent soul pill, which is the mortal tier method. The second method is by using 5 elements Deva beast souls, which is the earth tier method. Last is the most legendary of all, the heaven tier method, in which you use 5 elements Deva souls. However, that final method is virtually impossible. If you stay inside the sect, even reaching the earth tier nascent soul stage is quite difficult. After all, Deva beast souls are rare just like Deva souls. However, things are different in the wildlands. Supposedly, there is a river in the wildlands which is similar to the Heavenspan River. The difference is that it is a river that the living cannot see. It's an underworld river, a path that all the souls from the entire world travel after death. Because of that, souls are a lot more common in the wildlands. In fact, they're everywhere. Within that literally uncountable number of souls, it's possible to find not only Deva beast souls, but also Deva souls. And that's why the place is the ultimate place of good fortune for core formation cultivators. From the level of Su Baocai's excitement as he spoke, it was evident that he would leap at the chance to be qualified to go the wildlands. The wildlands, Bai Xiaochun said. The truth was that Bai Xiaochun knew a bit more about the wildlands than Su Baokai did, and the first thing that popped into this mind was that something seemed strange about this trial by fire. It was definitely not as simple as it sounded. After all, there weren't just souls in the wildlands, there were also cultivators. This soul-hunting expedition is going to happen in the wildlands. That ancient battleship is going to sail across the Heavenspan Sea toward another path which leads to the wildlands. Su Baokai pointed to the huge, mysterious battleship at the top of the waterfall. Bai Xiaochun looked up at the ship, and was shaken as he recalled something Chan Manyao had said back when she had been trying to convince him to let her join his group of Dao protectors. She had mentioned this very ship, and Bai Xiaochun now realized that she must have known about this soul-hunting expedition all along. The only people who qualify to go to the wildlands on this 10-year-long trial by fire are famous people among the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars. Congratulations, Junior Patriarch. It's hard to say for sure, but when you come back, you'll probably be a nascent soul cultivator. The ultimate goal of the trial by fire is to acquire a Deva soul. Anyone who does can bring it back to the sect and exchange it for a complete set of 5 elements Deva beast souls. Even if you can't get a Deva soul, and only get a single Deva beast soul, you can still bring it back to the sect and trade it for a precious nascent soul pill. I even heard that a lot of the top 100 Starry Sky Dao Polarity superstars could have reached the nascent soul stage years ago, but have been suppressing themselves just so that they could join this soul-hunting expedition. Beaming with delight, Su Baokai continued to explain everything he'd learned. The more Bai Xiaochun heard, the grimmer his expression got. In the end, he felt deeply conflicted about the whole trial by fire. Finally, he made a decision. I definitely can't go, he thought. Absolutely not. Suddenly, Su Baotsai's face lit up as if he had just remembered something. Looking shocked and incredulous, he said, "Oh right. There's something else you definitely don't know about, Junior Patriarch. Something huge. Heavens! Even I had never heard a whisper about this. It was only after word of the trial by fire began to spread that I caught wind of it. Junior Patriarch, did you know that the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect is a lot bigger than you ever imagined? That's right. What you see around us here is not the entirety of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. There are other parts of the sect that are located within the Great Wall." Even Su Baokai was still shaking from this shocking news, despite having heard it some time ago. "The Great Wall," Bai Xiaochun said, a look of shock appearing on his face. "That's right," Su Baokai said. Throwing his arms above his head to emphasize his words, he continued, "The Great Wall! We are in the eastern Heavenspan River, and between us and the northern Heavenspan River is a huge area devoid of spiritual energy. The closer you are to the Heavenspan River, the stronger the spiritual energy, but the further you go out into the uncivilized areas, the weaker it gets. There are some areas that are technically part of the wildlands, but that the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect has paid a heavy price to permanently occupy. That's where 3 cities have been built. The first city is the one closest to the Heavenspan Sea, where the spiritual energy is the strongest. The second is further in, where the spiritual energy is weak, and the third city is so deep into the wildlands that there isn't any spiritual energy at all. The third city has a huge wall stretching out from it to surround everything. It's a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering great wall that contains the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect inside of it, and is manned by the most elite army of cultivators there is. According to what I've heard, they're called the Hall of Steel Veins. I also heard that the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect isn't the only sect that controls the Great Wall. All of the 4 river source sects on the Heavenspan Sea defend one portion of it. The 4 sections of the Great Wall all connect eventually, creating a huge circle that protects the Heavenspan Sea, and all the sects too. Everything outside the Great Wall is the true wildlands. According to what I heard, everyone who takes part in the soul-hunting expedition has to actually go outside of the Great Wall on more than one occasion. As he talked and brought together all of the various bits of information he had learned, Su Baotsai's expression slowly changed as he realized that, clearly, this Great Wall was separating 2 opposing forces. His voice gradually faded away, and his pupils constricted. "You get it now, don't you?" Bai Xiaochun said, scowling a bit as he looked at Su Baokai. "It can't be like that, can it?" Su Baokai said quietly. "Maybe the area outside the Great Wall is just really dangerous. That's why they built it, to keep out the danger? Or maybe to keep all the souls from getting inside." Su Baokai was feeling more and more like there was something mysterious going on, and he shivered, almost like an instinctual reaction to piecing together some puzzle. Not daring to think about the subject too deeply, Su Baokai left in somewhat of a daze. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was scowling on the verge of tears. Based on the sensation of danger he was feeling, he knew that he had to think of a way to make sure he didn't go on the soul-hunting expedition. And yet, before he could, the orders of the sect leader and the peak lords spread out to all of the disciples. All Starry Sky Dao Polarity superstars in the top 1,000 are required to join the soul-hunting expedition. It will last for 10 years, during which time you must go outside of the Great Wall at least 3 times. After the 10 years are up, you may return to the sect headquarters. Almost immediately, Bai Xiaochun was filled with a sense of foreboding. "I'm finished," he moaned. Kaput. After all, this was not the river-defying sect, where he had so much sway with the patriarchs. He had only just reached the violet portion of the rainbow and made a name for himself. As far as he could tell, he had no options available. This mission is going to be way too dangerous. The Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect's so-called Great Wall is obviously there to keep out, not just the souls but the traitors. After much thought, he decided to go to Chun Manyao's Immortal's Cave to see if he could get some answers. Chun Manyao didn't seem surprised at all to see him. After inviting him inside, they sat down, and an enigmatic smile appeared on her face. Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat and said, "So, Manyao, do you think I've treated you well here in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect? You still haven't fulfilled that one promise from early on." Chun Manyao covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. She was beautiful to begin with, but whenever she laughed or smiled, she seemed even more attractive. "Don't worry, Junior Patriarch. Even in the wildlands outside of the Great Wall, you'll be safe as long as you're careful. Furthermore, this trip will definitely be an opportunity for good fortune. You never know. You might even end up with a Deva soul. Although, if you're really worried, you could always join our side." Bai Xiaochun sighed. Avoiding the topic she had brought up, he said, "Ah, come on. How many Deva souls can there be in the world? After all the years that have passed, surely any that did exist have already been found. There are some things you probably don't understand completely, Junior Patriarch. The wildlands are special. The underworld river there contains a huge amount of souls. Throughout all the countless years that have passed since the Heavenspan realm came to exist, all the souls which have died end up in that river and build up in the wildlands. Even if there were fewer Deva souls than there would still be some. They'd build up," he murmured, a look of shock appearing on his face. "I don't know the details, and in fact, I don't even know why it happens that way. But what I do know is that the wildlands has been building up souls for years and years." Chun Manyao seemed very earnest in her words. "There isn't any spiritual energy in the wildlands," Bai Xiaochun pointed out. "So how do the people there practice cultivation?" "There is no spiritual energy," Chun Manyao said softly, "but there are plenty of souls. Hunt them, absorb them, and that is how you can practice cultivation." After a long moment passed, Chun Manyao once again brought up the subject of Bai Xiaochun joining the Wildlanders. This time, Bai Xiaochun didn't refuse outright. He thought about it for a bit, then turned and left. As he walked along the paths of Sky Quarter Rainbow, he heaved sighs left and right. His intuition was telling him that this soul-hunting expedition was going to be very dangerous. And yet, there was nothing he could do to get out of it. Therefore, he had no choice but to accept his fate. Face grim, he flew back to his Immortal's Cave. Along the way, quite a few cultivators noticed him and called out respectful greetings. However, he was no longer in the mood to revel in their attention. Evening was falling, and the light of the setting sun reflecting off of the golden waters of the Heavenspan Sea made for quite a beautiful scene. Bai Xiaochun looked out at it, then sighed, thinking about how he already had a Deva soul. If he really ran out of options, he could always find a safe place inside the Great Wall to hide for 10 years, then come back to the sect, trade it for a set of Deva beast souls, and then step into the nascent soul stage. Feeling sorry for himself, and still wrestling with what decision to make, he walked up to his Immortal's Cave and prepared to enter. However, just before stepping inside, he stopped and looked up, and his eyes flashed. Unexpectedly, someone was waiting for him inside of his Immortal's Cave. He immediately drew upon the power of his cultivation base, waving his finger to cause the front door to swing open, revealing a young woman, standing there with her back to him. As soon as he saw her back, a tremor ran through him, and he began to breathe heavily. "You!" As soon as the words escaped his lips, the young woman slowly turned, revealing a face that shocked Bai Xiaochun down to the core. "Xiaochun," she said softly, her eyes glistening. "Du Lingfei," he said. He had often thought about what it would be like to see Du Lingfei again. As of this moment, he realized that it was not as shocking of an event as he had imagined. Although it had come like bolt out of the blue, deep in his heart, he had long since prepared for their reunion. His eyes flickered with complicated emotions as a quiet moment passed. All of a sudden, he thought about how the Sky Quarter Peak Lord had treated him, and how Feng Yud had taken him under his wing. During the entire time he had been in the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, it had always seemed like someone was out there, secretly watching out for him. Although he had had his various speculations, now that he saw Du Lingfei standing there, everything made complete sense. Her expression complex and filled with melancholy, she said, "Xiaochun, I'm sorry for—" "Was that you in the Bloodstream sect?" he interrupted, speaking his words slowly and with force. "Yes," she replied without the slightest hesitation. Staring at her, he continued with more questions. "Were you an agent of some sort? Why? What were you doing in the Spirit Stream sect and the Bloodstream sect? And what are you doing here?" "I had no choice in the matter," she said bitterly, shaking her head. The pain visible in her smile softened by Xiaochun's heart a bit. Lowering his voice, he said, "Who exactly are you? Where are you from?" After a long moment of silence, she took a deep breath and said, "I'm from the Heaven-Span Sea, and that's all I can say. Don't ask any more about it." Shaken, Bai Xiaochun remained silent. Outside, the sun was setting, and the sky was growing dark. It was quiet in the Immortals' cave, with the only sound being their breathing. Eventually, the Immortals' cave grew dark, and finally, Bai Xiaochun decided to ask another question. A question which had been lurking in his heart for a long time. A question which he very much wanted to know the answer to. "Back in the Luochen Mountains, the tears you shed, were they real, or just for show?" She didn't directly answer his question. Instead, she extended her right hand, within which appeared a violet tongue of flame. As it burned, it released a shocking energy, something that surpassed the energy of the leaf Bai Xiaochun had received that contained the power of a deva. This made it seem like a deva was actually standing right there with them. Furthermore, within the burning violet flames was a soul. Looking up at him, she spoke in a voice that was almost a murmur. "Do you think this deva soul is real, or just for show?" To see Du Lingfei holding a deva soul shocked Bai Xiaochun to the core. He also had a deva soul, the wood-type soul that Patriarch Frigid Sect had given him. He had been shocked when he was told how valuable deva souls were, but back then, their true value had been some abstract to him. Now, on the verge of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect sending numerous disciples on a soul-hunting expedition, he was more acutely aware than ever of how valuable deva souls were. Anyone who wanted to achieve a Heaven Tao nascent soul needed 5 deva souls, each one a different type. When it came to deva beast souls, any single deva soul could be traded for a set of 5 of them. From that alone, it was easy to calculate how astronomically valuable any deva soul was. Before Bai Xiaochun could even respond to her words, Du Lingfei sent the fire-type soul floating over to Bai Xiaochun. As it did, her body began to slowly fade away. The entire time, her gaze was soft as she looked at Bai Xiaochun, and seemed to be filled with regret and sentiment. "The Wildlands is a dangerous place. You should make sure not to do anything risky. When you get back, trade that deva soul for a set of deva beast souls. At that time, I'll explain everything." With that, she disappeared. Bai Xiaochun simply stood there the entire time, declining to speak. After she faded away, he closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them and reached out to take the fire-type deva soul. Then he sat down cross-legged to think, although he wasn't sure about what. Time passed. Half a month flew by, and the day of the trial by fire grew closer. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun had no choice but to rouse himself and start preparing. He got very busy, both concocting pills, performing spirit enhancements, and doing everything else he could to get himself in peak condition. On the day before the trial by fire was to begin, he emerged from his Immortals' cave and went to the Hall of Devil Slayers to say goodbye to Big Fatty Zhang. Big Fatty Zhang had not yet awoken, but had recovered significantly. His aura was stable, and his cultivation base was growing stronger. Within 2 or 3 months, he would have successfully reached core formation. He sat down in front of Big Fatty Zhang, feeling more than ever like he couldn't bear to leave. "Eldest brother," The next time we see each other will be in 10 years. I really wish I didn't have to leave." He spoke many more words from his heart, until the sun began to set. Worried that he might be disturbing Big Fatty Zhang's core formation, he left the temple and went to see Feng Yud. Clasping hands deeply, he offered sincere thanks for the help Feng Yud had given him. "Maintain a calm heart. That's the best thing you can do," Feng Yud said. "If you want to repay me, then come back as a nascent soul cultivator. As far as your eldest brother is concerned, I guarantee to watch over him." Clasping hands and bowing again, Bai Xiaochun again expressed his gratitude. Of course, Su Baokai would not be going along, so he went to visit and leave some parting instructions. Finally, he gritted his teeth and went back to his immortal's cave, where he meditated through the night. Nothing happened during the night, and the sun rose into a cloudless sky. The day had come in which the trial by fire was to begin. The thunderous sound of booming drums filled the entire sect, prompting all of the cultivators to emerge excited and filled with anticipation. Bai Xiaochun had packed his bags, and looked very sad as he walked out the door of his immortal's cave and stood there trembling. Almost in the same instant, a huge rumbling sound rippled out from the direction of the sea down below. It almost sounded like the roaring of a giant, and it caused huge waves to roll across the surface of the sea as the enormous, ancient battleship thrummed with power. As the ship powered up, the mysterious, ghost-like entities inside of it began to howl and scream, and eventually fled in terror. Apparently, the will of the battleship itself was awakening, causing its energy to rise to the point where even the rainbows that made up the starry sky Tao polarity sect were shaking. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath as he stared at the enormous battleship. It was fully 300,000 meters long, pitch black, and in very bad condition. It seemed ancient beyond belief, and there was something ferocious about it that made it seem like the type of ship no one would dare to even approach. The corpse of some enormous, rotting beast had been lashed to its prow, something so disfigured it was impossible to determine what it was. However, it was clearly humanoid, and had once been 30,000 meters tall. The surface of the battleship was covered with countless spikes, all of which glowed with black light. It was easy to imagine powerful magical techniques being unleashed by means of those spikes, and how they would surely cause heaven and earth to tremble. The ship had 5 decks, some parts of which were apparently locked down with magical seals. Even as Bai Xiaochun was studying the battleship, it began to move, releasing explosive power that caused huge waves to roll out across the surface of the golden heaven-span sea. Even as the battleship stirred into motion, an old man flew off of the Deva rainbow. He was ancient, with flowing white hair that made him look like a transcendent being. In addition, he had a third eye on his forehead, giving him a very intimidating appearance. "I am Chun Hutian, and I will lead you on the journey to the sect outpost, where the soul-hunting expedition will be held. The journey across the sea will be a long one, more than half a year. All of you, board the ship immediately and prepare for departure." The three-eyed old man's final words struck the hearts of the listeners like lightning. Immediately, the top 1,000 starry sky Tao polarity superstars from all 4 of the rainbow districts began to fly at top speed toward the battleship. As for Bai Xiaochun, he gritted his teeth and decided that he had no choice but to throw caution to the wind. Howling at the top of his lungs, he joined the crowd flying down toward the battleship. Almost as soon as he took to flight, Bai Xiaochun could sense the intensely powerful spiritual energy from the heaven-span sea slamming into him like a hurricane. It was a blast that was difficult to endure despite the fact that he was a core formation cultivator. Everyone who was flying toward the ship trembled unsteadily for a moment before accelerating toward the ship again. Everyone was weighing each other up, trying to go along as fast as possible through the battering spiritual energy to prove that they were better. One of the cultivators flying along was a young woman, who happened to take the lead by a wide margin, flying through the air like a ball of fire. She was Chan Yueshan, and even as she closed in on the battleship and seemed moments away from stepping onto it, a cold snort echoed out as Heretic appeared. With a single step forward, he seemingly teleported, surpassing Chan Yueshan to become the first person to step onto the ship. When Heretic used what appeared to be a divine ability of teleportation, The other cultivators were shocked, and Chan Yuishan's eyes flickered with a flash of light. Even Bai Xiaochun sucked in a breath. By using his frigid shadows, he could perform minor teleportations, but what Heretic had done just now was completely different. Some of the people near Bai Xiaochun knew what it was they had just seen, and cried out in astonishment. That was the wind dash. Wind dash, Bai Xiaochun murmured, taken aback. Meanwhile, more cultivators were landing on the ship. Bai Xiaochun didn't go very quickly, and arrived within the first 100 or so. Almost immediately, the cultivators who landed on the ship edged away from each other. Clearly, the spirit of competition and rivalry was strong already, and one could only imagine how the situation would intensify when they got to the wildlands. As far as Bai Xiaochun was concerned, these people were all acting like fiends and monsters, so he quickly found an empty corner away from the crowd. What's with all the fighting and killing? He thought. These people, can't they be more simple and pure like me? As he looked around, he eventually caught sight of Song Ke, Master God Diviner, and Chun Manyao, which put him in a slightly better mood. However, it wasn't convenient to approach them at the moment. Off in the distance, he also noticed Gong Sun Wanner, but when he thought about how strange she was, he ducked his head and avoided her gaze. As people continued to alight onto the ancient battleship, the three-eyed old man who had just emerged from the Deva rainbow vanished, reappearing on the ship itself. Actually, he wasn't alone. He was joined by 5 nascent soul cultivators. It seemed as if the ship was just about to set sail, and yet, it was in that moment that a beam of light pierced through the air off in the distance, causing intense whistling sounds to echo through the air. How could I, Zhao Tianjiao, not participate in a major event such as this? It was a travel-worn young man, tall and slender, with long black hair and an icy cold aura. Shocking cultivation base fluctuations rolled off him that, despite being at the great circle of the core formation stage, felt even more profoundly powerful than that. He actually seemed like a nascent soul cultivator, and even though he wasn't quite in that level as he approached, it was possible to see him occasionally blur to the point of being impossible to see. In truth, he was actually using a teleportation ability. Although he could only teleport for short distances, he was still only a core formation cultivator, which made him shocking to a level that surpassed even Heretic. It took only a few moments for the young man to reach the ship and land on the deck. As he stood there looking extremely lonely and proud, he was so different from the other cultivators that he was like a full moon in a field of stars. Its eldest brother. Heavens! Was eldest brother teleporting just now? Elder brother Heretic has his wind dash, but eldest brother was using real minor teleportations. Everyone in the crowd was looking at Zhao Tianjiao with expressions of reverence and respect. Hey, I can teleport too, Bai Xiaochun grumbled to himself in irritation. Although he wasn't fully convinced that Zhao Tianjiao was as amazing as the crowd apparently thought he was, he had to admit that he had skill. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun could sense from the shocking fluctuations rolling off of him that he was stronger than the statue of Gong Sun Wanner. The three-eyed Qin Hatian looked over at Zhao Tianjiao, his gaze soft, and yet his words sharp as he said, "And what reason do you have for being late and delaying things?" Clasping hands respectfully, Zhao Tianjiao said, "A year ago, a Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect disciple went missing, and in my efforts to find him, I found that these 3 freaks were responsible. They all fled in different directions, though, which cost me a bit of time." With that, he waved his sleeve, causing 3 heads to tumble down onto the deck. 2 of them were old men, and 1 was a middle-aged, but all of them had looks of lingering astonishment in their dead eyes. Based on the aura which still remained on them, all 3 had been nascent soul cultivators. When the surrounding disciples saw the 3 severed heads, they immediately began to call out in surprise. "Patriarch River Water, Enlightened Sage Headwind, that's Eccentric Flame Cloud. All 3 of them are nascent soul experts. Heavens! Eldest brother actually killed all 3 of them. He definitely deserves to be called eldest brother." Chan Yuishan's pupils constricted, but she didn't say anything, and as for Heretic, his expression turned extremely grim, and he began to breathe heavily. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and he even gasped. Although he had known that Xianxia was incredible before, at this point he could tell that he was definitely someone to avoid provoking at all costs. Looking at the 3 severed heads, he murmured to himself, "Ah, whatever. I'll just have to deal with the fact that he has a slightly better name than me." Chun Hetian nodded slightly and then, without another word, turned and headed to the highest deck on the ship, leaving the nascent soul cultivators behind to handle the rest of the disciples. One of the nascent soul cultivators, a middle-aged man, stepped forward with an expressionless face and said, "All of you are chosen of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, and are already somewhat familiar with this trial by fire. As such, we will not waste time with further explanations. However, there is one thing that I must make clear. Our voyage will take half a year, and during that time, you will live in quarters assigned to you based on your ranking in the Starry Sky Tao Polarity Superstars. The top 3 will be staying on Deck 2. Take your pick of the cabins there to be your own personal Immortals caves. Those of you in 4th to 10th place will stay on Deck 3, where you will also have personal Immortals caves within which to further your cultivation. Those of you who occupy 11th through 100th place, you will stay on Deck 4. Everyone after that will be on Deck 5. Meanwhile, the ship had already begun to pick up speed as it moved across the surface of the sea. The crashing of waves against the sides of the ship was already audible. There was also a fierce wind, and a bit of sea spray that carried with it a powerful corrosive element that didn't harm the ship, but could be detrimental to cultivators if it touched them. Bai Xiaochun was a little nervous about that, but when he heard that everyone was being assigned to their quarters by means of their seniority in the ranking system, he was instantly enlivened. Now that's what I'm talking about, he thought. The people with higher rankings should have better accommodations. He already couldn't wait to see what his own Immortals cave would look like. Use these identity medallions as keys to your Immortals cave. Very well, you're all dismissed. With that, the middle-aged cultivator Nascent Soul spun on his heel and flew up to Deck 1 with the other Nascent Soul experts, where they entered their own cabins to meditate. Now that the members of the senior generation were gone, the 1,000 other cultivators on board all dispersed, apparently eager to get off of the main deck and away from the powerful sea winds and corrosive spray. Zhao Tianjiao was the first to fly into motion, heading toward Deck 2, with Chun Yueshan and Heretic following close behind. Many of the other cultivators were a bit envious of the fact that those 3 got an entire deck to themselves, and yet, there was nothing that could be done about the matter. Bai Xiaochun didn't feel any irritation at all. He flew excitedly toward Deck 3 with the other top 10 cultivators, including Gongsun Wanner. As for the other cultivators, they stewed in their frustration and jealousy as they looked for their own Immortals caves. Bai Xiaochun was brimming with anticipation as he entered Deck 3. And it was to his delight that he discovered that the entire deck had been renovated and fitted with only 7 cabins. Using the identity medallion he'd been given, he randomly selected one and branded the cabin to himself. Then he opened the door, stepped in, and looked around. Despite everything he had seen and done in his life so far, the sight which met his eyes was such that a gasp of shock escaped his lips. The cabin was huge, fully 300 meters from side to side. Furthermore, it wasn't actually a single cabin, but a suite of cabins with 7 rooms, plus a pill-concocting workstation. It contained everything a person could possibly need, and was incredibly luxurious. The floor wasn't made of wood as one might expect on a ship, but rather, green limestone that was suffused with spiritual power. The slabs were partially translucent, and inside of them could be seen swirling mists and clouds. Not only were they beautiful in appearance, but the spiritual energy that emanated from them could be used in cultivation. Furthermore, there were defensive spell formations built into the cabin that also provided complete soundproofing from the rumbling sounds that echoed outside. Even more extraordinary was that the cabin came with 6 puppet handmaidens, who were tasked with keeping the entire cabin in order at all times. On one side of the cabin were windows which provided a spectacular view of the Golden Sea outside, and there was also a balcony where one could enjoy the sea breeze if one wished, or even do a little fishing. Considering that it was currently about noontime, and the sun was shining brightly outside, Bai Xiaochun had the sudden impulse to go outside and soak in the warmth of the sun. The truth was that this cabin was so large that it could fit 100 people and still have room to spare. How luxurious! The fact that the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect will treat the higher-ups so much better it's wonderful. Taking a deep breath, he toured the cabin for a bit before sitting down cross-legged to do some breathing exercises. Time flashed by. During the 3 days which followed, Bai Xiaochun only continued to be more pleased with his accommodations. That was especially true when he found that every day, his puppet handmaidens would bring large quantities of spirit food. The amount of spirit food was so extensive that even after working hard, he couldn't consume it all. For him, life was even better than it had been in the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, and after eating, he would pat his belly and burp a bit, then lay down on a divan on the balcony to enjoy the sea breeze and the warmth of the sun. I'm in the top 10, and things are great. I wonder what the 3 rooms for Zhao Tianjiao and the others are like. How big are they? Thinking of Zhao Tianjiao caused Bai Xiaochun to suddenly be reminded of Song Ke and his other Tao protectors. At that point, he realized that, considering how large his room was, and how it was almost empty, he might as well enjoy it with some others. With that thought in mind, he excitedly rushed out of his cabin and headed to Deck 4. The first thing he did was try to get an idea of what the cabins on Deck 4 were like. Considering that there were always people coming in and out of one cabin or another, it didn't take long for him to get an answer. Deck 4 was much smaller than Deck 3, and each cabin was only a few dozen meters across. Even still, all of the cabins were single occupancy. However, when he got down to Deck 5, he saw that things were much more cramped. There were more than 100 cabins on Deck 5, none of them very large. Furthermore, not a single one was a single occupancy cabin. They were designed to house 5 people each. Although each person in each cabin had a separate living area which they could seal off with a spell formation. Comparing these quarters to Bai Xiaochun's accommodations was like comparing the earth to the heavens or the dirt to the clouds. After looking around for a while, he found Master God Diviner's cabin, where Master God Diviner sat looking around anxiously at his murky surroundings. The mere thought of spending half a year in conditions like this left him feeling very sullen. Just as he was about to become completely and utterly dispirited, Bai Xiaochun appeared. "Junior Patriarch," he cried. "All right," Bai Xiaochun said with the wave of his hand. "You're coming with me. My place is plenty big." Master God Diviner was instantly elated, and to the envy of the other cultivators in the cabin, he hurried over to Bai Xiaochun's side. Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat, clasped his hands behind his back, and went about looking for his other friends. Eventually, he found Song Ke who, by chance, was in the same cabin as Chun Manyao. As soon as Chun Manyao saw Bai Xiaochun, she flashed him a radiant smile that couldn't have been more enticing. As for Song Ke, his face was already about as grim as it could be. The past few days had been extremely annoying to him, considering that this was the first time he had ever stayed in a room with other people. Sighing, Bai Xiaochun said, "Keir, your aunt entrusted you to me, so how could I possibly stand idly by while you suffer? Why don't you come along with your uncle? I feast on spirit food every day, and have so much I can't even finish it all." Song Ke's face darkened, and he glared at Bai Xiaochun with gritted teeth. Of course, that made Bai Xiaochun feel wonderful. He knew that Song Ke didn't like him, and therefore he didn't like Song Ke very much, and would occasionally find opportunities to intentionally mock him. Just when Bai Xiaochun was about to invite Chen Manyao to come with him, she spoke up. "I'll come with you, big bro Xiaochun. I know you feast on spirit food every day, and have so much you can't finish it. I'll help you with that problem." Covering her smile with her hand, she glided over to Bai Xiaochun's side, where she joined Master God Diviner. Seeing that Song Ke wasn't even going to say a word, Bai Xiaochun shook his head and turned to leave. However, he stopped at the door and looked back at Song Quebec. "You're really not coming? The spiritual energy in my cabin is much stronger than it is here, so your cultivation will proceed more quickly." Song Ke really didn't want to go, but the truth was that he didn't know any of the other cultivators in his cabin on Deck 5. The idea of having to spend half a year with them darkened his mood even further. Then he heard Bai Xiaochun mention that the spiritual energy in his cabin was strong, and would aid in cultivation. That finally gave Song Ke the excuse he needed. "I have to surpass him," he thought. "A true man knows when to stand tall and when to submit." I can't let myself fall too far behind during this half year. The only reason I'm doing this is for cultivation purposes, and that's all. After convincing himself in this fashion, Song K clenched his jaw and rose to his feet, face grimmer than ever as he walked over to Bai Xiaochun's side. Bai Xiaochun was a bit surprised, having been certain that Song K wouldn't join him. Clasping Song K's shoulder, he said, "That's the spirit. We're all one big family, right? Considering the relationship between myself and your aunt, you should listen to me more closely in the future. After all, when did your uncle ever treat you unfairly?" Sighing, Bai Xiaochun felt more than ever like someone from the older generation, and knew that he had to take care of Song K no matter how he did it. Then, after he got back to the river-defying sect, he would make sure Song Junwan knew all about it. She would definitely be pleased. Sighing, he led all of his Dao protectors back to Deck 3. After entering Bai Xiaochun's cabin, not even Song K's willpower could prevent him from gasping and looking around with shock at the size of the room, the spirit food, the puppets, the limestone floor, and the balcony. Almost immediately, he felt stabs of pain pricking at his heart. In that moment, he madly swore an oath in his heart that he would focus fully on cultivation and strive for his own chance to break into the top 10. The difference in treatment between that group and where he was at almost couldn't be described in words. In fact, that difference was so great that Song K could even feel his eyes getting a bit moist. As for Master God Diviner, he also gasped and was instantly drawn to the windows. During the past 3 days, the only way he had been able to feel the sun on his face was to go to the main deck, but things were too noisy there, and the spray from the waves was too dangerous. But in Bai Xiaochun's cabin, one could look out the windows at any time, or even sit on the safety of the balcony. Master God Diviner was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. As for Chun Manyao, she was also stunned into silence. Before, she had assumed the difference in accommodations would be big, but not this big. As of this moment, she couldn't help but feel a bit irked at how the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect had arranged things. The looks on their faces caused Bai Xiaochun to sigh. He hadn't actually intended to show off in this situation, and was now worried that his friends might misunderstand his intentions. As such, he quickly tried to explain how he felt. "This is all my fault," he said. "If I had worked a bit harder, maybe I could have made it into the top 3. I heard that their accommodations are even better than these and bigger. Mine are only SOSO. Bai Xiaochun really was just trying to smooth things over, but the result was that even stranger looks appeared on the faces of his 3 friends. Seeing this, Bai Xiaochun was just getting ready to try to explain things further, when all of a sudden, an ear-piercing cry rang out from the sea outside. The cabin was protected by a spell formation, so the fact that the cry was distinctly audible went to show how incredibly powerful it was. In fact, the entire battleship even began to sway from side to side a bit. Bai Xiaochun's face fell, and his 3 Dao protectors had similar reactions. All of them rushed over to the balcony and looked out, whereupon they saw a streak of silver light shooting out of the sea and up into the sky. That streak of light was what had caused the noise just now, and had also sent a huge wave slamming into the side of the ship. As such, it was possible to imagine that whatever it was that was causing that light was extraordinary. Gasping, Bai Xiaochun craned his neck in an attempt to see what was inside of the light, and almost immediately could tell that it was something with a Heaven Dao aura. Although others might not notice it because Bai Xiaochun had a Heaven Dao gold core, he was more acutely attuned to such matters. "What is that?" he thought. At this point, he couldn't hold back from opening his heaven-span Dharma eye. Almost immediately, rumbling sounds filled his mind, and he felt stabbing pain in his forehead. He quickly closed his third eye, which had already begun to leak some blood. Even in that short moment, Bai Xiaochun had been able to catch a glimpse of what was in the light, and it left his mind and heart battered by waves of shock. Within that light was a silver-colored dragon. Apparently, that dragon was injured, and even as it flew along, silver blood leaked from its wounds. In the instant that the silver dragon appeared, the 3-eyed Deva Chen Hetian was meditating on Deck 1. Suddenly, all of his eyes opened, and his expression flickered with incredulity and joy. "A silver moon dragonfish!" he shouted. Kong Lai, the 5 of you come with me right now. We're going to catch that beast. With that, he vanished, to reappear a moment later up in midair. As for the 5 nascent soul cultivators, they teleported out to join Xianxia. Even as they appeared out in the open, expressions shining with anticipation, the silver light began to disappear over the horizon. Let's go. If we get that dragonfish, I'll give all 5 of you an incredible reward. Xianxia's eyes burned with passion as he and the 5 nascent soul cultivators shot off into the distance. Many of the other cultivators on the ship could tell that something strange was going on, and had hurried up to the main deck. When they saw what was happening, various expressions appeared on their faces. On deck 2, Zhao Tianjiao and Chen Yueshan appeared to see what the commotion was about, with Heretic being the only one who didn't react. Although no one noticed, Gong Sun Wanner was in her cabin, standing at the window and looking at the silver light fading off into the distance. A strange smile could be seen on her face, and on the tip of her index finger was a single drop of silver blood, which she quickly licked away. Finally, I can get some real food, she said with a chuckle. Considering how fast Xianxia and the nascent soul cultivators were moving, and the speed of the battleship, it only took about 10 breaths of time before they were completely separated. Everyone on the battleship began to discuss matters, but soon the talk quieted down. With the Deva and the nascent soul cultivators gone, and the vast sea stretching out in all directions, a sense of unease filled the hearts of everyone present. Time passed. 3 days later, Xianxia and the nascent soul cultivators still weren't back, and everyone aboard the battleship felt greater pressure weighing down on their shoulders. Furthermore, there was a strange and mysterious aura that seemed to be building up around them. Days passed. Song Ke, Master God Diviner, and Chen Manyao all had their own personal space in by Xiaochun's cabin, and were able to enjoy the treatment that only cultivators in the top 10 of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars could receive. Filled with gratitude, they did their best to focus on their cultivation. Bai Xiaochun wasn't very far from the great circle of core formation, and couldn't help but feel that he was already quite formidable. Therefore, he spent most of his time basking in the sun on his balcony and looking out at the sea, which was exactly what he was doing right now. The main deck of the ship wasn't very far above Bai Xiaochun's balcony, and among the cultivators there was Gong Sun Wanner, who was apparently also staring out at the sea. Bai Xiaochun finally looked away from the seawater and then took a long swig of spirit alcohol. Now this is the life, he said with a sigh. Behind him were 2 puppet hand maidens who were massaging his shoulders. Occasionally, huge waves would roll across the surface of the water, but at the moment, it looked more like a beautiful golden mirror. By this point, Bai Xiaochun was used to the wind, and as for the seawater, because of the techniques he cultivated, it wouldn't harm him unless he was exposed to it for long periods of time. Furthermore, because of the spell formation built into the battleship, the incredibly intense spiritual energy in the water was softened and purified before entering the ship. Sighing, Bai Xiaochun looked back at his huge cabin and saw Song Ke, Master God Diviner, and Chen Manyao all sitting cross-legged in meditation, apparently completely focused on their cultivation. Feeling a bit bored, he decided that he should probably go find someone to chat with. These guys are too focused on cultivation. This half a year is a time to enjoy things. Once we reach our destination, we'll be heading into the outposts of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect and the Great Wall. Things definitely won't be as comfortable there. Wouldn't it be great if Su Baokai were here? Taking another drink of spirit alcohol, he was just contemplating how to alleviate his boredom when, all of a sudden, he saw a golden flash of light off in the distance. Some distance away, a school of golden fish had just leapt up out of the sea water, flashing through the air like golden sparks before splashing back down into the water. Considering how sharp Bai Xiaochun's vision was, he could see the fish quite clearly, and was able to tell that they were about as long as a human arm. They were covered with glittering golden scales, and most shocking of all, had 2 heads. Furthermore, those 2 heads weren't located next to each other. Rather, the second head was where a fish's tail would normally be. Golden loaches, Bai Xiaochun exclaimed, shooting to his feet. He recognized these strange fish from one of the volumes of spirit creatures He had studied in the spirit stream sect, and knew that they were a very rare type of spirit fish. Such spirit fish didn't need to be refined into medicinal pills to be consumed as food. They were a precious material of heaven and earth that could strengthen the chi passageways and bolster divine sense. Fish like that could be very useful for cultivators, and if they were older than 100 years of age, could even help when stepping into the nascent soul stage. As Bai Xiaochun looked excitedly out at the sea, the school of golden loaches once again broke the surface of the water. Then a huge amount of water exploded up as a fish 10 times larger than any of the other ones launched itself up into the air. Just like the other fish, it was golden in color and had 2 heads. However, there was something ancient to this one, as though it had lived for a very long time. Furthermore, its scales glittered with a golden light that surpassed the other fish. 100-year-old golden loach! Gasping, Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, sending a stream of frigid chi out which instantly wrapped around the fish. However, a stream of power shot back toward him, destabilizing his cultivation base and very nearly dragging him off of the balcony. Expression flickering, he quickly called out at the top of his lungs, "Kaer, Master Snort Snort, Little Man Yao, hurry up and help me. I hooked a precious treasure here." Song K, Master God Diviner, and Chun Man Yao immediately opened their eyes from meditation. Song K seemed a bit irritated, and Master God Diviner was also slightly annoyed. As for Chun Man Yao, she had the same smile on her face that she usually did. However, when all of them looked over and saw the huge loach leaping into and out of the water, their eyes went wide. Song K was the first to rush out, followed by Chun Man Yao and Master God Diviner. "Hurry up and help me," Bai Xiaochun said excitedly. "If we can catch this fish, we'll have a great dinner tonight." With that, he poured some more cultivation-based power into his efforts. Thankfully, as a member of the Spirit Stream sect, he had been cultivating control power for quite some time, and was very familiar with it. Therefore, despite the fact that the fish had already dropped back down under the surface of the water, he still managed to maintain a connection to it. The struggling of the enormous fish was causing huge waves to roll out, along with intense crashing sounds. Thankfully, Song K and the others quickly arrived to help. Song K's right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and a shadow spread out from his feet and into the water. Although the water weakened it a bit, it still managed to shoot directly toward the huge fish. Master God Diviner also performing an incantation gesture as he unleashed the power of a magical item. Chun Manyao's actions were the strangest of all. After performing an incantation gesture, she opened her mouth and spat out a pink cloud, which rapidly shrank down into the shape of a mist hawk that let out a piercing cry as it dove toward the fish. Bai Xiaochun let out a whoop of excitement. Moments ago, he had been bored, but now everything had changed. "Come on, everybody. Don't hold anything back," he shouted. "We can't let this fish get away." Bai Xiaochun's excitement was rubbing off on the others, whose hearts began to pound. Considering how much this huge fish was struggling, they all could tell that it wasn't anything ordinary. The fish struggled mightily, even letting out muffled cries that reached the cultivators who were gathered on the deck. As for Gongsun Wanner, she wasn't too far away from Bai Xiaochun's position, and when she looked down, she could actually see the fish, as well as Bai Xiaochun and his Dao protectors. Laughing softly in amusement, she waved her finger in the direction of the huge fish, unleashing her own cultivation-based power to aid Bai Xiaochun and the others. Bai Xiaochun sensed that Gongsun Wanner was helping them, and was quite moved. "Wanner," he shouted, "help us reel in this fish and we'll all have a great dinner." Gongsun Wanner looked down at Bai Xiaochun, smiled and said, "Dinner? You mean tonight?" "Yeah," he replied, not thinking much about her question. Under the combined efforts of the group, the struggling fish slowly weakened, and soon, they managed to heave it up out of the water toward the battleship. Laughing excitedly, Bai Xiaochun extended his hands to grab the fish. Simultaneously, excited smiles broke out on the faces of Song K, Master God Diviner, and even Chen Man Yao. Although catching his huge fish hadn't involved any danger, they were out in the middle of the heaven-span sea, and had worked quite hard to succeed. However, Even as the huge fish flew through the air, a figure burst into motion from the deck, moving like lightning to unleash his great circle core formation cultivation base power. Before anyone could do anything, he had waved his finger in the direction of the fish. Instantly, a huge hand appeared in the middle of the air, which rumbled toward the exhausted fish, and then hit it with such intense power that it instantly died. Next, the hand wrapped around the fish and pulled it back toward a young man on the deck of the ship, who swished his sleeve to pull the fish into his bag of holding. "What are you doing?" Bai Xiaochun shouted, enraged. Unable to react in time, he had no choice but to fly up to the deck, fuming with anger. Song Ke, Master God Diviner, and Chun Manyao all joined him, where they confronted the young man face to face. "Hey," Bai Xiaochun said. "We saw that fish first, and we're the ones who weakened it. We were just about to grab it, you thief." Shockingly, the young man in front of them had once been in the top 3 of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars, but was now in 5th place. His name was Ji Feng. "Are you kidding me?" Ji Feng said, a cruel expression twisting his face. "I have the fish now. It's mine." Of course, he completely ignored Song Ke and the others, and only looked at Bai Xiaochun and Gong Sun Waner, albeit with complete scorn. Ji Feng had been eyeing the golden loach the entire time. Virtually everyone on the battleship had almost instantly begun to covet it, with the exception of Zhao Tianjiao, Chun Yueshan and Heretic. Therefore, Ji Feng had simply decided to snatch it in the heat of the moment. Although he did fear Bai Xiaochun to some extent, he was confident that he could handle him, even if he teamed up with Gong Sun Waner. After all, Bai Xiaochun wasn't the only one with people to back him up. Ji Feng had his own followers. Therefore, he didn't even bother to respond, and simply turned on his heel and walked off. "Insufferable bully," Bai Xiaochun grumbled angrily. To have his belongings openly robbed was a bitter pill to swallow, and he was just about to step forward to prevent Ji Feng from leaving when Master God Diviner grabbed his arm. "Junior Patriarch, just let it go." Ji Feng used to be in the top 3, and even though he's dropped down to 5th place, he's still terrifyingly powerful. "It's just a fish," Song Ke said through gritted teeth as he watched Ji Feng walking away. "There's no need to get into a big fight over it. That might make things problematic once we reach the sect outposts." Considering that everyone was persuading him to back down, Bai Xiaochun clenched his jaw and let out a cold harumph. He could tell that both Song Ke and Master God Diviner felt the same way and didn't want to offend Ji Feng. Even if Bai Xiaochun made a move on his own, it would still drag them into it, so therefore, he really had no choice other than to just grin and bear it. "That guy is too overbearing," he muttered. "With a personality like that, he'll definitely get killed once we reach the wildlands." With that, he returned dejectedly to his cabin. After the scene was over, only Gong Sun Waner remained standing there. Although no one noticed it, she was chuckling as she watched Ji Feng walking away. Then she licked her lips, a strange light flickering in her eyes. "Looks yummy," she murmured to herself. Nothing happened that night for Bai Xiaochun. He sat cross-legged in meditation, mulling over the day's events and feeling more irritated by the moment. "I can't just let this drop," he thought. "Ji Feng might have some skills, but I have even more skills. I have to think of a way to teach him a lesson he won't ever forget." Having reached this point in his train of thought, he opened his bag of holding to look for the little turtle, but even after searching around for quite a while, couldn't find him. By the time the first rays of dawn emerged, he was feeling more depressed than ever. However, it was at that point that the still and quiet atmosphere of the battleship was broken by a blood-curdling scream that echoed out from Deck 3, the very same deck that Bai Xiaochun's cabin was on. There was something terrifying about that scream, as if it had been fueled by a life force that was in the midst of being extinguished. Quite a few people heard the scream, including Bai Xiaochun. "What's going on?" Song Ke and the other Dao protectors opened their eyes and looked around, shocked. Before long, the other top 10 chosen on Deck 3 began to emerge, Bai Xiaochun included. Even Zhao Tianjiao and Chen Yueshan came down from Deck 2 and joined in as everyone searched for the origin of the scream. It didn't take long before they discovered that one of the cabins on Deck 3 had a shriveled corpse in it. The corpse was discovered in Ji Fang's cabin, and after examining it closely, everyone could tell that it was none other than Ji Fang himself. This, Bai Xiaochun said with a gasp. Ji Fang had been withered dry to the point where he was almost unrecognizable. Despite being little more than a skeleton, he clearly hadn't been dead for long, and yet already seemed to be rotting. Everyone present was a core formation cultivator and a top chosen, and therefore it didn't take long before they all noticed that Ji Fang had died in a very strange way. Apparently, all of his blood had been drained away. Gasps and looks of astonishment appeared on the faces of everyone present. After all, Ji Fang was in the great circle of core formation and possessed incredible battle prowess. And yet, there were no signs of magical combat in the area, as though Ji Fang had been killed in the briefest of instants. Even more telling was that Ji Fang's cabin was filled with intense, frigid coldness, something that caused everyone's minds to tremble. Bai Xiaochun stared mutely at Ji Fang's corpse, his eyes wide with incredulity. He had been thinking about Ji Fang all night, and never could have imagined that the following day, he would actually be dead. He really died? Bai Xiaochun was having trouble controlling his breathing, especially when he realized that the corpse itself actually looked very familiar. Before he could put much thought into it, the faces of Master God Diviner and Song Ke drained of blood, and looks of fear began to shine in their eyes. Chen Manyao also gasped, and a look of fear spread out across her face. If the three-eyed Chen Hatian and the nascent soul cultivators had been present, things might not have been as terrifying. But all of those members of the senior generation were gone, and none of the core formation disciples present were quite sure what to do. Therefore, everyone looked to Zhao Tianjiao to take the lead. After approaching the corpse and examining it for a moment, his expression flickered and he said, "It seems that some sort of unclean thing is on board the ship with us. Everyone needs to be extra careful." All the disciples present shivered in fear, and as for Bai Xiaochun, he felt his scalp going numb. Unfortunately, the mystery of Ji Fang's death was not something that could be explained at the moment, so everyone eventually dispersed, maintaining full vigilance along the way. Heart pounding with fear, Bai Xiaochun returned to his cabin with Song Ke, Master God Diviner, and Chen Manyao. As soon as they were all inside, he closed the door and then looked at his ashen-faced friends. Worried that he might be reading too much into the situation, he tentatively asked, "Did you guys also think that corpse looked familiar?" Face filled with alarm and terror, Master God Diviner replied, "Junior Patriarch, that corpse reminds me of the corpses back in the river-defying sect. It looks exactly the same," Song Ke growled. "I noticed it too," Chen Manyao said after a moment. "This corpse looks just like those other corpses." Upon hearing their responses, Bai Xiaochun felt like his scalp was tingling so hard it was going to explode. Considering how familiar the corpse seemed, and coupled with Zhao Tianjiao's words, he couldn't help but think about what had happened back in the river-defying sect. Now, the confirmation of his 3 Dao protectors left him convinced that the two events were connected. "Damn it!" he wailed. "How could this be happening? I came all the way here, and that unclean thing followed the entire way?" The more he thought about it, the stranger it and more terrifying it seemed. In fact, he immediately produced some evil warding talismans from his bag of holding and plastered them onto himself. Of course, that wasn't enough for him. He quickly urged Master God Diviner and Song Ke to help him set up some more spell formations in the cabin. Then he went into his own private room and set up some additional spell formations, and also made sure he had plenty of soul convergence pills ready. "I have evil warding talismans, spell formations, and soul convergence pills. If that unclean thing has any sense at all, it won't dare to provoke me. Yeah, that's right. If it provokes me, it will definitely meet a miserable end." Scowling on the verge of tears, he continued to try to encourage himself with the fact that Song Ke and the others were also present. Considering that they were around, it wasn't likely that the unclean thing would come for him. But then he remembered that Ji Fang had been in the great circle of core formation. Considering that he was also in the core formation stage, that left him feeling more unprotected and unsafe than ever. The image of Ji Fang's desiccated, blood-drained corpse remained floating in his mind constantly. Just what kind of ghost are we dealing with? He thought. When is that Deva Chen going to get back? It was in this manner that he stewed in his anxiety and vigilance for an entire night. He wasn't the only nervous one, of course. Song Ke, Master God Diviner, Chun Manyao, and all the other chosen on Deck 3, and even the disciples on Decks 4 and 5 were all very anxious. If any other person had been killed, it probably wouldn't have been a big deal. But Jifeng had been in 5th place in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars, with extraordinary battle prowess. And yet, he had still met a bizarre and grisly fate, leaving everyone feeling completely ill at ease. When dawn came and people checked around and found that no one else had died, people finally began to breathe sighs of relief. Bai Xiaochun was slightly less anxious, but not by much. Taking advantage of the daylight, he set up more spell formations both inside and outside of his room. Sadly, he wasn't good at creating paper talismans. Otherwise, he would have painted many more such items to ward off evil spirits. 3 days passed by in a flash. No one died, and soon the atmosphere on the ship returned to normal. People once again went up onto the main deck. However, everyone still felt a great weight on their hearts, and often looked up into the sky, hoping to see three-eyed Xianxia and the nascent soul cultivators returning. Eventually, half a month went by, and yet, Xianxia and the others still were not back. However, no one had been killed during that time. At long last, Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe I was mistaken. Maybe Jifeng was killed, not by the unclean thing but by that big fish. After much thought, Bai Xiaochun wasn't able to determine whether or not the 100-year-old loach could possibly have been the cause of death. However, he knew that he definitely couldn't come up with any answers locked in his room. So eventually, he called on his Dao protectors to discuss the matter further. Over the past few days, his Dao protectors had been too rattled to focus fully on cultivation. But once they heard this new fish theory of Bai Xiaochun's, they began to calm down. Finally, after more than half a month of remaining in seclusion, Bai Xiaochun emerged and headed up to the main deck. There, he happened to catch sight of Gong Sun Wanner, who also seemed to have come up to the deck to relieve her boredom. Upon catching sight of Bai Xiaochun and his Dao protectors, she smiled and joined them. Most of the cultivators on the deck were grouped together in 2s or 3s, although a few of them stood by themselves. As such, Bai Xiaochun's group was the largest present. Song Ke was walking behind him, radiating his usual murderous aura that made him seem completely unapproachable. Master God Diviner was walking next to him, looking almost like his personal assistant. And then there was Gong Sun Wanner on one side with her incredible good looks, and Chen Manyao on the other side with her spectacular beauty. Together, they made quite a sight. Many of the cultivators in the area looked over at Bai Xiaochun, and although some of them had cold looks on their faces, many seemed envious. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath of sea air, looked up into the sky, and then gazed out at the golden sea. Gradually, the weight in his heart seemed to lessen. "AI," he sighed. "I can't believe our wonderful voyage took such a turn for the worse." Looking around at the crowd, he suddenly realized that a lot of people were looking at him. Turning, he realized that Gong Sun Wanner and Shin Manyao were right by him, and by chance, both of them happened to be smiling at him. They were 2 different smiles and 2 different facial expressions, but they were both very beautiful. All of a sudden, Bai Xiaochun's mood got even better. As of that moment, he discovered a new hobby. In the following days, he would take time every day to go for a stroll on deck, and would always make sure to chat openly with Chen Manyao and Gong Sun Wanner. As they smiled and laughed with him, many of the other cultivators in the area would look over enviously. The more looks like that he got, the more he liked this new hobby, and at the same time he felt less distant from Gong Sun Wanner. Gong Sun Wanner really is pretty when she smiles, he thought, glancing around proudly at the crowd. As he did, he noticed that up ahead, Zhao Tianjiao was standing there, looking as cold as a statue. During the past few days, he had caught sight of Zhao Tianjiao a few times, as well as Chen Yueshan. Both of them were superstars in the top 3 with extremely high status. They were the type of people who didn't need to have an entourage to provoke countless envious glances from the surrounding cultivators. As Zhao Tianjiao walked along, a group of 7 or 8 other cultivators trailed along behind him, looking very subservient. Bai Xiaochun actually recognized some of them from back on Sky Quarter Rainbow, when he'd gone around asking for help to get some 7-colored misty seagrass. Lowering his voice, he leaned over and said, "Hey Master Snort Snort, why do you think all of the superstars are so cold-looking? Zhao Tianjiao looks like he's above everyone else. And it's the same with Chun Yueshan and Heretic. They hardly ever hang out with anybody else, and spend most of their time in secluded meditation." Master God Diviner hesitated for a moment and then said, "Well, maybe they act that way because everyone expects them to be like that." Even as Bai Xiaochun contemplated this possibility, he looked over at Zhao Tianjiao and found that Zhao Tianjiao had turned and was looking back at him. Suddenly, their gazes met. Although Zhao Tianjiao's expression was placid, there was something intense within his eyes that Bai Xiaochun found to be almost painful. Of course, although Bai Xiaochun was definitely the type who feared death, he was not the type who shrank back when someone simply looked at him. As soon as he felt the painful intensity of Zhao Tianjiao's gaze, his own eyes began to shine as he stared back. Though no sound could be heard from the interlocking of their gazes, both of their minds filled with intense fluctuations. Bai Xiaochun's expression flickered, and he stopped walking, and then Zhao Tianjiao retracted his vision. And yet, unlike Bai Xiaochun, Zhao Tianjiao didn't stop walking. Instead, he headed in Bai Xiaochun's direction. Zhao Tianjiao occupied first place among the Starry Sky Dao Polarity superstars, so no matter where he went, he was always the center of attention. When people realized that he was walking toward Bai Xiaochun, everyone began to pay close attention. That was especially true considering that he was flanked by 7 or 8 followers, making it seem like a grand procession. Song Kei's expression turned very serious, and although Master God Diviner initially gaped in shock, his expression quickly became the same as Song Kei's. Even Chun Manyao looked surprised. The only one among the group whose expression was the same as ever was Gongsun Wanner, who even seemed interested to see what would happen with Zhao Tianjiao. As Zhao Tianjiao proceeded forward, silence fell upon the main deck. Everyone was watching as he slowly came to a stop right in front of Bai Xiaochun. His expression was as cold as ice, and he looked like a glistening, unsheathed sword, as powerful as a mountain who could look down upon everything below him. As he measured Bai Xiaochun up, Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, wondering what exactly was going on. After all, he and Zhao Tianjiao had only ever seen each other a few times, and had never even exchanged words. After a moment, Bai Xiaochun couldn't hold back from saying, "Elder brother Zhao?" Almost as soon as the words left Bai Xiaochun's mouth, Zhao Tianjiao responded in a cold voice, "Junior brother Bai, a word please?" Although Zhao Tianjiao didn't unleash any of his aura, considering his status and accomplishments in battle, he was the type of person that would leave anyone feeling cold with fear. "Huh," Bai Xiaochun replied, feeling a bit shocked. After a moment of thought, he nodded. The truth was that he wasn't scared, just curious as to why a superstar like Zhao Tianjiao would want to talk with him. Zhao Tianjiao's face remained as cold as ever as he headed toward the prow of the ship. As he neared, the cultivators who had originally been gathered there backed away to make room. More curious than ever, Bai Xiaochun followed along. Of course, he maintained his vigilance the entire way. Although he doubted that Zhao Tianjiao had any ill intentions, he was prepared for anything. Soon Bai Xiaochun and Zhao Tianjiao were alone at the prow of the ship, whereupon Zhao Tianjiao waved his right hand, causing a glittering shield of light to rise up that cut them off completely from everything outside. Clearly, this was not a defensive shield, but rather something that would block both sound and divine sense alike. As of this moment, the two of them would be able to speak freely without anyone else being able to hear. Bai Xiaochun's curiosity continued to mount as he looked expectantly at Zhao Tianjiao, waiting to hear what he had to say. Zhao Tianjiao stood there quietly for a moment looking at Bai Xiaochun, his expression extremely solemn, as though he were wrestling with an important issue. Bai Xiaochun's curiosity was reaching the boiling point, and as for everyone else on the main deck, they were watching the scene play out with various expressions on their faces. I wonder why eldest brother wants to talk with Bai Xiaochun? Something strange is going on. Could it have something to do with the death of Jifeng? Now that I think about, there was some friction between Jifeng and Bai Xiaochun right before Jifeng died. All sorts of speculations filled the hearts of the onlookers. Even as Bai Xiaochun was going to try to make his own guess, Zhao Tianjiao took a deep breath and said, "Junior brother Bai." Bai Xiaochun leaned forward intently. Looking very serious, Zhao Tianjiao said, "Junior brother Bai, those two girls you hang out with are pretty good-looking." "Huh," Bai Xiaochun said, stunned. Considering the serious look on Zhao Tianjiao's face, he almost wondered if he had misheard him. Listen, don't take this the wrong way, junior brother. I don't have any feelings for them. I just want to know how you managed to win them over. I've been watching you the past few days, and really want to understand how you managed to get two hotties like that to hang out with you." Zhao Tianjiao had a somber expression on his cold-looking face. He seemed tall and proud, like an unsheathed sword. And yet, the words he spoke caused Bai Xiaochun's eyes to go as wide as saucers. Had he not heard the words with his own two ears, Zhao Tianjiao's somber expression would have made it completely impossible for Bai Xiaochun to guess what it was he wanted to talk about. It was completely unexpected. Bai Xiaochun scratched his head, feeling a bit confused. Without even thinking about it, he said, "They're the ones who took to hanging out with me. I couldn't get rid of them if I tried." When Zhao Tianjiao heard this, his expression turned even more serious than before, and he even frowned. Considering his status and incredible battle prowess, a frown like that would make anyone who saw it feel like a thunderstorm were descending. Of course, no one could hear what the two of them were talking about. They could only see the expressions on their faces. First, they saw the incredulity and disbelief of Bai Xiaochun, and immediately began to come up with explanations for why he was reacting in such a way. "Something big is happening. Look, you guys." Bai Xiaochun is shaking his head. Now he's explaining something. This is really weird. Look at eldest brother's expression. It's even more serious than before. It's almost like he doesn't believe what Bai Xiaochun just told him. As the onlookers speculated about what was happening, Song Ke and Master God Diviner looked on in shock, completely unable to come up with any ideas of what Zhao Tianjiao and Bai Xiaochun might be talking about. Even Chun Manyao seemed very curious. Gong Sun Wan'er was the only one with a slight smile on her face. Meanwhile, up at the front of the ship, Bai Xiaochun was only just now recovering from his shock. It was with a very odd expression that he looked at Zhao Tianjiao, pondering how this was the first-place eldest brother from the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars, a person with a profound cultivation base who could cut down nascent soul experts. This is the kind of guy I should probably make friends with, he thought. That way, if someone picks on me in the wildlands, I'll have someone to help me out. Things will probably go much more smoothly with a friend like him. With these thoughts on his mind, Bai Xiaochun smiled and patted Zhao Tianjiao's shoulder like he would a close companion. Voice as casual as a spring breeze, he said, "Eldest brother." Zhao Tianjiao wasn't used to people touching him, and was about to back away, when he heard Bai Xiaochun's tone of voice, and could tell that he was speaking with heartfelt sincerity. Therefore, he allowed Bai Xiaochun to continue to clasp his shoulder. "You have to trust me on this one, eldest brother. Those two girls you saw me with, there are only two of them, right? Well, back in the river-defying sect, I got love letters from tens of thousands of girls." Bai Xiaochun sighed and tried not to look proud of himself. Assuming that Bai Xiaochun must be exaggerating, Zhao Tianjiao frowned. Of course, the expressions playing out on their faces fueled more discussions among the onlookers. That was especially true when Bai Xiaochun clasped Zhao Tianjiao's shoulder, and Zhao Tianjiao didn't back away. Shocked expressions appeared on the faces of everyone present. To these people, Zhao Tianjiao occupied the highest of high positions, and was a completely proud and aloof figure. He was the type of cold person that no one could ever get close to. Therefore, to see this sudden change in behavior was quite shocking. Back at the prow of the ship, Zhao Tianjiao was frowning in disappointment at Bai Xiaochun. In fact, he was actually planning to simply turn and leave. "Hey, you still don't believe me? All right, look at this." Bai Xiaochun hated when people didn't trust what he said. So he quickly patted his bag of holding, causing a rustling sound to fill the air as vast quantities of love letters began to spill out like rain. There were so many of them that they quickly formed a tiny mountain right there on the deck. Zhao Tianjiao gasped, his eyes going wide with shock and disbelief. He even picked up a few of the letters and read them, whereupon an expression of even greater astonishment appeared. It quickly became obvious that all of the love letters were written by different people, and were not fake. There were even some jade slips in the pile, within which could be seen the beautiful faces of the girls who had delivered them. This? Zhao Tianjiao was starting to pant, and his heart trembled fiercely as it was battered by waves of shock. He looked up slowly at Bai Xiaochun, the same expression in his eyes that he would have if he was facing a deva. Swishing his sleeve proudly, Bai Xiaochun stuck his chin up and said, "See? Now do you believe me? And this is only some of my collection. I have more in my bag of holding." With the snap of a finger, Bai Xiaochun won over the hearts of countless female cultivators in the river-defying sect. The strange scene which was now playing out caused the hearts and minds of the onlookers to be filled with both shock and speculation. No one could hear the words being spoken, and divine sense was useless, so all they could do was watch what was happening. When people saw the huge pile of letters pouring out of Bai Xiaochun's bag of holding, they gaped in shock. At first, many people didn't take the letters to be anything special, but soon people realized that many of them were folded up into the shape of hearts. What are those things? Heavens! Eldest brother is actually going through and reading some of them. Why do I get the feeling that those are love letters? Nah, no way. Have you ever seen anyone with that many love letters? There must be more than 10,000 of them. They're obviously not love letters. Besides, look at the expression on eldest brother's face. He's clearly privy to some mysterious secret, right? How come this Bai Xiaochun only proves to be more and more enigmatic? Of course, when Chen Manyao recognized the love letters, she made a shaw sound, seemingly unsure of whether to laugh or cry. Before people could look at the scene too closely to analyze what was happening, Zhao Tianjiao took a deep breath and waved his hand, causing the sound barrier to suddenly blur, making it impossible for anyone to even see the two of them. Expression extremely somber and profoundly sincere, Zhao Tianjiao clasped hands and bowed deeply to Bai Xiaochun. "Junior brother Bai, I almost can't believe that someone as young as you has such uncanny skill. I wonder if you might be willing to deign to teach me a thing or two." Bai Xiaochun was yet again taken aback by the strange sight of Zhao Tianjiao looking so serious and yet uttering such words. "You want to learn that kind of stuff?" Bai Xiaochun asked quizzically. Eyes shining with solemnity, Zhao Tianjiao took a deep breath and yet again bowed deeply. "Junior brother Bai, please teach me. I want to be happy in life, and if you can bless me with such kindness, I'll never forget it for as long as I live." Bai Xiaochun blinked a couple times as he finally came to realize what was going on. Zhao Tianjiao was clearly the type of person who seemed cold and distant on the outside, but was secretly very passionate and romantic. After a moment, Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily. "Hey, we're brothers, right? What do you mean teach you a thing or two? Let's schedule some time and I'll teach you everything I know. Just tell me which girl it is that you like. There's no challenge that love Saint Bai Xiaochun can't handle." He even slapped his chest confidently to emphasize his words. Zhao Tianjiao heaved a long sigh of relief. They immediately set a time to meet and discuss the matter further, after which Zhao Tianjiao bowed deeply, then dispelled the sealing shield and walked away somberly. Bai Xiaochun put all of the love letters away, and then strutted proudly back to his Tao protectors. Master God Diviner seemed very curious, and although Song Ke was feigning complete disinterest, it was obvious that he was paying close attention to Bai Xiaochun. After a moment, Master God Diviner couldn't hold back from asking, "Junior Patriarch, what were you talking about over there with Zhao Tianjiao?" "I can't say," Bai Xiaochun said, shaking his head in very enigmatic fashion. "It's a matter which touches on the most important thing in elder brother Zhao's life. How could I possibly reveal that information so casually?" Clasping his hands behind his back, he pompously strolled off toward his cabin. Of course, His secrecy only caused Master God Diviner and the others to grow more curious, and it was the same with everyone else who had been present to witness the scene. In fact, many people began making discreet inquiries to try to dig up information, although none of that produced any results. 3 days passed, during which time Bai Xiaochun never left his cabin. Instead, he waited patiently for Zhao Tianjiao to come consult with him. Seeing this, Master God Diviner couldn't help but ask about the situation a few more times, but each time, his inquiries were rebuffed. Finally, though, Bai Xiaochun sighed and said, "I'm waiting for someone." "Zhao Tianjiao," Master God Diviner replied, shocked. Even Song Kei's ears perked up. "That's right," Bai Xiaochun replied calmly. "The truth is that the only person on this entire battleship who can help him is me, Bai Xiaochun." With that, he closed his eyes and continued to meditate, looking prouder of himself than ever. Master God Diviner and Song Kei exchanged a quizzical glance. However, no amount of speculation on their part could provide any insight. Finally, when evening was falling on the third day, Zhao Tianjiao's voice could be heard outside the cabin door. "Is junior brother Bai in?" Master God Diviner and Song Kei looked over at Bai Xiaochun, who slowly opened his eyes. "Keier, hurry up and get the door. Manyao, please give us some privacy." Chun Manyao gave a light harumph. She had her own speculations about what was going on, but had no choice but to glide over to her room and close the door. As for Song Kei, his eyes widened to a glare, but he knew that he was a guest under someone else's roof. So therefore he simply gritted his teeth and went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Zhao Tianjiao appeared, solemn as ever as he walked in with 2 followers. The 2 followers had anxious expressions on their faces. They happened to be 2 of the chosen from the Hall of Devil Slayers that Bai Xiaochun had visited to ask for help buying medicinal ingredients. Back then, both of them had intentionally made things difficult for Bai Xiaochun. One of them had quoted an astronomical price, and the other had pretended to be in secluded meditation. How could they ever have imagined that Bai Xiaochun would suddenly rise to the top in spectacular fashion, reaching the violet portion of the rainbow and shaking the entire sect? Of course, even after all of that, they had still felt confident that Bai Xiaochun wouldn't come looking for revenge, not considering that they were followers of Zhao Tianjiao. But now, it was to their complete disbelief that they learned that Zhao Tianjiao and Bai Xiaochun were somehow very close to each other. What was even more shocking was that Zhao Tianjiao had a very serious expression on his face, and was being very polite. The 2 of them couldn't help but be quite shaken. Upon entering, Zhao Tianjiao took a deep breath and, completely ignoring the fact that Master God Diviner and Song Kei were still present, clasped hands and bowed deeply. "Junior brother Bai, I hope you won't laugh at me when I tell you that I've always been in love with junior sister Yueshan. I just don't know how to win her over. In terms of compensation, I'll give you anything you ask for, as long as it's in my power. Even a Deva beast soul." Master God Diviner took a deep breath, and Song Kei stood off to the side with a look of blank shock on his face. No matter how either of them had considered the matter, they could never have guessed that the preeminently proud Zhao Tianjiao would say something like that upon entering Bai Xiaochun's cabin. They weren't the only ones to be completely taken aback. Zhao Tianjiao's 2 followers were also struck with shock. That was especially true considering that the compensation Zhao Tianjiao was offering was a Deva beast soul. All 4 of the other cultivators present were completely flabbergasted by that. Back at the sect, a Deva beast soul could be traded for a nascent soul pill, which showed how incredibly valuable they were. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun sat there cross-legged, not even having bothered to rise to his feet. In fact, he was actually frowning in displeasure. Then he snorted coldly, flicked his sleeve and angrily said, "Elder brother Zhao, you and I got along with each other at first sight, and it was the sincerity of your request that convinced me to help you. And yet here you go and offer compensation? Do you really think that I, Bai Xiaochun, am the kind of person who cares about compensation from you?" Face turning even more grim, he continued, "Deva beast soul? Humph. If I want one of those, I'll get it myself. You may leave now, elder brother Zhao. See yourself out." Master God Diviner and Song Kei suddenly found it hard to breathe, and Zhao Tianjiao's 2 followers' jaws dropped. As for the latter, They had never heard anyone in the current generation of disciples speak to Zhao Tianjiao in such a way. Just as they were about to step forward and berate Bai Xiaochun, Zhao Tianjiao raised his hand to stop them. Giving Bai Xiaochun a deep look, he suddenly smiled, which was something he very rarely did. "How foolish of me, my brother. Please don't be angry." The sincerity of his smile and his words caused the hearts of his two followers to begin to pound even harder. They had been followers of Zhao Tianjiao for a very long time, and had never once seen him smile. Not only was that shocking in and of itself, but it also made them even more terrified of Bai Xiaochun. Laughing heartily, Bai Xiaochun rose to his feet. "Eldest brother, the truth is that I'm just trying to get the best you have to offer. You see, the reason I want to help you is not because I want to make a quick profit, but rather because I seek long-term compensation. And that compensation is none other than your friendship." Bai Xiaochun was of the opinion that the words he had spoken were particularly impressive, and was feeling quite proud of himself for coming up with them. Master God Diviner and Song Ke exchanged a glance, and even Zhao Tianjiao seemed surprised. But then, Zhao Tianjiao's smile grew even more sincere than before. Shaking his head, he sat down in front of Bai Xiaochun. "I'm in love with Chun Yueshan, Xiaochun. What am I supposed to do?" Bai Xiaochun sat down, placing a flagon of spirit alcohol down between them as he did. Master God Diviner, being as quick-witted as he was, quickly took it upon himself to serve them. Bai Xiaochun lifted his cup and took a sip, his eyes glittering faintly. Zhao Tianjiao didn't rush him. Taking a sip of his own alcohol, he sat there waiting for Bai Xiaochun to speak. It took Bai Xiaochun a moment to organize his thoughts, after which he began to speak, his expression placid, but seemingly profound, like someone who had long since achieved the Tao. "Love is a complex and ever-changing thing, like an entire world of interlocking thoughts and emotions. It's not common for people to be able to see things clearly when it comes to love, especially considering how many things affect it. Consider one's personality, one's actions, one's status, and one's other relationships all play a part, as well as sundry other factors." Placing his drinking vessel down, he slowly continued, "Loving someone is a simple thing. However, getting that person to love you back is a skill unto itself. Upon first entering the cultivation world, I did not shrink back from that tribulation called love, and in fact, dominated the field for decades. I received 37,931 love letters, and won the hearts of tens of thousands of young women. I've seen many instances of love, and seen many beautiful women age and fall by the wayside. Although I can't say that I understand everything about the topic, based on what I've experienced, I can claim to have learned a bit." Waving his sleeve, he stuck his chin up, and from the look in his eye, he seemed to have many profound thoughts running through his head. Master God Diviner's eyes went even wider than before, and as for Song Ke, his lips curled with a bit of scorn. The two of them exchanged a look, and both could see how much the other was scoffing at Bai Xiaochun's blatant, showy display. Zhao Tianjiao coughed dryly, and was about to say something when Bai Xiaochun suddenly gave him a piercing look. "What I am about to explain now is a secret that took me half a lifetime to perfect. Anyone who masters this secret will have the power to shake heaven and earth, and even cause signs to appear in the sky. Were it to fall into the wrong hands, wicked hands, it would lead to countless young women being struck witless with terror, and likely plunged into an abyss of misery. Therefore, all of you must remember that this is a secret which cannot be spread beyond this room. The field of love is like the field of battle. In battle, you seek victory, and in love, you seek to win the heart of the person you love. Therefore, I, Bai Xiaochun, have taken everything I have learned in life, and combined it all into a single character. Win." As he spoke, his voice grew louder and seemed to surge with intensity. When you break apart the character Wen Ying into all its smaller elements, you get Wang Death, Go Mouth, Your Moon, A Shell Money, Fan, and Mortal. The Death character represents an awareness of deadly crisis. The Mouth character represents the power to communicate properly. The Moon character represents how important timing and the environment are. The Shell Money character represents how important spirit stones are. The mortal character represents how you must always keep your mortal heart calm and peaceful, especially in critical moments. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Tianjiao's expression flickered. He wasn't the only one to react in such a way. Master God Diviner couldn't keep his expression calm, and Song Kei's mind began to spin with numerous thoughts. Even Zhao Tianjiao's 2 followers gasped, as though they had just received important enlightenment. Never before in their lives had they heard words spoken like this, and the more they thought about them, the more they made sense. This is the summary of all the insight of Love Saint by Xiaochun. My secret method, the wind charm. To emphasize his words, Bai Xiaochun slapped his hand down onto the ground, the sound of which echoed into the minds of everyone present, leaving them utterly shaken. This, Master God Diviner looked in shock at Bai Xiaochun, his mind filled with thoughts of the wind charm. Song Kei was gaping in disbelief, trying to figure out how Bai Xiaochun could possibly have come up with something like this. Zhao Tianjiao lost control of his breathing for a moment before calming down. As of this moment, he was completely convinced that Bai Xiaochun knew what he was talking about. He really was like a deva, and his wind charm left Zhao Tianjiao feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. Suddenly, whole new worlds of possibility had opened up. This guy took the battlefield that is love, he thought, and all the techniques and skills involved with it, and bound them together into a single character. Just how profoundly skilled is he? Zhao Tianjiao couldn't stop from rising to his feet, clasping hands, and bowing deeply to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun looked completely and utterly calm. Furthermore, at some unknown point, he had produced a fan, which he slowly swished through the air as he gazed around with an enigmatic smile on his face. The truth was that Bai Xiaochun hadn't come up with the wind charm on his own. He had received quite a bit of help from Imposter Nightcrypt. After all, back in the Bloodstream sect, Imposter Nightcrypt had gained a lot of experience in the love department. Although all of his experiences had left him shedding proverbial tears of blood, were it not for his special techniques, neither he nor anyone else in his position could ever have accomplished what he had. A profound look appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes as he slowly said, "The wind charm is just an overview, which I have explained to you today so that you can understand how the field of love is just like the field of battle. And now, I will give a more detailed explanation of the essence of the wind charm. Death, mouth, moon, shell money, mortal. The first aspect is the death character, which represents an awareness of deadly crisis. You need to be prepared for dangerous threats at any moment, and must always remind yourself that a crisis might be around the next corner. After all, Elder Sister Chun is a natural-born beauty with spectacular latent talent. You can't just simply think of her as a young woman with no Taoist partner. Obviously, there are many, many other disciples in the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect who secretly have a crush on her. So many that you have no way of knowing how many there are. In fact, forget about the sect as a whole. Even on this very ship, there are surely many disciples who are already in love with her. So if you ignore that sensation of crisis now, then you have already met defeat." To Zhao Tianjiao, Bai Xiaochun's words felt like a fist punching him in the face. Moments ago, he had felt as if he suddenly understood things more, but now he was left shaking in fear. The truth was that he truly did care about Chen Yueshan, but because of his personality, found it impossible to express himself directly. He didn't even know how to try to woo her. Therefore, when he had seen how easily Bai Xiaochun seemed to handle women, he had come to him for advice. First, he had been shaken by Bai Xiaochun's love letters, and then came the shocking wind charm. By now, he had complete and utter faith, and couldn't wait to hear what was coming next. "So, what am I supposed to do?" he asked anxiously. "Calm down," Bai Xiaochun said sincerely. "I'm not finished yet. Although you must always foster that sense of crisis, you mustn't let it show on your face. Keep it alive in your heart only. That way, you will always understand that time is limited." Zhao Tianjiao took a deep breath to calm himself down. Seeing that, Bai Xiaochun's eyes twinkled with approval. Nodding his head, he continued, "Very good. Now, let's move on to the mouth character, which represents communication and interaction. You say you love Elder Sister Chun, therefore, I won't even wait for your response to the next issue. Have you told her about your feelings or done anything to act on them? Obviously not, and that's fine. You don't want to be too hasty about such matters. However, you need to find more opportunities to interact with her. And when you do, you must be charming and witty. That's very important. And don't worry about what exactly to say. I'll teach you everything. Zhao Tianjiao began nervously, but couldn't even figure out what to say after that. After hearing everything that Bai Xiaochun had said so far, his heart was already filled with profound gratitude. Next, Bai Xiaochun continued, is the moon character, which represents timing and environment. We're all on a ship right now, and the two of you are staying on the same deck. That means you have the advantage in terms of location. With me on your side, you'll definitely succeed. He emphasized his last words by clapping his hands together loudly, then raising his voice and continuing. Next is the shell money character, which I don't think we even need to discuss. You surely have plenty of spirit stones. Last is the mortal character, which is very important, and is the antithesis of the death character. You see, despite embracing a sense of crisis within you, you must also have a calm heart. You must not let yourself get flustered. You have to keep control. And remember, as we proceed, I'll take care of everything. His voice seemed to thrum with encouragement and power, causing Zhao Tianjiao's blood to pump harder, and his mood to soar. As for Master God Diviner and the others present, when they heard Bai Xiaochun's more detailed explanation, they started to get even more excited and began to pay more close attention than ever. After all, they could tell that what Bai Xiaochun was saying could probably help them as well. Only Song Ke still felt a bit of derision, although even he couldn't quite tear himself away from listening. Coughing dryly, Bai Xiaochun said, "Don't get excited yet. I haven't finished speaking." Zhao Tianjiao personally refilled Bai Xiaochun's drinking vessel, after which Bai Xiaochun took a sip of alcohol to wet his throat. Then he continued, "My explanation of the wind charm was mostly so that you could understand why Love Saint Bai Xiaochun was able to dominate the field of love for decades. At this point, we need to start talking specifics. You see, on the field of love, you have to know yourself and know your enemy. Furthermore, you have to be willing to adapt. If you want to get her to fall in love with you, you first have to get on the good side of her friends and family. If they think you're a good person, then you'll be a good person to her, even if you really aren't." Bai Xiaochun spoke with complete and utter confidence, making his words utterly convincing. Master God Diviner suddenly slapped his thigh, and his eyes sparkled with bright light. Sitting up straight and tall, he looked at Bai Xiaochun with an expression of reverence. Clearly, he took Bai Xiaochun's words to be like gospel at this point. Bai Xiaochun, however, seemed a bit annoyed at the interruption. Looking askance at Master God Diviner for a moment, he continued, "There is a fact of which you might not be aware. When it comes to female cultivators, many of them lack a sense of security, something which is compounded by the brutal nature of the cultivation world. If you can give a girl a sense of security, then you will be like a beam of light on a dark night. She will naturally be drawn to you. Once you succeed in that, then you will have taken your first step toward success." In response to these words, Zhao Tianjiao's eyebrows shot up with excitement. Apparently, Master God Diviner was worried he might forget what he was hearing, and had pulled out a jade slip to inscribe the information permanently. As for Zhao Tianjiao's two followers, they were staring at Bai Xiaochun with looks of awe and reverence. There are two important techniques you must master. Put simply, they are both ways to get her attracted to you. After you acquire her attention, you need to do as the line from the ancient poem says, hold a lute in your arms and use it to cover your face. In other words, make yourself seem mysterious. When she approaches you, back off. When she backs away, get closer to her. After a number of such back and forth encounters, she will eventually be filled with unquenchable desire. And that, heh, is when you will finally have hooked her. Even Bai Xiaochun was getting excited by this point, and was waving his arms in dramatic gestures as he spoke. That is how to conceal the fact that you are pursuing her, and actually make it seem like she's the one pursuing you. Back in the Bloodstream sect, I used this exact method to win the heart of Kair's aunt. Song K's expression grew even darker, and all of a sudden, it made complete sense why his aunt, who had never been one to be attracted to the immature type, fell head over heels for Bai Xiaochun. Although Song K felt like simply walking out of the room, he had to admit that much of what Bai Xiaochun was saying could be useful in the future. Therefore, he quickly came up with an excuse to stay behind. I'm definitely going to make sure my aunt knows the truth about this Bai Xiaochun, he thought. Zhao Tianjiao was completely shaken. Given the expression on Song K's face, it was obvious that Bai Xiaochun wasn't lying. Therefore, Zhao Tianjiao's confidence only continued to grow. At that point, though, you will not have secured your win on the field of love. Your position will still be very precarious, and you will have to work hard to consolidate your standing. Bai Xiaochun felt extremely proud of himself at how shaken everyone was by his words. The truth was that during the past 3 days, he had spent a lot of time discussing the matter with Imposter Nightcrypt, and had himself been quite shaken by what he had heard. I understand, Zhao Tianjiao said excitedly. I get what you mean by consolidating my standing. It's like cultivation. After you make a breakthrough, you have to stabilize your cultivation base. I get it. No, you don't get it, Bai Xiaochun barked, glaring. What you get is how to build upon existing feelings. That's not what I'm talking about. The highest realm in this aspect of love is being able to keep your distance. You need to get her worked up emotionally, to give her the feeling that she could lose you at any moment. That's when you finally make your move. You absolutely, positively must not spend too much time with her during this phase. If you do, she'll be too complacent regarding the growing feelings between the two of you. You must make her treasure such feelings. You must make her hell-bent on being with you. Remember, the easier something is to get, the less precious it will be in the end. Suddenly, Bai Xiaochun lapsed into silence. An expression of reminiscence and longing appeared on his face, as though he were lost in his memories of love and the bittersweet recollections of an immature youth. The truth was that he was actually thinking back to what he and Imposter Nightcrypt had discussed, reviewing what came next in the speech, and mentally rehearsing how to say it. After enough time passed for 2 incense sticks to burn, his thoughts were in order. Of course, during that time, Zhao Tianjiao was on the verge of prostrating himself in admiration, and was convinced that Bai Xiaochun must abound with countless stories regarding love and relationships. In any other circumstance, there was no way that Zhao Tianjiao, with his level of experience in life, would be so easily swayed. But the truth was that his heart was completely wrapped up with thoughts of Chen Yueshan. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun's words left him totally shaken, and the way Bai Xiaochun was explaining things left him utterly bereft of any powers of judgment. Eyes still flickering with the gleam of reminiscence, Bai Xiaochun began to speak in a voice so soft it seemed that he had forgotten about Zhao Tianjiao's presence. You have to take your time. Make it seem like you are slowly coming to accept her. Then, when the moment is right, you give her the surprise of her life. Make her feel that the only reasonable decision is to become your Taoist partner. Up to that point, she will have been stewing in nervousness over the prospect of losing you, only to be suddenly overwhelmed with joy. When that happens for you, elder brother Zhao, I will finally be able to offer my congratulations to you for succeeding. At this point, he seemed to have fully emerged from his memories of the past, and looked over at Zhao Tianjiao. Raising his voice, he said, However, I have to warn you, elder brother Zhao, relationships are not easy, and since you are going at it with a long and complicated plan, you must promise to never cast your loved one away. If you do, you will surely be punished by the heavens. By this point, Bai Xiaochun's words were spoken so loudly that they were almost deafening. Zhao Tianjiao was completely shaken, and immediately jumped to clasp hands and bow deeply, expression serious, and eyes shining with determination. He spoke in the most decisive of decisive voices. I, Zhao Tianjiao, hereby solemnly swear that if I can tie the knot with junior sister Yueshan, then she will be my only Taoist partner for my entire life. If I break my oath, may the heavens destroy me and the earth bury me. Good, Bai Xiaochun said, nodding approvingly like a member of the senior generation. Since that's the case, then it's not in vain that I, love Saint Bai Xiaochun, have explained my secrets to you. Then he looked over at Master God Diviner, Song Ke, and Zhao Tianjiao's 2 followers. The same goes for the rest of you too. Master God Diviner didn't hesitate for a moment to swear a similar oath. As for Song Ke, when Bai Xiaochun looked directly at him, he felt a bit guilty, and almost swore an oath, but finally just snorted and refused to speak. As for Zhao Tianjiao's 2 followers, they were completely shaken, and didn't even think twice about swearing oaths. Bai Xiaochun nodded in satisfaction. After taking another sip of alcohol, he looked at the fervent Zhao Tianjiao, then smiled and stuck his chin up. Very well, the formalities having been dispensed with, the time has come for you to go ingratiate yourself with elder sister Yueshan's close friends and family. Wait, Zhao Tianjiao said miserably. I can't do that. Junior sister Yueshan only has 2 good friends, and both of them left for the wildlands years ago. Furthermore, in terms of her family, her father is my master and he's very strict. How can I ingratiate myself with him? Your master is old 3 Eyes? Bai Xiaochun said, his jaw dropping. Zhao Tianjiao cleared his throat and was thinking of correcting the way Bai Xiaochun referred to his master, but considering that he was here asking for help, he pretended that he hadn't noticed. Bai Xiaochun's heart suddenly surged as he realized that if he could get Zhao Tianjiao and Chen Yueshan together, then it would essentially mean that he would have a deva on his side. He immediately began to consider more ways to handle Zhao Tianjiao's situation. After a moment, his eyes began to sparkle. Very well, let's shift tactics. You need to get elder sister Yueshan's attention. Therefore, we need to know what type of man she likes. I'm not sure, Zhao Tianjiao said, looking even more miserable than before. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. The easiest way to get an idea about someone's personality is to look at the clothing they wear. How about this? You leave it to me to pick what clothes to wear over the next few days. It shouldn't take long to figure out what she likes. As Bai Xiaochun imagined all the different clothing he would have Zhao Tianjiao wear, he couldn't help but muse that this was the perfect plan. With that, he pulled Zhao Tianjiao closer and began to whisper into his ear the details of which outfits he should get ready. Zhao Tianjiao's expression flickered. His eyes went wide, he hissed, he gasped, and soon, a bitter expression appeared on his face. Do we really have to do it that way? Yes, absolutely. Pay attention to her reaction. If she frowns or simply looks away, it means she doesn't like that outfit. If she looks more closely, it means she's interested. Either way, you need to keep me informed immediately of all developments. Zhao Tianjiao seemed to be vacillating, leading Master God Diviner and the others to wonder exactly what outfits Bai Xiaochun wanted Zhao Tianjiao to wear. But finally, Zhao Tianjiao decided to throw caution to the wind. Gritting his teeth, he nodded and said, I'll do whatever you say. Teeth gritted and eyes bloodshot, Zhao Tianjiao said, Tomorrow morning, I'll go through with your plan. Heart swelling with determination, he gave Bai Xiaochun a deep bow of thanks, and then turned and left. His 2 followers exchanged awkward glances, then bowed to Bai Xiaochun and hurried to follow Zhao Tianjiao back to Deck 2. After Zhao Tianjiao and his followers left, Master God Diviner rose to his feet and looked over at Bai Xiaochun with a look of complete reverence, having been completely overwhelmed by Bai Xiaochun's mastery of the ways of love. As the expression goes, listening to the words of a wise man can be superior to 10 years of studying from books, and that was exactly how Master God Diviner felt now. If he could master Bai Xiaochun's consummate techniques, then after he got back to the river-defying sect, he would have the power to rebuke the heavens and rise to the pinnacle of all creation. Such thoughts left Master God Diviner completely excited, and he immediately stepped forward to refill Bai Xiaochun's drinking vessel with alcohol. Junior Patriarch, you must be tired from all that speaking. Please quench your parched throat. Chin tilting up, Bai Xiaochun looked at Master God Diviner, and felt quite pleased to see how subserviently he was acting. Taking a drink of alcohol, he nodded approvingly. At first, Master God Diviner was a bit taken aback, but he quickly recovered and said, Junior Patriarch, your shoulders must be tired. Come, allow me to massage them. With that, he hurried over and began to knead Bai Xiaochun's shoulders. Junior Patriarch, he continued politely, if you want it softer or harder, just say the word. Feeling extremely pleased with himself, Bai Xiaochun laughed loudly and continued to fan himself. As far as he was concerned, he really was incredible. By consolidating and then revealing all of Imposter Nightcrypt's skills and knowledge, he had left everyone completely flabbergasted. Song Ke couldn't take this scene anymore. Although secretly, he was quite shaken. He would never deign to reveal that fact to Bai Xiaochun though. Snorting lightly, he rose to his feet to leave when, all of a sudden, Master God Diviner asked a very interesting question. Junior Patriarch, I'm very curious about the advice you gave to Zhao Tianjiao a moment ago. What kind of clothes did you tell him to wear? Bai Xiaochun straightened out his sleeve and replied, Oh, you want to know that? At this point, Master God Diviner decided to go all in with the flattery. Junior Patriarch, you are consummately wise, intelligent, and courageous. I know that I'm not smart enough to hide my curiosity from you, sir, so I figured I might as well ask directly. Bai Xiaochun simply couldn't cover up how proud he was of himself. Laughing, he continued, Well, that's true. I'm Love Saint Bai Xiaochun. I dominated the field of love for decades. What is there that I haven't seen? Ah, whatever. You can't go up to deck 2 to see for yourselves tomorrow. That would interfere with the plan anyway. With that, Bai Xiaochun slapped his bag of holding and produced his copper mirror. Kair, why don't you deliver this mirror over to elder brother Zhao? Tell him to keep it on his person so that we can see what's happening, and I can give him instructions as needed. Song Ke hesitated, but caught the mirror as Bai Xiaochun tossed it over. Although he was inclined to refuse, he was also curious about the plan with Zhao Tianjiao, and therefore, gritted his teeth and left to deliver the mirror. Nothing happened during the night. The following morning, Bai Xiaochun, Master God Diviner, Song Ke and Chun Manyao were all gathered around a jade slip, which emanated a soft light above it in the form of a screen. The images on the screen were very clear, and revealed a room that was vastly larger and more luxurious than Bai Xiaochun's. In addition to the room, Zhao Tianjiao was there, although only his face was visible at the moment. He was frowning, apparently vacillating about what to do, and also clearly aware that Bai Xiaochun could see him. Finally, after a long moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, This is all for the sake of junior sister Yueshan. I'm gonna put everything on the line. Zhao Tianjiao took a moment to gather his focus, and then, without any hesitation, performed an incantation gesture with his right hand. Instantly, a field of mist appeared around him, from within which could be heard loud rustling sounds. Since Bai Xiaochun and the others were observing through the copper mirror, it was impossible to see through that mist unless they used some special techniques. Considering that Master God Diviner, Song Ke, and Chen Manyao were all extremely curious about what was happening. Soon, the rustling sounds faded away, but the mist remained in place. Apparently, Zhao Tianjiao wasn't willing to emerge from inside. Time passed. A lot of time. Finally, Zhao Tianjiao's eyes could be seen from within the mist, shining as brightly as stars. Xiaochun, you can hear me, right? He said, his voice quavering a bit. Based on my observations, every day at about this time, junior sister Yueshan emerges from her cabin. Therefore, I'm going to do just as you asked. I'm going to walk out and make sure that she sees me. Zhao Tianjiao seemed very nervous. So nervous in fact that even having a higher cultivation base wouldn't have enabled him to control it. And yet, in addition to that nervousness, there was also a hint of excitement. A moment later, Zhao Tianjiao's eyes narrowed, and then the mist began to vanish, and he strode toward the door. By the time the door opened, the mist had vanished, revealing a sight that left Master God Diviner, Song Ke, and Chun Manyao's eyes as wide as saucers. He was wearing a pink outfit, including pink trousers, a pink hat, and pink robes. Everything was pink. Even his face seemed pink, although that was likely from embarrassment. Most noteworthy of all was that he held a pink, feathered fan in his hand. Zhao Tianjiao looked absolutely nothing like he usually did. Usually, he was cool and aloof, a higher being of sorts, a person with no expression on his wooden, ice-cold face. But now he was completely pink, almost as if he were trying to be flirtatious. It was a shocking transformation, and even Bai Xiaochun, who had come up with this idea to begin with, felt like his mind was being struck by lightning. As all the observers reeled in shock, Zhao Tianjiao gritted his teeth and, according to the plan put in place, he strode out the door with a coquettish look on his face. He fanned himself slowly, his eyes narrowed, and even went so far as to pull out a pink flower and bite it between his teeth. As he strolled in the direction of Chen Yueshan's cabin, he looked like the picture of an important government official on his way to take some liberties with women. That's really Elder Brother Zhao, Master God Diviner stammered. Song Ke was just as shaken, and Chen Manyao's eyes were wide with shock. It was in that very moment that the door of Chen Yueshan's cabin opened, and she walked out into the open. She stood tall and straight, clad in a green robe, apparently having just bathed. There were even a few beads of moisture on her neck that made her look as beautiful as a water lily. Although it wouldn't be correct to call her one of the most beautiful women in existence, she was definitely the type to catch the attention of any male. Apparently, she was on her way to the deck to enjoy the sea breeze, but even as she slowly pushed open the door to her cabin, her eyes fell upon Zhao Tianjiao. In that instant, her eyes went so wide they became completely round. Her jaw dropped, and she forgot to keep pushing the door open. As for Zhao Tianjiao, he was so nervous that he couldn't think of anything to say, and before he could think of what to do, Chen Yueshan recovered her senses. Eyes going blank, she stepped back into her cabin and slammed the door shut. The slamming of the door struck Zhao Tianjiao senseless for a moment, and the flower even fell out of his mouth. Then he hurried back into his own cabin and pulled out the copper mirror. "Well, how did it go, Xiaochun?" he said. I feel like things were a bit off." As of this moment, the crestfallen Zhao Tianjiao didn't seem at all like the eldest brother of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. Instead, he seemed more like a confused teenager. "Stand firm, Elder Brother Zhao," Bai Xiaochun said solemnly, projecting his words through the copper mirror to Zhao Tianjiao. "Did you forget what I said to you about keeping your mortal heart calm? I saw everything that happened just now." Elder Sister Yueshan's reaction was completely normal. "Don't worry at all. We just need to keep doing things as planned." Bai Xiaochun seemed to be struggling to sound confident, but Zhao Tianjiao didn't notice. After hearing Bai Xiaochun's words, he steeled himself, took a deep breath, and nodded solemnly. "I'll do whatever you say. Trust me," Bai Xiaochun said, slapping his chest. "What happened just now is no problem at all." The truth was he was feeling a bit guilty about what had happened, but did his best to sound encouraging. Gritting his teeth, he became more determined than ever to help his elder brother Zhao win over the beautiful Chen Yueshan. The following morning at dawn, Zhao Tianjiao paced back and forth in his room, building up his courage. When he was ready, he swished his sleeve and summoned the mist. When he pushed open the door and dispelled the mist, he was wearing a completely different set of clothing. In the same moment that Zhao Tianjiao walked out of his room, Chen Yueshan's door opened and she slowly walked out, dressed exactly the same as she had been the day before. Even as she walked out, she subconsciously turned to look at Zhao Tianjiao. Today, Zhao Tianjiao wasn't wearing pink. This time, he wore a long white robe and a scholar's hat, making him look completely different than before. He seemed refined and learned, a man of erudite knowledge, righteous instead of cold, and even smiling broadly. The smile was a bit stiff, but compared to his usual self, he seemed much warmer. Most astonishing of all were the deep emotions which swirled in his eyes, emotions that Zhao Tianjiao didn't need any help from Bai Xiaochun to put on display. As he stood there outside of the door of his cabin, he looked like the picture of a young scholar preparing to go take the imperial examinations. As soon as Chen Yueshan looked over, she saw him, and their gazes met. At that point, Chen Yueshan's jaw dropped, and she gasped. Without even thinking about it, she took a few steps back, and appeared to be on the verge of hurrying away down the corridor. However, the strangeness of the situation caused her to turn and walk back into her cabin, after which the door slammed shut behind her. Doing his best to control his nervous breathing, Zhao Tianjiao hurried back into his own cabin. He seemed to be a lot less flustered than the day before, though, and was continuously reminding himself to remain calm. She doesn't like playboys and doesn't like scholars. Xiaochun was right. I really need to try out multiple angles here. On the third morning when Chen Yueshan walked out, she couldn't help but look over in the direction of Zhao Tianjiao's cabin, whereupon she instantly caught sight of him standing there. This time he was wearing a full suit of armor, with a great sword strapped to his back. The way he bristled with a murderous aura made him seem like a matchless hero, a general ready to charge into the thick of battle. Yet again, Chen Yueshan was completely taken aback. However, instead of being confused, she was more curious about what was happening, and even thought about asking Zhao Tianjiao what was going on. However, the strangeness of the situation made her a bit embarrassed to do that, and after a moment of hesitation, she went back into her room. "Keep up the good work, elder brother Zhao," Bai Xiaochun said excitedly via voice transmission. "You'll succeed in no time. It seems that elder sister Yueshan has abandoned any plans to go up to the deck. That indicates that you've attracted her attention." Zhao Tianjiao was also getting excited, as he could sense that things were already a bit different between him and Chen Yueshan. Feeling more confident in Bai Xiaochun than ever, he hurried to prepare the following morning's attire. On the fourth day, Chen Yueshan hesitated in her cabin before finally deciding to go outside at the same time she usually did. This time when she opened the door, it wasn't with the intention of going to the main deck, but rather, to see what crazy antics Zhao Tianjiao would get up to. As soon as she emerged, she didn't even have a chance to look over at his cabin before she realized that the corridor was filled with the dazzling twinkle and glow of pearls and gold. Today, Zhao Tianjiao looked like the epitome of a rich and powerful person. He was festooned with countless spirit pearls and other treasures, including at least 3 rings of holding on every finger on both of his hands, for a total of more than 30. His forearms were also completely filled with bracelets of holding. He seemed proud and arrogant, as if he were the richest person in all the world. As soon as Chen Yueshan saw him like this, her eyes went wide, and she was convinced that something was wrong with Zhao Tianjiao. Frowning, she hurried back into her room, her eyes sparkling a bit, and her heart pounding for some unknown reason as she thought back on the events of the past few days. Crestfallen, Zhao Tianjiao paced back and forth in his room. "I'm finished, Xiaochun. Finished. I told you that junior sister Yueshan wasn't so lowbrow. I should never have dressed up like that." "Calm down," Bai Xiaochun said sternly. "We want to give Chen Yueshan just enough rope to hang herself with. Only by dressing up in this fashion could you provide the perfect foil for tomorrow, and leave her truly shaken. Don't worry, I've already decided what you're going to wear. It's time to pull out our trump card." "Trump card." Shivering, Zhao Tianjiao looked at the copper mirror, his eyes shining brightly. "That's right. After the past few days of observation, I, love Saint Bai Xiaochun, can draw upon my decades of experience to see through all of elder sister Yueshan's defenses." With that, he laughed loudly. However, inside, his confidence was beginning to waver a bit. So far, the plan had not quite gone as he had expected. Based on his original assumptions, it should have only taken 4 days of dressing up to identify what Chen Yueshan liked. However, as of this moment, she was completely unreadable. It almost seems like she likes all of them, and at the same time, none of them. After some more thought, he was convinced that it was time to deal the finishing blow. The night passed quickly. Zhao Tianjiao was too nervous to do any meditation and kept pacing around, thumping himself on the chest. When the appointed time came, he rushed out of his cabin under the careful observation of Bai Xiaochun and his Dao protectors. Outside, he stamped his foot down and then began to remove his clothing. One piece at a time fell to the ground until he was almost completely unclothed, revealing his strong, muscular body. He even pulled out a vial of medicinal oil that Bai Xiaochun had provided and spread it out on his skin, making him look even more athletic than before, as if he were on the verge of unleashing explosive and shocking power. He had an almost perfect physique with tight muscles bulging out everywhere, making him almost like the ultimate representation of manly attractiveness. This was the trump card that Bai Xiaochun had prepared for Zhao Tianjiao. Zhao Tianjiao wasn't quite thinking straight at the moment, otherwise he would never have agreed to do something like this. However, he had already followed the plan up to this point, so there was no going back now. He could only grit his teeth as he placed all of his hopes on Bai Xiaochun's plan. He even began to practice a few poses that Bai Xiaochun had taught him. Chen Yuishan's door opened, and she cautiously stepped outside, looking slightly scared. Then she looked over in the direction of Zhao Tianjiao's cabin, and saw him standing there bare-chested, shifting from one pose to another. At that point, her mind began to spin as she was shaken to the core. After seeing all of Zhao Tianjiao's strange transformations over the past few days, Chen Yuishan finally couldn't hold back anymore. Overwhelmed by curiosity, she finally said, Elder brother Zhao, what are you doing?" To hear her speak was almost too much for Zhao Tianjiao to take. Thankfully, he had been practicing remaining calm, and thus he stuck to the plan. Maintaining the pose he had just struck, he turned his head and looked deeply into Chen Yuishan's eyes. His eyes burned in a way that caused her heart to begin to pound, and suddenly, a flush spread out over her face. Seemingly flustered, she suddenly rushed back into her cabin. When Zhao Tianjiao saw that, he got so excited he couldn't control himself anymore. "I did it, Xiaochun. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? Not only did she talk to me, but she actually looked me up and down a few times. And she blushed." Back in his own cabin, Bai Xiaochun slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Now that's more like it. This indicates that elder sister Yueshan likes it when you look strong and enticing." He couldn't be more excited that the plan he had designed and executed had finally made some major progress. Moments later, Zhao Tianjiao was back in his cabin, pacing back and forth in excitement, his eyes shining brightly. "How could I have never noticed that junior sister Yueshan liked me when I looked like that? You're awesome, Xiaochun. Ha ha ha." "Yeah, I know," Bai Xiaochun said. "Like I said, this was a trump card designed by Love Saint Bai Xiaochun." Clearing his throat, he continued in a stern tone, "However, it's too early to get excited. This is only the first step. You've got elder sister Yueshan's full attention, but now we need to solidify things. We need to make sure that she gets even more attracted to you than ever, and that your face is burned indelibly into her heart." Zhao Tianjiao immediately nodded. Looking very serious, he said, "What do you want me to do?" Bai Xiaochun rubbed the bridge of his nose as he sat there in thought. After a long moment, he looked up, and his eyes were shining even more brightly than before. "Elder brother Zhao, we can't delay our next move. We get to work tomorrow. It's been a few days since elder sister Yueshan has gone up to the main deck. If she doesn't see you out in the corridor tomorrow, then she'll probably go outside. Therefore, you need to be there waiting for her, in a place where there are a lot of waves crashing against the side of the ship. Remember, you need to wear some really thin clothes. Once elder sister Yueshan appears, make sure some of the heaven-span sea waves splash on you and soak your clothes. That way, your strong, muscular body will again be completely revealed to elder sister Yueshan. That will make her even more attracted to you than ever." Master God Diviner, Song Ke, and Chun Manyao all stood off to the side, strange expression on their faces as they listened in on the conversation. After a moment of silence, Zhao Tianjiao said, "I'll do whatever you say, Xiaochun." Early the next morning, Bai Xiaochun rushed up to the main deck. The past few days, he had become completely wrapped up in helping Zhao Tianjiao pursue Chen Yueshan. He took great pleasure in the sense of accomplishment it gave him, and as for his Dao protectors, they were also part of the whole effort. So it was with no little curiosity that they also headed up to the deck to see how events would play out. It was early in the morning, and was somewhat of a stormy day. Great golden waves would occasionally slam into the ship, sending golden water spraying onto the deck. Heaven-span sea water could be very dangerous to ordinary cultivators, but Top Chosen could endure it for quite some time. Superstars such as Zhao Tianjiao wouldn't be harmed in any short period of time. A bit of water splashing on someone like him wouldn't corrode his skin at all, and he wouldn't truly be harmed unless he was submerged in the water itself. Time ticked by, and soon it was noon. As Bai Xiaochun waited, the wind and the waves began to die down. Not a cloud could be seen in the sky. Bai Xiaochun was just starting to get nervous, and was even thinking of changing his plan, when Zhao Tianjiao finally appeared. He looked over at Bai Xiaochun and smiled, but then put a serious expression on as he strode confidently toward a place on the deck where the waves splashed especially vigorously. Standing there, he looked back in the direction of Deck 2. Just when Bai Xiaochun was about to transmit some reminders to Zhao Tianjiao, Chen Yueshan appeared on Deck 2, strolling along, a slight frown on her face. Apparently, she was a bit disappointed at not having seen Zhao Tianjiao out in the corridor like she usually did. As soon as she emerged into the open and headed to the main deck, she saw Zhao Tianjiao standing there at the prow of the ship, his eyes burning with passion. Instantly, their gazes locked. By this point, even Bai Xiaochun could see that there was something different between Zhao Tianjiao and Chen Yueshan. "Don't miss this opportunity," he murmured, feeling shaken. If Zhao Tianjiao didn't strike while the iron was hot, then all of their work so far would have been a waste. They might be able to continue on with other plans in the future, but they would never be able to recover their original momentum. Worst of all was that because of the sudden calm in the wind and the waves, there was no ocean spread, which caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to begin to pound with anxiety. He wasn't the only nervous one. Zhao Tianjiao's anxiety was also mounting. Seeing that the opportunity was about to slip through their fingers, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth and then drew upon the full cultivation base power of his gold core, as well as his undying live forever technique and blood qi, to summon an enormous blood sword. Simultaneously, he sprang into motion, shooting toward Zhao Tianjiao at high speed. Even as he flew through the air, the blood sword materialized, and he grabbed it, swinging toward the water outside of the ship. "Don't even think of trying to escape, you weird old fish." His blood sword screamed through the air, piercing into the seawater and, backed by the full force of Bai Xiaochun's power, causing a huge wave to swell up. As the wave smashed into the side of the ship, it turned into countless droplets, some of which splashed onto Bai Xiaochun, while the others drenched Zhao Tianjiao. Zhao Tianjiao had already been wearing somewhat thin garments, and now that they were soaked with seawater, they became almost completely translucent. Furthermore, they stuck to his skin, revealing his perfect physique and bulging muscles to everyone gathered on the deck. The glittering sunlight which fell from above made Zhao Tianjiao look almost like he was made from gold. The shocking sight was made even more unique because of the fact that Bai Xiaochun had also been soaked. Bai Xiaochun was a bit thin, but handsome, and considering that the sun was also shining down on him, it made him look like an immortal. As he turned his head, his hair swung through the air, making him look completely beyond the ordinary. Although he and Zhao Tianjiao looked completely different, both of them were the type that numerous female cultivators would swoon over, and in fact all such young women on deck were staring at them. Chen Yueshan's heart began to pound as she looked Zhao Tianjiao up and down, her face flushing. Some of the other cultivators present were looking at Bai Xiaochun, curiosity rising up in their hearts. Not only did Bai Xiaochun look almost otherworldly, but the fact that an attack backed by his late core formation cultivation base was powerful enough to cause waves to rise up on the surface of the Heavenspan Sea showed what incredible battle prowess he possessed. Suddenly, people recalled the fight between Bai Xiaochun and the statue of Gongsun Wan'er, and thoughtful expressions appeared on their faces. Excitement surged in Zhao Tianjiao's heart as he saw Chen Yueshan looking at him, and noticed the flush on her cheeks. Before meeting Bai Xiaochun, nothing like this had ever happened before, and at the moment, he was filled with such boundless gratitude that he felt as if he had no choice but to give voice to it. However, that was when Bai Xiaochun grabbed him. "You need to quit while you're ahead," hissed. "Did you forget what I told you before? Don't get impatient." Zhao Tianjiao nodded, and the two of them quickly turned to leave. Many eyes followed them as they walked away, and numerous hearts were shaken at the realization that Bai Xiaochun and Zhao Tianjiao seemed to be quite close with each other. Lots of people want to be friends with elder brother Zhao, but he's too lofty. You just can't get close to him. How did Bai Xiaochun do it? Plus, you can tell from the look on his face that elder brother Zhao really trusts Bai Xiaochun. Even as murmured conversations broke out, Bai Xiaochun dragged Zhao Tianjiao back to his cabin. After changing clothes, They sat down across from each other to confer. Zhao Tianjiao was bursting with excitement. The events of the past few days had been too special and important for him to maintain his calm. Xiaochun, as of this point, I'm absolutely sure that junior sister Yueshan is attracted to me, and not just perfunctorily either. So, what's the next step? The look in his eye as he faced Bai Xiaochun was one of utter sincerity and anticipation. Don't worry, Bai Xiaochun said with a confident smile. I'll take care of everything. Then his expression turned somber. Getting her attracted to you is just the first step. We'll definitely get her to fall in love with you as well. However, don't get overconfident. A good start doesn't necessarily guarantee the perfect outcome. There are a lot of important things left to do, and you have a long way to go to reach your goal. Are you ready for that, elder brother Zhao? I'll do whatever you say, Xiaochun, Zhao Tianjiao said, looking equally as somber. Bai Xiaochun nodded in satisfaction. Remember what I said about a sense of security? That's the most important thing to think about right now. You have to make sure that you give elder sister Yueshan that sense of security. When she is in danger, you have to thrust yourself in harm's way, perhaps even being injured to keep her safe. Zhao Tianjiao frowned thoughtfully. A sense of security? Considering junior sister Yueshan's cultivation base and status, there isn't much on this ship that could make her feel insecure. Apparently angered that Zhao Tianjiao was falling short of expectations, Bai Xiaochun slapped the table and said, Not much that could make her feel insecure? Have you forgotten about that unclean thing? Listen, you can secretly set up a spell formation just outside elder sister Yueshan's cabin door. Then when that unclean thing shows up again, it will get trapped, and you can be the first person to jump out and attack it. Not only will that show how mighty you are, but it will also show that you will always be there to protect elder sister Yueshan. With you there, she will definitely have a sense of security. Zhao Tianjiao apparently wasn't very impressed by this plan. I can easily set up a spell formation, but I can't control when the unclean thing shows up. What happens if it never comes back? Or never goes near junior sister Yueshan's cabin? Bai Xiaochun felt a headache coming on. Recently, he had come to find that although Zhao Tianjiao was cold and proud, he was not very flexible and always tended to think of things one way. Come on, don't be stupid, he said. You're the number one chosen in the sect, right? Don't tell me you don't have some confidence? Have your confidence dress up like the unclean thing. Then you show up, an invincible knight in shining armor there to save the princess. Also, he continued, you need to remember the right thing to say in the critical moment. You say, Junior Sister Yueshan, as long as I'm around, I'll never let anyone harm a hair on your head. Zhao Tianjiao thought it sounded a bit corny, and initially hesitated. However, considering how much he trusted Bai Xiaochun's sense of judgment, he finally nodded. Producing a jade slip, he sent a message to summon his followers. Before long, 8 of his followers showed up at Bai Xiaochun's cabin, one after the other. All of them clasped hands and bowed to Bai Xiaochun and Zhao Tianjiao, expressions of utter respect on their faces as they wondered why they had been called. Xiaochun, which ones do you think would do best? Zhao Tianjiao asked. Bai Xiaochun looked the group over. Eventually, his eyes came to fall upon the 2 cultivators from the Hall of Devil Slayers on Sky Quarter Rainbow, the same ones who had offended him not too long ago. Even as they shivered, he said, These 2 junior brothers look familiar. How about them? The 2 followers already had bad feelings about what was to come. Seeing that Bai Xiaochun had already made his choice, Zhao Tianjiao dismissed the others, then turned to look at the 2 who had been selected. This is one of the most important things in my entire life, he said to them. And it all depends on you too. The 2 cultivators immediately got nervous, and at the same time, felt ill premonitions about what was to come. They exchanged a quick glance, but knowing that they had no choice in the matter, they both nodded and asked what they were supposed to do. After Zhao Tianjiao explained everything, the followers' eyes turned blank with shock. Upon hearing that they were to dress up as villains and then allow Zhao Tianjiao to beat them up, they couldn't help but grumble inwardly at how Bai Xiaochun nursed his grudges. How could he still be interested in getting revenge over a minor event from so long ago? However, Zhao Tianjiao was obviously very serious about the matter, and they were his followers, so they had no choice but to agree. Clasping hands, Zhao Tianjiao bowed and said, "Don't worry. When I attack you, it will look quite fierce, but I won't hit you very hard. You'll have plenty of time to just run away." The two followers gritted their teeth as they glanced furtively at Bai Xiaochun. By this point, they had both determined to never again do anything to provoke him. It was truly frightening how he never let anything go, and wreaked his revenge in the most complicated ways. Bai Xiaochun stood off to the side, all smiles. Inwardly, he was snorting coldly. The truth was that he really had nursed that grudge, and when he thought about how one of these cultivators had asked for 1,000,000 merit points to help him, and the other had told him to wait for 5 years, he couldn't help but feel angry. After going over the plan several times, the two followers left miserably. As for Zhao Tianjiao, he was filled with anticipation. According to Bai Xiaochun, they couldn't delay at all, and would carry out the plan that very night. Upon success, Zhao Tianjiao would have made significant progress in getting closer to Qin Yueshan. "It will definitely work," Zhao Tianjiao said to himself as he left to get ready. As the sky grew dark outside, Zhao Tianjiao set up a whole series of spell formations outside of Qin Yueshan's cabin, using all the power of his cultivation base to do so. Considering how he truly loved Qin Yueshan, it didn't matter that this was all part of an act. He was meticulous in how he set up the spell formations, not holding anything back. He even used some special materials to make the spell formations especially effective against illusory spirit entities. Before long, it was the dead of night. Master God Diviner and the other Dao protectors wanted to come along to watch, but having so many people present would attract too much attention. So the only person Zhao Tianjiao brought along to Deck 2 was Bai Xiaochun. "I have to be here," Bai Xiaochun said quietly. "That's the only way for me to direct things properly. Tonight is too important to leave things up to chance." Zhao Tianjiao was fully convinced. Without Bai Xiaochun here, he wouldn't have the faintest idea what to do. Therefore, he led Bai Xiaochun to a corner with a clear vantage point of the entire corridor, and then used a Deva-level magical device to cloak him in invisibility. Finally, he took a deep breath and stood there to wait for the next phase of the plan. Time passed, and the two of them remained in place, unspeaking. As the moments ticked by, Zhao Tianjiao got more nervous, as did Bai Xiaochun. Of course, Bai Xiaochun was nervous about seeing his meticulously scripted plan come to life. "The time has come for love Saint Bai Xiaochun to shine," he murmured to himself, eyes glittering. They waited in silence for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, after which two shadowy figures suddenly appeared, dressed in voluminous black robes with deep hoods that covered their faces. Faint mist surrounded them, making them seem almost like illusory spirit creatures. Of course, these were Zhao Tianjiao's two followers, and considering that their faces were covered, it was impossible to see the bitter looks on them. Gritting their teeth, they headed at full speed toward Qin Yueshan's cabin. As they approached, they did as they had been instructed by Xiaochun, and emitted bizarre shrieking noises that echoed out in all directions. The next part of the plan was for Zhao Tianjiao to leap out with a roar, looking like he would fight to the death rather than allow Qin Yueshan to be hurt. But then, even as the two followers began to shriek, and Zhao Tianjiao tensed in preparation to take action, his expression turning into one of rage, there was an unexpected turn of events. All of a sudden, the door to Qin Yueshan's cabin was violently kicked open from inside. Then, Qin Yueshan herself appeared, her eyes flashing with bluish-green light as she transformed into a series of afterimages. Right hand flashing with an incantation gesture, she sent a gale-force wind surging out toward one of Zhao Tianjiao's two followers. Blood sprayed out of the young man's mouth, and he staggered backward as if he had been struck by a mountain. At the same time, Qin Yueshan snorted coldly and took a step forward to appear in front of the other of the two followers. Clenching her right hand into a fist, she unleashed a powerful and even somewhat manly punch. Cracking sounds reached Bai Xiaochun's ears, whose eyes went wide as he watched the two cultivators being beaten backward by the shocking power of Qin Yueshan's fleshly body, blood spraying out of their mouths. Gasping, he said, This. Zhao Tianjiao was equally struck mute, Things were not playing out how Bai Xiaochun had planned, and as of this moment, he had absolutely no idea what he should do. Qian Yueshan's eyes were flickering with killing intent. She had a profound cultivation base, and although she had pretended to not pay much attention to Jifeng's death, the truth was that from that moment on, she had been extra vigilant. Zhao Tianjiao had been able to get close to her cabin undetected because of his own incredible cultivation base. But as soon as his two followers got close, she noticed them. Zhao Tianjiao's two followers were already soaked with blood, and were shedding so many tears of sorrow that they could form a new heaven-span sea. From what the two of them could tell, if the fight went on much longer, they would both be killed. Therefore, even as Chen Yueshan was about to press the attack, the two of them both threw back their hoods to reveal their faces. "Elder sister, hear me out. Don't hit me, elder sister." Even as the words escaped their lips, they couldn't help look over at Zhao Tianjiao, who was standing there with his jaw hanging open. The lamentations shining within the eyes of the followers couldn't have been more clear. "You said it was just an act. You said it would only be fake blows. You said we would have plenty of time to run away." Eyes flashing, Chen Yueshan snorted and looked in Zhao Tianjiao's direction. Beads of sweat were running down Zhao Tianjiao's forehead, and his heart was pounding wildly with alarm. Without even thinking about it, he turned to look at the place where Bai Xiaochun was hiding in the cloak of invisibility. Bai Xiaochun's heart was also pounding. Never could he have imagined that the seemingly soft and gentle elder sister Yueshan, who so often had blushed at the sight of Zhao Tianjiao, would be so explosively violent and terrifyingly fierce. Most nerve-wracking of all was the thought of what would happen if Chen Yueshan found out that he had been directing Zhao Tianjiao in his attempt to seduce her. Would she fly into a rage and vent her explosive temper on him? Bracing himself, Zhao Tianjiao said, "Junior sister, However, before he could continue with any sort of explanation, a blood-curdling scream echoed out from Deck 3, a scream filled with the utmost terror and indescribable fear. Everyone who heard it was immediately shaken. Bai Xiaochun's face fell, Zhao Tianjiao's pupils constricted, and Chen Yueshan looked similarly serious. Zhao Tianjiao's two followers gasped. Before any of them could react, a white, shadowy figure flew up from Deck 3 to Deck 2. It was impossible to see clearly, but it had a freezing aura that spread out in all directions, causing ice to build up on everything, and causing everyone's souls to suddenly feel as if they might turn to ice. On this very night, the unclean thing chose to make a comeback. As soon as that white shadow appeared, Zhao Tianjiao, being the one with the highest cultivation base among the group, quickly took action. He was not acting in the heroic way that Bai Xiaochun had asked him to, but instead was immeasurably grim. A murderous aura burst out from him, making him look like a god of death as he strode toward the white shadow. Rumbling sounds echoed out as Zhao Tianjiao attacked with incredible power. Lightning bolts appeared, each thrumming with incredible power. Such lightning bolts would cause even nascent soul cultivators to frown, and as they converged onto Zhao Tianjiao's person, they emitted heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power. Before the white shadow could reach Chen Yueshan, Zhao Tianjiao slammed into it, causing a huge boom to echo out. Bai Xiaochun gasped. He had been aware that Zhao Tianjiao was strong enough to kill nascent soul experts, but to see him in action personally was quite a different experience. "Elder brother Zhao, I can't believe you're so strong." Even as Bai Xiaochun looked over, Zhao Tianjiao threw his head back and roared, performing a double-handed incantation that caused the countless lightning bolts to converge on his palms in the form of a pair of 1-meter-wide spheres. Although the lightning started out as silver, in the blink of an eye, it turned golden, and then shot directly toward the white shadow. "Be destroyed," Zhao Tianjiao shouted, his energy surging in such shocking fashion that Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but gasp at the sight. "So badass," Bai Xiaochun thought, completely shaken. The dazzling balls of lightning were blindingly bright, and pulsed with a terrifying power that was incredibly astonishing. The white shadow was difficult to make out clearly, as if it weren't even corporeal, but rather a glob of light. But suddenly, it twisted and distorted, transforming into a white hand that shot forth toward Zhao Tianjiao with incredible speed. Intense rumbling sounds echoed out into the dark of night, filling the entire ship, which was when Bai Xiaochun realized that Zhao Tianjiao's goal was actually to arouse everyone on board. If he could get more people to come and join the fight, they could pool their power to eradicate the White Shadow once and for all. However, Zhao Tianjiao had underestimated the power of the White Shadow. When the huge hand came into contact with the balls of lightning, a huge boom rang out, and blood sprayed out of Zhao Tianjiao's mouth as his lightning spheres collapsed into pieces. Bai Xiaochun had never seen lightning destroyed like this before. It transformed into countless sparks which scattered around in all directions, accompanied by crackling, pitter-patter sounds as it hit the walls of the corridor. The White Shadow was powerful, but was still shaken by Zhao Tianjiao's full power attack, which shoved it backward a few meters, and even caused it to dim a bit. But then, it shivered, splitting up into 9 different parts that all shot toward Zhao Tianjiao, apparently intent on either possessing or consuming him. Simultaneously, a frigid coldness spread out from the shadow that seemed capable of freezing the soul. When Chen Yueshan saw the danger Zhao Tianjiao was in, her face fell, and she leapt forward, right hand clenched into a fist that rocketed toward the incoming white shadows. Simultaneously, her left hand flashed in an incantation gesture, causing bursts of moonlight to gather around her, merging together into the image of a full moon. Bizarre light streamed out from the moon which, under the direction of another incantation gesture, poured into Chen Yueshan herself as she shot toward the white shadows. Shockingly, as she passed along, the power of time erupted out, as though the moonlight itself were causing everything it touched to age. Zhao Tianjiao's eyes were burning with anger in this critical moment of danger. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly shoved his hands out in front of him, causing thunderclaps to echo out as a whole series of golden balls of lightning began to build up around him. However, things weren't over yet. Zhao Tianjiao's 2 followers also joined in the fight, gritting their teeth as they bravely leapt toward the seemingly illusory white shadows. As everyone joined forces in the fight, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth off to the side. He knew that, considering everyone was working together, if he didn't join in, he would never have the face to appear in front of Zhao Tianjiao and the others later on. Roaring, he emerged from his cloak of invisibility and charged toward the white shadows. In his anxiety, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but wonder why no one else had shown up to help. However, the truth was that from the moment the white shadow had appeared up until now, only about 10 breaths of time had passed. Even as everyone joined forces, the 9 separate white shadows which had just sprang into motion changed directions. 2 of them shot toward Zhao Tianjiao's followers, 2 headed toward Chen Yueshan, 2 headed toward Bai Xiaochun, and the remaining 3 continued toward Zhao Tianjiao. More rumbling sounds echoed out. The white shadows slammed into the 2 followers, causing blood to spray out of their mouths as they staggered backward, trembling. Not only were their lips turning purple, but the hair all over their body was turning white. However, what was most shocking of all to Bai Xiaochun was that their eyes were turning blank, as if their souls were flickering on the verge of being extinguished. Chen Yueshan also noticed that, and let out a furious shout. At the same time, her moontime disc slammed into the 2 white shadows, causing a boom to ring out, and leaving Chen Yueshan shuddering in place. Cracks even spread out across the floor beneath her feet. At the same time, numerous frigid ice spikes appeared all around her, blocking her path and making it impossible for her to move. Blood oozed out of the corners of her mouth as she shouted, "Watch out, elder brother Zhao! It's a soul attack!" Simultaneously, she performed numerous incantation gestures and pressed her finger down on various acupoints to prevent her injuries from worsening. As for Bai Xiaochun, he closed in on the 2 white shadows, performing an incantation gesture with his right hand to unleash the frigid school will-evolving incantation. Instantly, frigid master power spread out in all directions. He was fighting cold with cold. As rumbling sounds spread out, Bai Xiaochun trembled visibly. He was currently in the late gold core stage, making his frigid qi incredibly shocking. By this point, he would even be able to cause ice to build up on Heavenspan River water. However, the frigid coldness being utilized by the white shadows was different than his own, and also different than the type he remembered the statue of Gongsun Wan'er using. This was a type of coldness that could cause the soul to fall into a deep slumber. It truly was a soul attack. Bai Xiaochun's face fell as he sensed the frigid qi pouring into him and rushing toward his head. In that moment of crisis, he let out a powerful roar, simultaneously drawing upon his undying live forever technique, as he lifted his left foot up and then slammed it down into the ground. What he was unleashing was not incredible fleshly body power, but rather the undying hex. Furthermore, he wasn't using the undying hex on his opponent, but rather himself. Cracking sounds echoed out as rifts spread out across the surface of his skin, apparently coming from the inside of his body to the outside. In the blink of an eye, they had completely covered him, and also prevented the frigid qi from invading his soul. Everything happened so quickly that Bai Xiaochun really had no time to react. Everything he was doing came from instinct alone, even his use of the undying hex. Battle instinct was something that Bai Xiaochun had learned about back in the Luochen Mountains. Perhaps it was his terror regarding death, or his intense obsession with being able to live forever, but either way, in moments of crisis such as this, his instincts were more on point than ever. As the effects of his undying hex spread, Bai Xiaochun found that the invading frigid qi was blocked outside of him, and what was inside of him was being forced out. Even as Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief, his face suddenly twitched as he looked over at Zhao Tianjiao, who was currently under attack by 3 white shadows. The shadows easily destroyed all of the spheres of lightning that Zhao Tianjiao had unleashed, and then formed together into a white sword that stabbed toward his forehead. Zhao Tianjiao's face fell as, at the same time, the ground beneath his feet began to freeze up. In that moment of ultimate danger, Bai Xiaochun opened his heaven-span Dharma eye, causing control power to erupt out toward the flying sword. "Stop right there!" he shouted as violet light streamed out from his third eye, backed by his late gold core stage cultivation base. The light then wrapped around the white sword, which lurched to a stop right in front of Zhao Tianjiao. That slight pause was the opportunity Zhao Tianjiao needed. Before, he had been sure that he wouldn't be able to avoid the blow, and had planned to let the sword stab his forehead, and then take advantage of the moment in which his opponent attacked his soul to use some other method to fight back. Although he had been confident in being able to succeed, it still would have been a dangerous move. But now that Bai Xiaochun was helping him, it was without the slightest hesitation that he took action, causing his eyes to become completely replaced by flickering golden lightning. "Lightning detonation!" he roared. Instantly blinding lightning erupted from his eyes, spreading out in all directions. The white sword instantly began to fall to pieces. Then it retreated, and all of the other white shadows flew toward it, taking a human shape that seemed to look deeply at Zhao Tianjiao and then Bai Xiaochun before fading away. It almost seemed as if it could come and go as it pleased. After the white shadow vanished, Zhao Tianjiao's 2 followers coughed up more mouthfuls of blood. However, because the source of the frigid qi was gone, they were finally able to suppress it, leaving them as ashen-faced as death and looking around with lingering fear. Both of them felt overwhelmed with grief at how unlucky they were. First, they were attacked by Chen Yueshan, only to be surprised by an actual spirit creature, whereupon they nearly lost their lives. Of course, the reason for it all was Bai Xiaochun, and as of this moment, they yet again swore to themselves that they would never do anything to provoke him. And in fact, they were already trying to think of ways to curry his favor. After all, if they got swept up in any more of Bai Xiaochun's sudden brainstorms, they might end up getting killed before they even got to the wildlands. As for Chen Yueshan, after looking around to confirm that the white shadow was gone, and the ice spikes surrounding her were fading away, she turned her attention to Zhao Tianjiao. Zhao Tianjiao was sweating and gasping for breath. Ever since reaching the mid-gold core stage, it had been rare for him to encounter anyone who was a match for him in a fight. And then he reached the great circle of the gold core stage, after which the only opponents who could cause problems for him were nascent soul experts. As such, he had come to be quite confident in his abilities. But at the moment his heart was pounding with fear. From what he could tell, the cultivation base power unleashed by that white shadow was definitely less than the nascent soul stage. It had battle prowess comparable to the great circle of core formation. and yet it was so formidable that not even nascent soul experts could match up to it. Breathing deeply, Zhao Tianjiao looked around the area and realized that, up to this point, they were still alone. No one had come to investigate the sounds of battle. Apparently, that white shadow had sealed down the entire area just before the fighting broke out. Now that the shadow was gone, though, the ceiling had been removed. As Zhao Tianjiao got his breathing under control, he prepared to go track down the white shadow. As for Chen Yueshan, she moved to follow. Off to the side, Bai Xiaochun was wiping the sweat from his brow and pondering how he was willing to go the extra mile for Zhao Tianjiao, when suddenly he realized that Zhao Tianjiao seemed to want to go chase after the shadow. Bai Xiaochun immediately cleared his throat loudly. When Zhao Tianjiao didn't notice, Bai Xiaochun's anger spiked, and he cleared his throat even louder. Thankfully, Zhao Tianjiao hadn't reached the point of being completely beyond hope. After hearing Bai Xiaochun clear his throat, he stopped in place, suddenly remembering that the point of tonight's mission wasn't the spirit entity, but rather, to make sure that Chen Yueshan felt a sense of security. Suddenly, his heart swelled with gratitude for all the help Bai Xiaochun had given him. Glancing over at him, he couldn't help but think that Bai Xiaochun really was a true friend. Putting a somber expression on his face, he abandoned any thoughts of chasing after the white shadow, and instead held his arm out to prevent Chen Yueshan from proceeding any further. "Junior sister Yueshan," he said calmly, "there's no need to chase after it. Since the spirit entity decided to flee, I doubt it can be tracked down anytime soon. If we go running off into the night, it could easily cut us down one by one. If only father were back," Chen Yueshan said through gritted teeth, both fear and anger visible in her eyes. Then that damned spirit would definitely have been destroyed in body and soul. Based on what she knew of her own battle prowess, if she had been alone just now, she would have been no match for the white shadow. Without Zhao Tianjiao there, she might have met a similar fate as Jifeng. The mere thought of Jifeng's grisly death left Chen Yueshan's heart pounding with fear. "Many thanks, elder brother Zhao," she said softly. Zhao Tianjiao's heart leapt with excitement, but he didn't let it show on his face. Turning to Chen Yueshan, he spoke in the deep voice that Bai Xiaochun had instructed him to use, making sure it was coupled with a look of complete sincerity. "Junior sister Yueshan, as long as I'm around, I won't let you get hurt in any way." Clearly, Zhao Tianjiao was willing to brave countless spears and swords, even seas of flame for Chen Yueshan's sake. He would face countless dangers, and go through hell and high water without even a single frown. He would die for her without regret. His words, the expression on his face, the way that he had fought heroically against the white shadow, and most especially the sincerity in his eyes, made him seem to thrum with both veins of steel and tender sentiments. When he looked into Chen Yueshan's eyes as he spoke, it was like molten lava pouring into her heart. Chen Yueshan instantly began to breathe more rapidly, and her heart started racing as wildly as a frightened baby deer. The sensation she got from looking at Zhao Tianjiao made her almost dizzy, and as she heard his words ringing in her ears, and saw him standing there like an indomitable hero, she thought back to everything they had experienced just now, and for some unknown reason, suddenly felt a strong sense of security. Gradually, her face began to flush, and she bowed her head, her mind blank, as if she wasn't even sure of what she was thinking. Zhao Tianjiao's two followers gasped, and their faces went pale. Although they had already recovered from being injured, when they saw Chen Yueshan's expression change, they couldn't help but think back to the instructions Bai Xiaochun had given earlier, and all of a sudden, he became more godlike to them than ever. "I can't believe it actually worked," the first one thought. "Heavens," thought the other. Elder sister Chen's affections have clearly been aroused. The two followers exchanged a shocked look. Zhao Tianjiao was already going wild with excitement and had to struggle to keep himself under control. He almost couldn't restrain himself from throwing his head back and roaring to the sky. As of this moment, everything he had done was worth it, and his gratitude toward Bai Xiaochun couldn't be greater. At the moment, he wanted to reach out and embrace Chen Yueshan, but then he hesitated, nervous about the fact that he didn't know what to do next. He quickly looked over at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun immediately sighed inwardly. How can Zhao Tianjiao be so dense? He thought. Even at this point, he still has to ask me what to do? What a headache. For a moment, he simply rubbed his forehead and thought about how much of a good person he was. Then he dropped his hand, and at that point, his expression was one of utter anxiety. Leaping forward toward Zhao Tianjiao, he suddenly shouted, "Elder brother Zhao, you're injured. Heavens, it looks bad. Elder brother Zhao, are you all right?" Almost immediately, Bai Xiaochun's voice pierced into Chen Yueshan's daze, and she looked over with concern written on her face. Zhao Tianjiao turned to Bai Xiaochun, shocked, and was about to say that he wasn't hurt at all, when Bai Xiaochun suddenly reached out to support him by the elbow and simultaneously jabbed him hard in the back. Zhao Tianjiao finally realized what was going on. Letting out a miserable groan, he caused his face to drain of blood and then said, I'm hurt, and it's bad." He suddenly lurched to the side as if he might fall over. Chen Yueshan was in a bit of a daze, but when she saw what was happening, she leaped forward to support Zhao Tianjiao by the other elbow. This time, Zhao Tianjiao didn't act dense at all, and managed to fall into her arms. "Junior sister Yueshan, it doesn't matter if I'm injured. I still won't leave your side. I'm staying right here to protect you." Chen Yueshan's flush deepened, and her heart quivered. Not bothering to check whether he was really injured or not, she cast a glare at Bai Xiaochun and then began to lead Zhao Tianjiao in the direction of her cabin. Zhao Tianjiao leaned up against her, and as he passed Bai Xiaochun, looked over and winked. By this point, his admiration for Bai Xiaochun was like the crashing of the waves of the heaven-spanned sea, ceaseless and unending. Bai Xiaochun chuckled inwardly as he watched Chen Yueshan and Zhao Tianjiao head into her cabin. As of this moment, he felt so pleased with himself that he could hardly stand it. Without even thinking about it, he stuck his chin up, waved his sleeve, and assumed the pose of a lonely hero. With the snap of a finger, Bai Xiaochun, never mind. No reducing anything to ashes today. After all, it was a wonderful day for Zhao Tianjiao. Motioning to Zhao Tianjiao's two followers to come along, he turned to leave deck 2. The two followers didn't dare to ignore Bai Xiaochun's gesture, and immediately followed along. Upon returning to deck 3, which was the origin of the original scream that had preceded the arrival of the White Shadow, Bai Xiaochun mingled with the crowd to see if he could figure out what had happened. Soon, he found that the victim was one of the handful of chosen whose cabins were on deck 3. His happy mood quickly dissipated, to be replaced with nervousness. He quickly hurried back to his own cabin, although even after closing the door, he still felt unsettled. Everyone who has died so far has been from deck 3. Plus, I actually attacked that White Shadow just now. What if it comes back for revenge? The more he thought about the situation, the more anxious he got. Bai Xiaochun felt jittery all the way until late in the night, until he eventually called over Master God Diviner, Song Ke, and even Chen Manyao to have a little chat. Eventually, Chen Manyao and Song Ke closed their eyes to meditate, leaving only Master God Diviner and Bai Xiaochun awake to give each other cultivation advice. Whenever Bai Xiaochun started to brag about something, Master God Diviner would respond very enthusiastically, which made Bai Xiaochun feel wonderful. Eventually, he even started to explain some of the tips and tricks he'd learned from Imposter Night Crypt. Previously, Bai Xiaochun had assumed that the death of the Cultivator the previous night would lead to another situation like before, in which a long period of time went before tragedy struck again. However, it was only the next evening when another scream ripped through the night, causing Bai Xiaochun to nearly leap up into the air in fear. "What was that?" he shouted. Master God Diviner, Song Ke and Chen Manyao were all alarmed, but went out nonetheless to find out what had happened. Soon, they learned that one of the more than 50 chosen assigned to Deck 4 had been completely drained of blood during the night. Bai Xiaochun's fear continued to mount. Things weren't over yet. Over the course of the next few days, the deaths continued to occur on Deck 4, and with greater frequency. After a half a month had gone by, the nightly screams and deaths had all of the cultivators on board shaking with fear. Based on the look of the corpses after they were discovered, Everyone came to the conclusion that the killer had incredible battle prowess that core formation cultivators were defenseless against. Terror gripped the hearts of all aboard. As for Bai Xiaochun, in his anxiety, he set up more and more spell formations both inside and outside of his cabin. He wasn't the only one to do that. No one on Deck 4 dared to sleep alone anymore, and huddled together in groups of between 3 to 5. After that, the deaths seemed to slow down. A few more days went by, and although no one died, the shadow of dread still loomed large, and Bai Xiaochun continued to fear that the white shadow he had fought would come back for revenge. Considering that there seemed to be safety in numbers, he finally asked for help from Gongsun Wan'er. He told her that if she came to his room, everyone from the river-defying sect would be in one place, ready to brave the crisis together. Upon receiving his invitation, a strange look appeared on Gongsun Wan'er's face. Covering a smile with her hand, she followed him back to his room to join the group. When everyone was assembled, Bai Xiaochun felt a little better. With me and Wan'er here, and Master God Diviner, Song Ke, and Chen Man Yao to back us up, even if that white shadow shows up, we'll definitely be able to break free and cry for help. 7 days later, not a single additional death had occurred. Bai Xiaochun was finally starting to relax, and once again began to think back to everything which had occurred with Zhao Tianjiao. That was actually just about the time that Zhao Tianjiao actually came to see Bai Xiaochun, his face a bit flush and clearly in high spirits. A smile covered his face, as if he had just experienced some wonderful, life-changing event. Xiaochun, I think things are pretty much taken care of. Junior sister Yueshan definitely doesn't look at me like she used to. Ha ha ha. Upon looking around the room, Zhao Tianjiao realized that there was a new addition to the group, that being Gongsun Wan'er. He had never paid much attention to Gongsun Wan'er before, but gave her a nod as he walked in and sat down cross-legged in front of Bai Xiaochun. Okay, Xiaochun, he continued excitedly. What do we do now? What's the next step? Am I supposed to reveal my true feelings to junior sister Yueshan? Zhao Tianjiao had never felt more blessed than he had during the past few days. He had visited Chen Yueshan every day in her cabin, where the two of them would sit down and spend the whole day chatting. In fact, they had spoken more to each other in the past few days than they had in the past 10 years combined. Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat and then cast a very serious look at Zhao Tianjiao, complete with a bit of a glare. What happened? Did a few days of happiness knock all the sense out of you? Let me ask you, elder brother Zhao, are you looking for a momentary burst of youthful passion? Or a love that will last as long as the world itself? Bai Xiaochun's words hit Zhao Tianjiao like a club to the face. Suddenly, his heart trembled, and a serious expression overtook his face. I don't want youthful passion, he said earnestly. I want love that will last as long as the world. Bai Xiaochun's expression softened, and it was with heartfelt sincerity that he continued, Elder brother Zhao, I know that you want to make elder sister Yueshan your Taoist partner as quickly as possible, but that's the wrong way to look at it. Have you forgotten the wind charm that I taught you, and how you have to keep calm? I already told you before, once you get her attention and give her a sense of security, the next thing to do isn't to push things forward, it's to back off. You need to make yourself seem mysterious. You need to advance things by backing away. Make elder sister Yueshan incapable of resisting the urge to get near you. Leave her hanging, and make her take the initiative to reach out to you. You have to remember this point. Keep your distance and don't seem too excited. Accept her a little bit at a time, that's all. Only then, after enough time has passed, can you provide her with a hard-earned reward. Bai Xiaochun explained things meticulously, but couldn't prevent his words from revealing how disappointed he was that Zhao Tianjiao hadn't learned his lesson already. As for Zhao Tianjiao, he was fully persuaded, and after Bai Xiaochun was done speaking, he gritted his teeth and said, All right, I'll do whatever you say. Filled with determination, he rose to his feet and left. Over the following several days, Zhao Tianjiao did exactly as Bai Xiaochun had asked him to do. He started to back off from Chen Yueshan a bit, even disappearing for days at a time. When he did show up, he acted a bit coldly. Occasionally, when Bai Xiaochun directed him to, he would revert to giving her enthusiastic attention. Sometimes he was distant, sometimes he got close to her. At first Chen Yueshan was confused by this, but soon, she started to get angry. Eventually, her confusion and anger combined, and she came to the conclusion that something was wrong. After that, she decided that she had to figure out exactly what was going on, and why Zhao Tianjiao seemed so different than she remembered. At that point, she started to seek him out with the hopes of figuring out exactly why they had been going back and forth as if fighting. The process went on for about a month, during which time, the mysterious deaths aboard the ship resumed. Yet again, they occurred on Deck 4, where some of the cultivators had stopped sticking together in groups and had gone off on their own. It was those solitary cultivators who ended up being killed. Once the screams and the corpses returned, fear yet again rose up in the hearts of everyone on board. As the death toll rose, terror mounted to an almost unbearable degree. No matter what types of investigations were carried out, no one could come up with any clues whatsoever. Furthermore, suspicions were running high, and few people trusted each other. Plus, it soon reached the point where 2 or 3 people were dying at a time. Most shocking was one instance when a total of 13 people died. All of their blood drained away until they were nothing more than desiccated corpses. Everyone on board was shaken to the core. Bai Xiaochun was completely terrified at how dangerous this ship was, and couldn't stop hoping that the 3-eyed Chun Hafan would return. If this keeps up, there won't be anyone left to reach the wildlands. Scowling on the verge of tears, he even called Zhao Tianjiao and his 2 familiar followers over to his room, hoping to have safety in numbers. Those 2 followers were also scared out of their minds, fearful of the white shadow coming to exact vengeance. They had been spending their days shaking in their boots, so when Bai Xiaochun asked for them to join him, they were actually elated, and couldn't help but rejoice at how wonderfully he was treating them. They immediately began to fawn over him and seek favor, offering to do anything he wished without the slightest complaint. A few more days went by. By this point, the voyage was more than half over, and Zhao Tianjiao was reaching his breaking point. He felt like he was boiling inside. After all, he clearly loved Chen Yueshan dearly, and yet wasn't able to get close to her. As for Chen Yueshan, she persistently tried to get to the bottom of the strange situation. Zhao Tianjiao very much wanted to give voice to his true feelings, but whenever he reminded himself of Bai Xiaochun's plans, he swallowed his words. Even still, he eventually couldn't take it anymore. One evening, he returned to Bai Xiaochun's cabin to find his own followers next to the reclining Bai Xiaochun, massaging his shoulders and legs. One of them was even quietly asking Bai Xiaochun if the massage was comfortable. Zhao Tianjiao looked haggard and thin as he stared at Bai Xiaochun and said, "Xiaochun, I can't take it anymore. I can't count how many times I've wanted to reveal my true feelings. If things keep going like this, I don't see how I can be with junior sister Yueshan for as long as the world exists." Bai Xiaochun was currently staring in shock at Zhao Tianjiao. His recent days had been spent in abject fear as he thought non-stop about how to defend himself if the white shadow returned. Having not talked with Zhao Tianjiao about the matter for some time, he'd almost forgotten about the whole situation. Zhao Tianjiao's words immediately jolted him out of his reverie. Feeling guilty, he forced a smile onto his face and made a show of calculating some things on his fingers. Then he slapped his thigh. "Perfect timing," he said loudly. "Elder brother Zhao, tomorrow at noon you will confess your love to elder sister Yueshan. This is the final move. It won't be long now before you can take that beautiful woman in your arms and never let her go for the rest of your life." Zhao Tianjiao seemed instantly enlivened and began to pace back and forth in the room, his expression that of both excitement and anxiety. Hands clenched into fists, he seemed to be completely wrapped up in thinking about what was going to happen. At one point, he suddenly stopped in place. "What happens if she rejects me?" he asked nervously. "What then?" Bai Xiaochun sighed. Considering Love Saint Bai Xiaochun's decades of experience dominating the field of love, I can tell you the main reason why declarations of love tend to fail. They're too rushed. "But you're different," he continued, gesturing grandly. "You've spent a lot of time with elder sister Yueshan, and therefore what you need to worry about most is your wording. Fear not. I, Bai Xiaochun, am extremely adept at such things, and can definitely provide you with some help. Zhao Tianjiao was completely convinced of Bai Xiaochun's skills, and therefore would do anything he said. As far as he was concerned, with Bai Xiaochun there to help him, any difficulties he faced would be resolved as easily as a sharp blade could cut through bamboo. I'll help you come up with a comprehensive plan, Bai Xiaochun said with a calm smile that made him look more enigmatic than ever. Then he and Zhao Tianjiao spent the entire night discussing the matter. In the morning, Zhao Tianjiao left, in high spirits and brimming with confidence. Noontime came, and it was a beautiful day. A gentle breeze blew across a calm sea that had only slightly rolling waves. From a distance, the sea almost looked like a huge golden mirror. Off in the distance were some of the unique seabirds that lived in the heaven-span sea, soaring about and letting out occasional cries. Zhao Tianjiao stood at the prow of the ship, dressed in a long cyan robe and looking particularly handsome. His eyes shone with profound light, and from a distance, he looked as imposing as a mountain. His back was straight, and he seemed to brim with an intense energy that would cause him to instantly stand out in the eyes of anyone who came to look at him. He was looking off into the distance, his hands folded at the small of his back, his chin raised, his hair fluttering in the breeze. He looked as attractive as a perfectly sculpted statue, seemingly divine and mighty in an otherworldly way. Of course, no one could possibly know that Bai Xiaochun's voice was actually speaking in his ear. No, no, no. Put your left hand on your hip. Yes, yes. Hold your chin up as you look off into the distance. Keep that same look in your eye. Don't change it. Move your left foot half a pace forward. Ah, yes, that looks good. Wait, you seem too somber. This is a confession of love, not an interrogation. Soften up a bit. Bai Xiaochun was tucked away in a nearby corner where he could see Zhao Tianjiao and was transmitting instructions via divine sense. Whatever instructions he gave, Zhao Tianjiao followed immediately. He was nervous about what was to come, but had complete confidence in Bai Xiaochun. So he simply steeled himself and waited for the moment of truth. Okay, that's perfect. Don't move. The time you agreed to meet elder sister Yueshan is almost here. Bai Xiaochun was also excited. All of his meticulous plans with Zhao Tianjiao recently came down to this moment. All the preparations were set. It was time for the final move. It has to work, he murmured, clenching his hands into fists. Even as he waited in anticipation, Chen Yueshan slowly walked out from her cabin on deck 2. She seemed different than normal and had clearly dressed up a bit. She looked entrancing in her long cyan robe, with her hair coiled up in braids to reveal her snow-white neck. Her skin was fair beyond belief, and as the noon sun shone down on her, she seemed pure, holy, and dazzlingly beautiful. There was a bit of a flush to her face, something almost shy. She also seemed nervous, as was evidenced by how she unconsciously fiddled with a jade ring on her finger. After stepping onto the main deck, she noticed Zhao Tianjiao at the prow, and slowly began to walk in his direction. Bai Xiaochun ducked his head down and excitedly transmitted the news to Zhao Tianjiao. She's coming. Don't look back. She's walking right toward you. Zhao Tianjiao trembled imperceptibly and did his best to maintain his pose, simultaneously sending some divine sense out to confirm that Chen Yueshan was walking in his direction. Before long, she was standing there at his side, and her fragrance caused his heart to skip a beat before beginning to race. Why did you want to see me, elder brother Zhao? She said softly, clutching at the insides of her sleeves with her delicate hands. For some reason, she found this version of Zhao Tianjiao to be somewhat strange, and yet at the same time attractive. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened as he looked on, nervous that a mistake might be made. Zhao Tianjiao slowly took a breath, but didn't turn to look at her. Instead, he kept his gaze fixed on the sea beyond, quickly reviewing the words Bai Xiaochun had instructed him to speak. Suddenly, he pointed up into the sky and said, Yueshan, see how pure and blue the sky is? My feelings for you are just like that, pure and free from the contamination of the mortal world, eternally unchanging. In response to his words, Chen Yueshan looked up at the sky, and her heart suddenly began to beat a bit faster. Even her breathing turned a bit ragged. Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but praise Zhao Tianjiao inwardly. At long last, he was finally getting into the swing of things. From Bai Xiaochun's perspective, his wording just now had been perfect. It took me a long time to come up with that, Bai Xiaochun thought, feeling very pleased with himself. However, in the same moment that Chen Yueshan looked up at the azure sky, the muffled rumble of thunder could be heard as, for some unknown reason, the weather suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds began to form, and before Bai Xiaochun could even react, more thunder echoed out. As of this moment, the sky was no longer blue, but rather had been contaminated into a grayish-black color. Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped, and Zhao Tianjiao's eyes went wide. Even Chen Yueshan seemed taken aback. What's going on? Bai Xiaochun thought, gasping. Something about the situation definitely seemed strange. Zhao Tianjiao didn't say anything, and even Chen Yueshan appeared to be at a loss for words, and even a bit embarrassed. After a long moment passed, Zhao Tianjiao gritted his teeth and decided to proceed. Yueshan. With that, he raised his voice and pointed out at the sea. Look at how calm the sea is. It is like my heart, now that I have you in my life. Henceforth, I swear to the mountains and pledge to the seas that you and I shall share both honor and disgrace. Not a single woman in the entire world could ever cause my heart to even tremble in the slightest. It is just like this endless, tranquil sea, unmarred by the slightest wave. A tremor ran through Chen Yueshan as she followed the line of Zhao Tianjiao's finger to look out at the sea. However, even as the words left his mouth, more thunderous rumbling echoed out from the clouds, and huge raindrops began to fall, splashing down noisily onto the ship and the sea alike. Suddenly, huge waves appeared on the water, which was no longer calm at all. Bai Xiaochun almost leapt to his feet, and was instantly covered in cold sweat. The events of the day were far too strange, and had Bai Xiaochun's mind racing with all sorts of crazy thoughts about what was causing them. Could it be that I misjudged the destiny of these two lovers? He thought in surprise. Zhao Tianjiao was on the verge of tears. It was almost as if heaven and earth were directly opposing him, and intentionally turning his words against him. His fury began to mount, and yet, it was in that moment that Chen Yueshan suddenly laughed softly. She was beautiful to begin with, but when she laughed, her eyes turning into twin crescent moons, she was even more exquisite. Reaching out her delicate, jade-like hand, she clasped Zhao Tianjiao's hand in hers, and immediately, her feelings were made clear. Zhao Tianjiao shivered as his eyes met hers, and in that instant, a memory was created that would last for all eternity. Chen Yueshan had fallen in love with Zhao Tianjiao long ago, back when her father had first taken him in as an apprentice. She had always been charmed by how bumbling and inarticulate he was in daily life, only to become a fierce tiger in critical moments. She had even tried to get close to him in the past, but Zhao Tianjiao had never seemed to respond to her. He spent most of his time in training, and eventually, Chen Yueshan got disheartened and buried her feelings away. Occasionally, she would think back to those emotions and sigh. After the journey on the battleship began, and she saw Zhao Tianjiao walk out in a pink outfit, she had been shocked. Then, everything that happened after that had seemed something like a dream. Bai Xiaochun let out a long sigh. Seeing what was happening now between Zhao Tianjiao and Chen Yueshan, he mused that even if he had misjudged their destiny, there was nothing he could have done differently. Chuckling, he reveled in his status as a love saint, and then stuck his chin up and assumed the pose of a lonely hero. Waving his sleeve, he murmured, with the snap of a finger, Bai. However, even in that moment of self-satisfaction, and before he could finish speaking, the thunderous rumbling in the sky grew more intense, and several figures appeared, all of them flying at high speed toward the battleship. At the head of that group was none other than that three-eyed Chen Hetian. The Deva was back. Father! Master! Zhao Tianjiao and Chen Yueshan immediately backed away from each other, as if they had just been caught doing something wrong. At the same time, feelings of embarrassment and anxiety rose up in both of them. Three-eyed Chen Hetian wore a grim expression as he glared at Zhao Tianjiao. Behind him, The 5 nascent soul cultivators all seemed exhausted, and yet were still exchanging enigmatic smiles. Strange expressions could also be seen on their faces as they sized up Zhao Tianjiao and Chen Yueshan. Because of Chen Hetian's glare, and the odd expressions on the faces of the nascent soul experts, Zhao Tianjiao and Chen Yueshan immediately realized that these old-timers had heard the entire confession of love from moments ago. Furthermore, the strange phenomena in the sky and sea almost certainly had something to do with Chen Hetian. Off to the side, Bai Xiaochun felt a chill running up his spine. All of a sudden, he was struck by a very bad feeling. He thought about trying to sneak away, but decided that wouldn't be appropriate. Instead, he looked in a different direction and tried to pretend that he was just a passerby taking in the scenery. He even took out a flask of spirit alcohol and began to sip it slowly. Zhao Tianjiao was sinking into his nervousness. The person he feared most in life was his master, and at the moment not only was he anxious, he was also embarrassed. However, Chen Yueshan was not. After the initial shock of her father's arrival, she reached out again to grab Zhao Tianjiao's hand, then looked up with an expression that said she wouldn't back down an inch. Finally grew some spine, as Zhao Tianjiao? Chen Hetian said, giving Zhao Tianjiao another good glare. He snorted coldly and looked over at Bai Xiaochun's hiding spot. His gaze was like a razor-sharp knife that cut right down to Bai Xiaochun's heart. Bai Xiaochun looked up in thought for the briefest of moments, then caused his face to flush as if from drinking. Staggering a bit, he slurred, "Nice stuff." Swaying back and forth, he retreated backward and then ducked around the corner to escape Chen Hetian's gaze. Once out of sight, he began to hurry down the corridor. Chen Hetian snorted again. Paying no attention to Bai Xiaochun, he led the 5 nascent soul cultivators up to the cabins on deck 1. Zhao Tianjiao and Chen Yueshan exchanged a look. Then Zhao Tianjiao forced himself to calm down. Bracing himself, he went off to offer formal greetings to his master, as well as an explanation. He didn't want his master to have any ill feelings toward Chen Yueshan or Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun jogged all the way back to his cabin. Once inside, an anxious expression could be seen on his face. If I had known this was going to happen, I would have had him confess his love yesterday. What a weird coincidence. How come old Three Eyes had to return today? If he finds out I'm the one who got Zhao Tianjiao together with his daughter, it could turn out to be a real disaster for me. The more he thought about the situation, the more nervous he got. And yet, there was nothing he could do other than sigh and try to come up with a contingency plan. After a few days passed, Bai Xiaochun still hadn't seen Zhao Tianjiao. However, Chen Hetian hadn't come looking to cause problems, so Bai Xiaochun's anxiety started to ease. However, that was when Chen Hetian actually issued an order throughout the ship. All disciples are to remain confined in their assigned cabins until they are called up to deck 1 for questioning. Chen Hetian's voice sounded very somber, even angry. Not a single person aboard dared to disobey his orders. So Song Ke and the other Dao protectors all returned to their assigned living quarters. Soon, Chen Hetian and the nascent soul experts began to make the rounds, inspecting each and every cabin. Obviously, they had been informed about the numerous deaths which had occurred while they were away, and were now making a thorough investigation. The inspection was very meticulous. Next, all disciples, regardless of their ranking, were questioned thoroughly by Chen Hetian and the nascent soul cultivators. Soon it was Bai Xiaochun's turn. Bai Xiaochun nervously headed up to deck 1, and as soon as he was in the presence of three-eyed Chen Hetian and the other top experts, he clasped hands in greeting. Disciple Bai Xiaochun offers greetings, seniors. You're Bai Xiaochun, huh? Chen Hetian said, eyes shining brightly. Bai Xiaochun nodded nervously, keeping his eyes fixed on the three-eyed old man. Chen Hetian looked at him closely, then coolly said, "So you're the one with the spine?" Then he closed his eyes and let the nascent soul cultivators proceed with questioning him. One of those nascent soul experts had a gaze like lightning that seemed capable of piercing all illusions. Bai Xiaochun answered all of their questions, and was soon dismissed. As he left, sweat dripping down his forehead, he sighed and thought, what did old Three Eyes mean when he said I'm the one with the spine? Was he praising me? Or insulting me? I was obviously just trying to make sure his apprentice and his daughter are happy for the rest of their lives. What am I supposed to do if he makes things difficult for me later on? Bai Xiaochun couldn't quite make heads or tails of the situation, and even after much thought, he was forced to sigh and give up any efforts to figure things out. It took half a month for all of the disciples on the battleship to be questioned. Even after the investigation, though, no amount of analysis on the part of Chen Hetian and the nascent soul cultivators could lead them to any conclusion on the subject. They also inspected the corpses, of course, but the only result was that their expressions turned very grim, and they were left completely at a loss. Thankfully, after Chen Hetian returned, no more deaths occurred. Time passed. 2 more months went by, during which time Bai Xiaochun never caught sight of Zhao Tianjiao or Chen Yueshan. He really had no idea what was happening with them. It was only in the 6th month of the voyage, when land appeared on the horizon again, that he finally saw them. After all the time which had passed, Zhao Tianjiao's cultivation base seemed to have improved. His eyes sparkled as he appeared on the main deck, and it was the same with Chen Yueshan, who walked at his side. In fact, there was a faintly discernible aura on both of them that seemed to indicate that, with the necessary items to form a nascent soul, both of them could advance to the next cultivation stage. Quite a few people noticed that and were immediately envious. Obviously, Chen Hetian had returned with good fortune for his apprentice and daughter. Bai Xiaochun was in the middle of moping along on the main deck when he saw Zhao Tianjiao. He in turn saw Bai Xiaochun, and his expression brightened. Hurrying over, he pulled him off to the side and handed him a white bottle. Your sister-in-law and I saved this for you. It's a bit of silver dragon blood. Consume that, and your cultivation base will advance quite a bit. Remembering that Chen Hetian and the nascent soul experts had gone chasing after a silver dragon, Bai Xiaochun was immediately excited and quickly took the white bottle. Seeing that Zhao Tianjiao still trusted and liked him, Bai Xiaochun felt very relieved. You already want me to call her sister-in-law? He said with a smile. Does she know? Now that he knew everything had been settled, he could sigh with relief. Obviously, old Three Eyes wouldn't be causing problems for him later. Looking a bit awkward, Zhao Tianjiao cleared his throat and said, Yeah, she knows. Your sister-in-law told me to express her profound thanks to you. Then he clasped Bai Xiaochun's shoulder, and a serious expression appeared on his face. Xiaochun, you need to focus on your cultivation. From the look of things, you've been slacking off recently. That's definitely not the right attitude. We're going to reach the shore soon, and once we do, your battle prowess is going to be the crux of everything. I'm guessing you don't know much about the wildlands, so let me explain a few important details, so you'll know what's going on once we get there. These are some things that even I just recently learned from my master. With that, Zhao Tianjiao pulled Bai Xiaochun further away from anyone else, apparently not caring at all that people realized how close they were with each other now. Lowering his voice, he said, The Heavenspan Sea lies in the very middle of the Heavenspan realm, for rivers stretch out from it, which all break up into smaller branches. In that sense, they are almost like the branches of a tree. The areas near the water have spiritual energy, but the lands themselves are too vast, far larger than can be reached by all of the rivers. That is why there is so much land out there with no spiritual energy, the places which we call the wildlands. The wildlands don't just exist far beyond the rivers. They also exist in the areas between each of the 4 main rivers. There are plenty of locations there that have no spiritual energy. That's why the Great Wall was built. A very serious expression could be seen on Bai Xiaochun's face. He took the Great Wall very seriously, and had even asked Chen Manyao about it. As a result, he knew how important it was to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. Therefore, despite having heard information similar to this before, he was still paying rapt attention. After all, this pertained to a 10-year trial that could very well result in his death if he wasn't careful. The Great Wall is like a circle of protection that ensures that the main branches of the Heavenspan River can thrive in safety. It's like a border of sorts beyond which are the wildlands. The wildlands are barren and infertile, and constantly at war. Furthermore, within those wildlands are not only vengeful souls, but also savage giants. Savage giants? Bai Xiaochun exclaimed. He couldn't help but think about the powerful organization that backed Chun Manyao. I don't understand too much about them myself, but apparently the savage giants practice cultivation in much the same way that we cultivators do, except that most of them cultivate body refinement exclusively. They're savage and brutal, and whenever they get their hands on a disciple of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, they eat them alive. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and he gasped. Eat them alive? The wildlands are completely barren, so they absorb soul power from the souls they collect. Of course, they also thirst for spiritual energy, so whenever cultivators go into their lands, they try to capture them to drink their blood and absorb the power it contains. The barbaric savages have been our enemies since ancient times, and are always trying to get closer to the heaven-span sea to get spiritual energy. Our job is to keep them out. Zhao Tianjiao seemed a bit surprised at how Bai Xiaochun had suddenly turned pale in the face, but didn't think too much of it. That's why the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect built 3 cities between the Heavenspan Sea and the Great Wall itself, to keep out the savages and the vengeful souls. Worried that Bai Xiaochun needed more than just a general introduction, he continued, In a few days we'll disembark and arrive at the first city. It's called East Sea City, and has strong spiritual energy. Obviously, it's the safest location behind the Great Wall. The further you get from East Sea City, the weaker the spiritual energy gets. The second city is called World City, where a large military force is garrisoned. It can be considered a transfer hub on the way to the Great Wall itself, but is also a major line of defense. By this point, Bai Xiaochun had suppressed his terror at the thought of being eaten alive, and was listening carefully to all the new details Zhao Tianjiao was providing. Beyond World City, the spiritual energy gets even weaker until you reach the Great Wall itself. That's the location of the third city, which is simply named Great Wall City. That is where the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect's most terrifying, steel-veined cultivators are stationed. Any one of those cultivators can be viewed as a god of death. Even I wouldn't dare to provoke any of them. As soon as Zhao Tianjiao mentioned Great Wall City, his eyes shone with respect and passion. Those cultivators form an army which is called the Hall of Steel Veins. They are the true defenders of the Great Wall, and are at constant war with the wildland savages. Of course, the casualty rate among them is very high. According to what I've heard, the Hall of Steel Veins is broken up into 5 legions. Anyone who achieves the rank of captain in one of those armies will be very famous upon returning to the sect. After all, such a person would be backed by the Hall of Steel Veins, which surpasses even the Devis. After all, the Hall of Steel Veins is the only hall in the sect, personally overseen by the demigod patriarch. Bai Xiaochun continued to nod in response to everything he was hearing, and couldn't help but think that the name of the Hall of Steel Veins was particularly impressive. As for me, Zhao Tianjiao continued, my first goal is to go take a look at the wildlands, maybe get some experience, and then join the Hall of Steel Veins. After that, I'll make some impressive military contributions and fight to reach the rank of colonel. Ha! Bai Xiaochun said, looking in surprise at Zhao Tianjiao. For some reason, it seemed to him like Zhao Tianjiao was essentially talking about putting himself right in the path of death itself. Zhao Tianjiao clasped Bai Xiaochun's shoulder again, and his eyes were warm as he continued. The only place where a deva is stationed is in Great Wall City itself. Actually, one of the purposes of this journey is for my master to relieve Senior Zhou from his position there. For the next 100 years, my master will be stationed on the Great Wall, tasked with repelling any invasions. Although Zhao Tianjiao was actually older than Bai Xiaochun, the recent events caused him to view him as a very close friend. Zhao Tianjiao didn't have very many friends, and once he made one, that person was a brother for life. Xiaochun, getting a Deva soul is only a secondary goal for me. My main purpose is to get into the Hall of Steel Veins. But you're different. You need to fight hard to get one of those Deva souls. Remember, there are a lot of souls in the wildlands. Every living entity that dies in the lands of Heavenspan ends up there, as long as their soul isn't destroyed. They travel along the underworld river all the way through the wildlands, which is one reason why the wildlands represent death and hell. By this point, Zhao Tianjiao's voice was so low that he was clearly talking about secret matters, things that could not be spread to outsiders. And yet, fearing that Bai Xiaochun might end up pursuing the wrong path, he decided to clarify things a bit more. Because souls have been building up there for years and years, it can be stated with certainty that there are definitely some Deva souls there. Unfortunately, they only appear once every few thousand years, and are as rare as phoenix feathers or qilin horns. According to my master's calculations, the number of Deva souls that exist in all the wildlands can probably be counted on 2 hands. Furthermore, the number of people who have used Deva souls to become a Heavendao nascent soul expert are even fewer than that. There is only one, the celestial. Bai Xiaochun had often wondered exactly how many Deva souls there could be in the wildlands, so this new information left him quite shocked. Considering that he already had 2 Deva souls, he had often wondered if he could potentially reach the legendary Heavendao nascent soul stage. However, after what Zhao Tianjiao had just told him, he realized that such a task would be far too difficult to accomplish. He had 2 Deva souls in his bag, the value of which likely surpassed even his own imagination. The thought of those 2 Deva souls made him think of who had given them to him. One had come from Patriarch Frigid Sect and the other had come from Du Lingfei. So, you shouldn't try to pursue the path of the Heavendao nascent soul. It's a dream, a fantasy that could never become reality. You should aim for Deva beast souls. They are rare, but are more plentiful than Deva souls. According to my master's calculations, there are probably 50 or so Deva beast souls in the wildlands, although nobody can be completely sure. After offering a few more warnings and reminders, Zhao Tianjiao finally left, leaving Bai Xiaochun standing there alone, looking at the distant shore growing closer and closer. We're almost there. 10 years. What am I supposed to do for 10 years? Bai Xiaochun sighed. 3 days passed by in a flash, and the battleship continued to near the shore. One afternoon, virtually all the cultivators on board spontaneously began to gather on the main deck. From there, it was possible to see an enormous green city rising up where the land met the ocean, part of which was a huge harbor. The power of spell formations filled the area, as well as the flicker of magical symbols. Waiting on the docks were quite a large number of cultivators. The ship began to slow down, and 2 hours later, the cultivators on board were close enough to see the people on the dock with their naked eye. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the huge battleship slowly came to a stop roughly 5 kilometers away from the harbor itself. At that point, 8 somber-faced nascent soul cultivators flew out from the city to receive them, followed by large numbers of core formation cultivators. Greetings, Senior Chun. Please accept our congratulations, Senior Chun. Voices rolled out like waves as Chun Hetian and the 5 nascent soul cultivators appeared. After nodding in response to the greetings, they simply flew off into the city. Some formalities were exchanged, and then Bai Xiaochun and the rest of the hundreds of Starry Sky Dao Polarity superstars flew out over the 5 kilometers of the Heavenspan Sea into the East Sea City. The entire way, the core formation cultivators who had emerged from the city were sizing up the Starry Sky Dao Polarity superstars, and made no attempt to conceal their disdain. Obviously, these were seasoned veterans who were looking at a group of new recruits. Bai Xiaochun also took the opportunity to measure up the core formation cultivators from East Sea City. It didn't take long for him to realize that, without a single exception, they all had intensely murderous auras, even those who were in the early core formation stage. These were people who were no strangers to killing, and their eyes even had a crimson tinge to them. According to what Bai Xiaochun had heard, that crimson tinge came after killing large amounts of vengeful souls. Apparently, it was the outworking of some sort of natural law, and there was no harm to it whatsoever. Furthermore, it made a person seem quite threatening. Before long, they were in the city, and unexpectedly, nobody came out to receive them. However, one of the East Sea City cultivators who was in the great circle of core formation handed everyone a command medallion. Welcome to the sect outpost. This is your one and only authentication device, so don't lose it. If you go out into the wildlands and try to come back into the Great Wall without it, you will be refused entrance. Be very careful with it. There are no official arrangements for any of you. This is a trial by fire that is set to last for 10 years. During that time, you have to go out into the wildlands at least 3 times. Make sure records are kept of any such outing. If you don't meet that requirement, then when the 10 years are up, you won't be allowed to return to the sect. Finally, let me remind yourself to take good care of yourselves. Remember, you are only allowed to stay in East Sea City for a single day. For every day beyond that in which you remain, the total length of your trial by fire will be increased by an entire month. After leaving East Sea City, be very careful to control your usage of spiritual power. With that, the man turned and flew off into the city. Bai Xiaochun was already very anxious. This unfamiliar East Sea City had actually seemed like a pretty nice place, and he had initially planned to stay here for as much of the 10-year period as possible, only to find out that he couldn't. The Starry Sky Dao Polarity superstars exchanged glances. Obviously, everyone had their own plans and goals in this unfamiliar location, and it only took moments before people began to disperse and head off in different directions. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath as a very serious expression played out on his face. Back when he was on the eastern Heavenspan River, he had always felt as the river-defying sect were still nearby. But now, he was in a completely strange place, with virtually no familiar faces around whatsoever. It was with a very somber expression that he looked over at Song Ke and his other Dao protectors and said, "In a strange place like this, we have to stick together more than ever. Song Ke, Master God Diviner, Chan Man Yao, as my Dao protectors, the time has come to show your true skill and ability." With that, he flicked his sleeve, eyes shining brightly. "For the most part, I have been the one to protect the lot of you, whether it was in Sky City or on Sky Quarter Rainbow, and even on the battleship. But now, the time has come for you to protect me. Here's the plan we'll—" Before he could finish speaking, Chan Man Yao cleared her throat. "I need to leave now, Xiaochun." "Huh," Bai Xiaochun blurted. "It's not that I don't want to stay and help you out, but, you know the situation. I want to go home." She gave him a profound look that seemed to say she didn't wish to part with him. It even contained other, unique implications. A long moment passed. Then she sighed and took a curtsying bow. "We'll meet again if destiny will have it." With that, she turned and disappeared into East Sea City. Although her departure was a bit sudden, it wasn't completely unexpected to Bai Xiaochun. He knew that her home lay beyond the Great Wall, and that one of main reasons for coming with him was because she wanted to return there. She had said as much even back in the river-defying sect. Bai Xiaochun sighed and looked over at Song Ke and Master God Diviner. Just when he was about to explain his plan to them, Song Ke snorted coldly. Looking around at East Sea City, as well as the lands beyond, he thought to himself, "This is the perfect place for me. I, Song Ke, am the type of person who likes to live in the middle of extreme danger. The more brutal a place is, the more opportunities there will be for deadly training. That is the only way to get more powerful. This is my chance to crush Bai Xiaochun 10 times over." Heart surging with heroic aspirations, and face covered with a look of utter determination. He didn't even deign to look at Bai Xiaochun as he said, "Bai Xiaochun, whether it was in the Bloodstream sect, the river-defying sect, the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, or on that battleship, I was never able to measure up to you. But this time, in this place, I will finally surpass you. This is my last opportunity, and I won't let it slip by." With that, he transformed into a beam of light that shot off into the distance. "Kair," Bai Xiaochun said, his eyes wide, his body trembling. The scene which was playing out seemed very familiar. Suddenly very nervous, he looked over at Master God Diviner. "Master God Diviner, you, Junior Patriarch, I don't really want to part ways, but I've been given some assignments by the Hall of Defenders. See you in 10 years, all right?" Master God Diviner looked a bit embarrassed, but was actually not being deceptive at all. The Hall of Defenders really had given him some assignments. After blinking a few times, Master God Diviner clasped hands and bowed, then flew away. As of this point, Bai Xiaochun was left standing alone with Gongsun Wanner. She looked over at him, smiled faintly, then left. Bai Xiaochun looked around at the enormous East Sea City, stunned. Nothing looked familiar and he felt completely alone, and at the same time angry. He also couldn't help but recall what had happened upon arriving at Sky City in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, how Song Ke and the others all abandoned him. Fine. Want to spread your wings? Go ahead. If you have what it takes, you can come looking for me later. He was both furious and depressed, a mixture which actually got his fighting spirit quite worked up. I'm definitely going to live it up here. And that's when you people will realize that abandoning me for the second time was the worst mistake of your lives. Bai Xiaochun really was very angry at how everyone had just disappeared without a trace, leaving him completely unprepared. Considering what had occurred last time, he had assumed that his Dao protectors would never again abandon him. You eat my food, drink my alcohol, use my stuff? Fine, you people just wait. Gritting his teeth, he looked around, scowling on the verge of tears as he tried to decide what to do and where to go. That was when one particular group of 6 people, who had been just about to leave, changed directions and headed toward the lonely Bai Xiaochun. Xiaochun, someone called out. It was none other than Zhao Tianjiao. Bai Xiaochun turned and saw him, as well as Chen Yueshan, who were flanked by 2 male cultivators and 2 female cultivators. The 2 male cultivators were the very same followers of Zhao Tianjiao who had been so impressed by Bai Xiaochun recently. As for the female disciples, Bai Xiaochun didn't recognize them, but based on what Zhao Tianjiao had told him early on about Chen Yueshan, he assumed that they were the 2 good friends of hers who already lived in East Sea City. Elder brother Zhao, Bai Xiaochun called out. Laughing heartily, Zhao Tianjiao landed next to Bai Xiaochun and clapped him on the shoulder. What are you doing here alone? If you don't have anything else to do, why not join us? It's probably better to stick together anyway. I'm planning to go do a bit of sightseeing and eventually head out past the Great Wall. Smiling faintly, Bai Xiaochun said, I told my Dao protectors to go their own way. They have their own destinies, and I don't wish to block their paths to the future. As for me, it's only natural that I want to tackle the world on my own. Only in that way can my heart be as tranquil as the sky, and my mind as broad as the earth. That is the key to the Tao of the heavens. Chen Yueshan landed next to Zhao Tianjiao, and although she was smiling as she looked at Bai Xiaochun, there was a hint of anger in her eyes. Clearly, Zhao Tianjiao had told her about all the things Bai Xiaochun had taught him. Zhao Tianjiao's 2 followers immediately bowed with great respect toward Bai Xiaochun, whom they didn't dare to offend in any way. As for Chen Yueshan's 2 friends, they merely sized him up curiously. When Chen Yueshan spoke, her voice was soft and pleasant. Junior brother Bai, we were just about to leave, but elder brother Zhao was worried about you. So we came back to look for you. We were planning to go exploring a bit as well, and it's always safer to travel in numbers. So why don't you join us? Bai Xiaochun very much liked what he was hearing. Zhao Tianjiao laughed and grabbed his arm, leaving Bai Xiaochun incapable of refusing no matter how much he tried. With that, the group shot up into the air and left East Sea City. As soon as they left the city, Bai Xiaochun could tell that there was a difference in the spiritual energy, but it wasn't very noticeable. After all, they were still very close to the heaven-span sea. What was noticeable was that the hard-packed soil outside the city was a blackish-violet color. It almost looked like it was suffused with countless volumes of blood, making it very sinister in appearance. They also saw many craters, one of which had turned into a lake filled with black liquid. Chen Yueshan looked around at the blackish-violet lands and said, My father told me that from the time the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect was founded until now, the Great Wall has only been breached once. A huge army of wildland savages invaded, and the resulting slaughter caused rivers of blood to flow through the lands. Bai Xiaochun already felt a bit uneasy. In addition to the odd-looking soil, there were also strange and terrifying flora and fauna. There were 25-meter-tall trees that, instead of foliage, had huge human heads growing at their tops. Any small creatures who happened to pass by the sinister-looking trees would instantly be gobbled up. At one point they happened to see a cloud of black, cottony seeds floating into the air off of a willow tree. When Zhao Tianjiao saw that, his expression flickered. Let's take the long way around, he said. Those are the larvae of blood soul ticks. If they get into your skin, they'll burrow into your body and start feasting on your blood and soul. The only thing that can stop them are city-level spell formations. We would be powerless to defend ourselves. Bai Xiaochun opened his third eye and instantly confirmed that they were indeed not floating seeds, but rather densely packed insect larvae. Everyone was shaken and quickly fled in the opposite direction. It took them a few days to pass by the area, and despite having avoided the tick larvae, Bai Xiaochun was still trembling in shock. Along their way avoiding the larvae, they had passed what at first appeared to be a pile of rotting bones, but was actually a flock of undead birds which stunk like carrion and were indescribably ferocious-looking. Just as the flock of undead birds seemed to notice the group of cultivators and was preparing to attack them, a crevice opened up in the seemingly empty ground beneath them. A powerful gravitational force erupted out, and the entire flock of undead birds was sucked into the crevice. As the crevice closed up, crunching and cracking sounds filled the air. By that point, Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding, and his face was as ashen as death. And we're still inside the Great Wall, Bai Xiaochun thought. Everything he had seen so far was giving him a much clearer understanding of this area. If things are like this inside the Great Wall, then what is it like on the outside? The truth was that he didn't even want to know the answer to that question. The group flew along for quite a while, passing through 3 teleportation stations. Eventually, they were getting close to the halfway point across the area that was inside of the Great Wall. That was the location of World City. They had faced dangerous situations along the way, but nothing they couldn't handle. After all, the lands between East Sea City and World City were relatively safe. Occasionally, they saw other cultivators, most of whom traveled in groups of between 3 to 5. Very rarely did they ever encounter someone alone. And when they did, they were people with cold faces and vigilant expressions, who gave Bai Xiaochun's group a wide berth. There was also an exhaustion visible in their eyes that caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to grow even colder than before. This place is even more crazily dangerous than I thought it would be, he thought, heart pounding. The closer they got to World City, the more such feelings within him intensified. Time passed. As they got closer to World City, Bai Xiaochun realized that the soil around them was growing blacker, and the vegetation was becoming even more bizarre. Even the birds and the beasts were growing stranger, and more black in color. Besides all of that, the most telling change that Bai Xiaochun could sense was the spiritual energy, which was getting weaker and weaker. Zhao Tianjiao and the others in the group had a hard time adjusting to it, but it wasn't as bad for Bai Xiaochun. At the moment, the spiritual energy levels were about the same as they were back in the lower reaches. To people who were only used to the spiritual energy in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, it was a huge difference, but Bai Xiaochun didn't find it very shocking. A few more days went by and, at long last, they reached the second of the 3 cities, World City. It was different than East Sea City, enormous, like a gigantic cube made from black bricks. Black light shone out from it in all directions, and just barely visible on the walls were patrolling cultivators. Enormous magical cannons that were clearly defensive weapons could be seen on the walls, and as for the enormous stone slabs that made the bricks, they were all inscribed with sealing marks, indicating that the entire city was itself a spell formation. Although that spell formation was only partially active, it still kept the city perpetually sealed. This was the second major line of defense inside the Great Wall. If Great Wall City ever fell, then this place would serve as its replacement. There were many cultivators in the city, and the resources available were plentiful beyond belief. The truth was that, in addition to acting as a backup defense location, this place existed as a supply depot for Great Wall City. In the dim light of evening, World City looked like a hulking beast, sinister and predatory. It was the type of place that would leave someone shaken even looking at it from a distance, as if it had its own murderous aura. "That's World City up ahead," Zhao Tianjiao said. "We'll rest up a bit here and then begin the second leg of the journey. We will definitely be facing some dangerous situations on the second part of the journey, so all of you need to prepare mentally." The faces of the others in the group were extremely somber, and as for Bai Xiaochun, he was wailing inwardly. There were bones scattered about outside of the city, some of which were bleached by the sun and had clearly been laying there for a very long time. The entire area seemed very wild and desolate. Bai Xiaochun could tell that many of the bones were clearly not those of cultivators, and yet were not beast bones either. They seemed humanoid, but much thicker and longer, as if they belonged to giants of some sort. Such bones were very resilient, and even among those which were scattered about, almost none were broken. Bai Xiaochun's heart started pounding at the implication. Don't tell me that those are the bones of wildland savages from beyond the wall? He thought. When Zhao Tianjiao noticed Bai Xiaochun looking at the bones, he said, when the Great Wall was breached, World City was besieged. Although it happened a long time ago, these bones were intentionally left out in the open so everyone would understand the brutality of war. We cultivators pursue our Tao, but at the same time we have to defend our sect and the world around us. We can't let the wildlanders through to the heaven-span sea. With that, he and Chen Yueshan flew along toward World City. Zhao Tianjiao's followers and Chen Yueshan's friends went too, leaving Bai Xiaochun to be the last to catch up. What's with all the fighting and killing? He thought. Whatever. Now that I've seen for myself how dangerous this place is, I have to agree with Du Lingfei. I need to find a place to hole up for 10 years. Then I can trade one of my Deva souls for some Deva beast souls. Having made his decision, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and hurried forward, keeping a somber look on his face. Although he was inwardly terrified, he obviously wouldn't let such feelings show. Quickly catching up to Zhao Tianjiao, he declared, "You're absolutely right, elder brother Zhao. We cultivators have to put our lives on the line to fight the wildlanders." Zhao Tianjiao laughed heartily in response. Soon, they arrived outside the city gates, where their identity medallions were examined before they were allowed inside. World City seemed large on the outside, but after entering, it seemed even larger. The streets were packed with cultivators going this way and that, and yet, there was no din of conversation, almost as if no one wanted to speak out loud. Bai Xiaochun could tell that resources were definitely abundant in World City. Whether it was medicinal pills, magical items, or paper talismans, goods were available everywhere. Furthermore, the prices weren't too outrageous. In fact, many of the medicinal pills were cheaper here than they would be in other places. Another thing that stood out to Bai Xiaochun was the garrison in the city. It was packed with cultivators, all of whom radiated murderous auras, and also wore unique clothing that was decorated with a blood-colored hand. That hand pulsed with the power of a spell formation that made each and every one of those cultivators seem like the type of person who had climbed mountains of corpses and swam through seas of blood. Whenever cultivators from the garrison went out into the city, everyone else treated them with the utmost respect. Those cultivators are members of the Hall of Steel Veins, Zhao Tianjiao explained, but they're different from their compatriots in Great Wall City. These people only go beyond the walls to fight occasionally. Most of the time, they're on guard here in World City. When Zhao Tianjiao looked at the cultivators from the Hall of Steel Veins, his eyes shone with respect and anticipation. They go beyond the walls occasionally? When Bai Xiaochun thought about the fact that these people only occasionally went beyond the wall, and yet seemed completely shocking, he couldn't help but wonder what the cultivators stationed in the third city were like. As he wallowed in his anxiety, the group found an inn to stay at for the night. As for Zhao Tianjiao and Chen Yueshan, they went to visit the elders in the garrison. Considering their status, that was a right that only they possessed among the group. Zhao Tianjiao invited Bai Xiaochun to come along, but after some thought, Bai Xiaochun decided that he would explore the city instead. Evening fell, and the sky turned dark. Despite that, World City was just as busy as it was during the day, and all the shops remained open. Bai Xiaochun walked along looking at the crowds and window shopping. The crowds were very quiet. Even when people spoke, it was in a near whisper. It was a very strange environment, to say the least. Since everyone was either not talking, or talking in whispers, Bai Xiaochun decided that the best thing to do was follow the ancient wisdom of imitating the locals. Therefore, he tried to look as cold and aloof as possible, even a bit sinister, all in the hopes of blending into the crowd. Before long, things didn't seem as strange as they had been. Bai Xiaochun felt like he was just like everyone else, and was soon strolling around happily. After a bit of time passed, he stopped in place and looked over at one particular nearby shop. Scattered Souls Pavilion? After looking at the name of the shop, he peered inside and saw that the walls were stacked with countless strange-looking bottles. There were also quite a few cultivators inside browsing through the bottles. Curious, Bai Xiaochun turned, headed into the shop, and picked a bottle to look at. As soon as he saw what was inside, his eyes widened. The bottle contained a mist that was at first tranquil and calm. However, as soon as he looked closely at it, the mist shrank down into the form of a face that glared out murderously at him. It was the face of a young woman, viciously contorted into a ferocious expression. A moment after it formed, it banged into the side of the bottle as if it were trying to get at Bai Xiaochun. That face was none other than a vengeful soul. It happened with no warning whatsoever, and Bai Xiaochun had been completely unprepared for such a reaction, so he couldn't hold back from letting out a yelp of surprise. Almost immediately, the surrounding cultivators looked over at him with frowns on their faces. Simultaneously, all of the other bottles in the shop began to tremble and vibrate as the mists inside of them turned into faces that looked at Bai Xiaochun with glaring eyes. To see so many vengeful souls staring at him caused Bai Xiaochun's scalp to tingle with fear. He could also hear strange noises that resembled a mixture of laughter and weeping. There were even some voices that seemed to be singing. The sounds swirled and mixed together, seemingly boring all the way down into his soul. "Release me. Hey, big bro, remember me? We know each other. I've eaten plenty of little kids just like you throughout the years. Ha ha ha. Bwahahaha." The voices grew louder and louder until they echoed in Bai Xiaochun's mind like thunder. At that point, a cold glow appeared in his eyes, and frigid qi began to swirl within him. His right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and he unleashed the undying hex onto his own chest. Instantly, all of the sound died away, and everything returned to normal. The vengeful souls in the bottles were still staring at him, but apparently, they could sense that they were incapable of affecting his mind, so they looked away and began to transform back into spheres of mist. The other cultivators in the shop also began to look away and return to browsing the bottles. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and looked around, his gaze eventually coming to rest on a man in the corner of the shop. He was old, and wore a gray robe that matched the color of his hair. Hands clasped behind his back, he walked forward and smiled at Bai Xiaochun. "You new here?" he asked quietly. Bai Xiaochun nodded, a bit depressed as he realized that he was pretty sure he now knew why the people here didn't like to talk much. In World City and the lands beyond it, you need to keep your voice down to avoid getting tangled up with vengeful souls. The best thing to do is transmit your voice with divine sense. There are far, far too many vengeful souls out there. Some of them you can see with your eyes and some not. What you see in these bottles are none other than the souls of the dead. You see, both inside and outside of the Great Wall, souls are the most valuable resource. Whether it's for cultivation, concocting medicine, or making magical items, you have to use souls. With another smile and a nod, the old man turned and walked away. Bai Xiaochun offered his thanks, and then took a bit more time to look around at the souls. What he found was that foundation establishment level souls were the cheapest and most plentiful, with core formation souls being more expensive. He didn't see any belonging to nascent soul experts. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun left and melted back into the crowd. This time, he was even more careful than before as he walked along the moonlit streets. Eventually, he reached another shop that caused him to stop and stare. Within that shop, they were selling savages. Just as the bones outside the city had indicated, the savages looked very much like cultivators, except bigger and taller. Most of them were 3 meters tall or more, and were extremely muscular. The savages on display were packed into coffins, and had sealing marks on them rendering them immobile. There were both men and women, and each and every one of them had very impressive fleshly bodies. As Bai Xiaochun approached, he was noticed by one of the salesmen, a man with a foundation establishment cultivation base and a waxen face. After looking Bai Xiaochun up and down, he clasped hands respectfully and quietly said, "Senior, our Wildlander servants might not be the absolute best available in World City, but they're definitely top of the line." Bai Xiaochun looked curiously at the savages. and was shocked to find that they had teeth as sharp as wild animals. "You see," continued the salesman, "even down to their teeth and bones, their fleshly bodies are very powerful, making them excellent servants. Furthermore, they've been sealed with restrictive spells, so that you can control their life or death with a single thought. They don't look like Chun Man Yao at all." Bai Xiaochun thought curiously. He considered purchasing one, but in World City, the only currencies accepted were spirit stones and battle credit. Merit points were completely useless. "They're so incredibly expensive," he thought. Considering how many years the salesman had been working here, he could tell what Bai Xiaochun was thinking. Chuckling softly, he said, "Senior, I'm guessing you're relatively new to World City. Let me explain. These savages aren't really very expensive at all. Outside the Great Wall, in the cities inhabited by the savages themselves, captured Foundation establishment cultivators sell for a price 10 times as large as savages of a similar cultivation level." "What?" Bai Xiaochun said, a look of shock appearing on his face. "The savages sell cultivators out there?" "Of course," the salesman replied coolly. "To the savages, cultivators from inside the Great Wall are like the most nourishing type of food available. They don't have spiritual energy out there, and inside of every cultivator is a spiritual sea. To them, cultivators are like living spirit stones." Bai Xiaochun's scalp prickled with fear. The mere thought of being captured by savages outside the Great Wall, and then sucked dry like a spirit stone, left him trembling inside and out. "This place is way too dangerous," he thought. Looking quite displeased, he left the shop, and instead of exploring the city more, went back to the inn. Before long, dawn arrived, and Zhao Tianjiao came looking for Bai Xiaochun. It was time to leave World City and head toward the Great Wall itself. They moved slower than before. The spiritual energy was getting weaker, making traveling more strenuous, and increasing the amount of time it took to recover from exertion. Furthermore, this leg of the journey was clearly more dangerous than the previous one. The lands were actually losing their black tinge, and were almost completely violet, as if they really had been soaked through and through with blood. It was the same with the water in the rivers. It was a completely shocking sight to Bai Xiaochun and the others in the group. There were mountains here and there, all of them bare of vegetation, as well as the occasional abandoned village. There were also mobs of vengeful souls that flew about, which usually had at least a few dozen that were as powerful as the core formation level. Thankfully, the vengeful souls weren't particularly aggressive. Generally speaking, they would just fly by without stopping. Even still, Zhao Tianjiao and the other kept a close eye on them, and obviously Bai Xiaochun was even more cautious. He kept his mouth sewn shut tight, refusing to utter even a peep. Only after the vengeful souls were completely out of sight would he let out a sigh of relief. As they proceeded forward, they rarely saw any other cultivators. There were almost no signs of life in this barren wasteland, and even the flora and fauna were few and far between, and were the type that put everyone on guard. Each plant or tree they encountered seemed stranger than the last, and more ferocious. Bai Xiaochun even saw one huge tree that was literally running along the ground as it chased after a pitch-black, 9-meter-tall spiked leopard. After catching the creature, the tree devoured it alive. At one point, an enormous, undead hand shot out of a ravine to grab a passing black eagle, which it crushed into a pulp as it extracted its blood. The squishing sounds were enough to cause one's heart to prickle with shock. The strange things they were seeing far surpassed anything they had seen during the first part of the journey. The trip from East Sea City to World City had been like a romp through the park compared to this. Although they had faced some tricky situations, overall everything had gone quite smoothly. The path from World City to Great Wall City was much more tempestuous. Whether it was the vegetation or the animals, everything was bizarre to the extreme, and of course, left Bai Xiaochun completely terrified. Even Zhao Tianjiao, with his incredible cultivation base and extraordinary courage, proceeded with extreme caution. Qian Yueshan seemed a bit pale in the face, and the others in the group were shaken terribly on numerous occasions. Even the slightest breeze left them jumpy. This was a very different world than the one they were used to. The spiritual energy was weak, leaving everyone feeling stifled. They even had to rely on magical devices and spirit stones to sustain flight. As for the spiritual energy within their bodies, they didn't dare to use it. In fact, to prevent it from seeping out, Zhao Tianjiao magically sealed himself. Everyone else took similar actions. Of course, Bai Xiaochun had taken such precautions much earlier. Although sealing one's own body would slightly reduce one's spiritual senses, it would solve the problem of leaking spiritual energy. That was important in a place where spiritual energy was scarce, and one was essentially adrift alone, unconnected to heaven and earth. That method was useful for solving the problem of spiritual energy leakage, but did nothing to alleviate the danger. Whether it was because of the souls flying about, or the bizarre entities which inhabited these lands, they had to proceed with extreme caution. Despite their carefulness, an incident occurred about 2 months after they left World City. They were all sitting cross-legged on the magical skiff that Zhao Tianjiao had purchased, when suddenly, a terrifying howl split the air. The deafening cry pierced through the skiff's sealing shields to batter the minds of everyone on board. Zhao Tianjiao's eyes opened, and Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled. Everyone looked up in the sky to see what appeared to be clouds converging together. Within moments, they had taken the shape of an enormous beetle, fully 3,000 meters long, which quickly turned pitch black. Clearly, this 3,000-meter-long pitch-black beetle was attempting to block their path, and its intense howls caused everything in the area to shake. A wildlands cloudgyre, Chun Yueshan blurted. Zhao Tianjiao's face fell, and the others in the group seemed equally shaken. The origin of wildlands cloudgyres are unclear, Zhao Tianjiao said, and no one knows exactly how they form. If I remember correctly, they can pop up anywhere in the wildlands, whether that's inside the Great Wall or outside. They have no predefined form, and can take almost any shape, even that of plants or vegetation. Clearly, this cloudgyre has taken the form of a beetle. Cloudgyres aren't really animals. They're a manifestation of the weather, and one this big will surely attract the attention of Great Wall City. Without any hesitation, he steered the flying skiff to the side in an attempt to avoid the black beetle. As the skiff veered off course, an intense sensation of danger filled Bai Xiaochun, and his heart leapt up into his throat. However, even as they tried to change directions, the 3,000-meter-long beetle stopped roaring and then looked over at them with a cold gaze. That gaze in and of itself was enough to drive Bai Xiaochun wild with fear and send his mind spinning. Everyone else was also sweating in fear. Before anyone could react, the black beetle once again let out a deafening roar, then opened its mandibles. Instantly, a gravitational force spread out, accompanied by thunderous rumblings and screaming winds. It was almost as if the black beetle's mandibles had become a black hole. Everything began to shake, causing dust and pebbles to rise up into the air, and even distorting the clouds above. A nearby flock of vicious-looking birds screamed as they were sucked toward the beetle. The ground was shaking so hard that a hill in the area was ripped off of the ground and began to spin toward the beetle. Everyone's minds were being battered by waves of shock, and as they did their best to remain firmly attached to the skiff, their hair and garments whipped in the wind. If they weren't already being protected by the spiritual power of the vessel itself, they would have been pulled out into the air and ripped to shreds. In fact, the skiff was already twisting and distorting on the verge of breaking. From high above, it looked like the black beetle was the center of an enormous vortex sucking in everything around it. Even the trees. Zhao Tianjiao, Bai Xiaochun, and everyone else were extremely nervous, and didn't think for a moment about conserving spiritual energy. They immediately unleashed the full power of their cultivation bases to power the skiff as it flew out of the vortex. As the skiff struggled through the air, the spirit stones which had been placed into its power slots glittered with bright light, then turned dark and transformed into ash. The spirit stones having been fully drained, and with the extra power from the cultivation bases of the entire group, the skiff seemed to roar with rage as it pulled out of the gravitational vortex and then shot off into the distance. Behind them, the black beetle howled in rage, but didn't pursue them. Bai Xiaochun sat there in taciturn silence, his mind a blank. All of his cultivation base power was being poured into the skiff, and it was the same with everyone else. Only after they had gone all out to flee, and were some distance away, did they slow the skiff and stop near a random mountain. There, they breathed long sighs of relief, and exchanged awkward glances that were tinged with lingering fear. That cloudgyre was at least as powerful as the great circle of the nascent soul stage. Cloudgyre. Bai Xiaochun looked over his shoulder in the direction they had fled from. He felt like he had just barely made it out of that situation with his poor little life. If the flying skiff hadn't been able to rip free from the gravitation vortex, what would have happened? There was no answer to the question. In the wildlands, cloudgyres didn't just cause problems for Cultivator, but the savages as well. They were manifestations of the weather, not the power of humans, and nothing that entered their jaws ever came back out alive. Therefore, no one really knew what happened to the things that they consumed. I can't believe that freakish thing even exists, Bai Xiaochun said with a frown. Trying to sound comforting, Zhao Tianjiao said, with our command medallions, we should be mostly safe as long as we're careful. As long as we don't go beyond the Great Wall. Chun Yueshan was a bit ashen, but she nodded. The only thing they could do in this sparsely populated land was hope that the power of the command medallions truly would keep them safe. That was what they were designed to do, considering that they were disciples of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. You sure about that? Bai Xiaochun said, scowling on the verge of tears as he pulled out the command medallion. He already regretted coming along with Zhao Tianjiao to this place. It would have been a much better idea to stay holed up in East Sea City for 10 years. Better and safer. Evening was falling. Unfortunately, draining the spirit stones to gain a burst of speed had damaged the power slots on the skiff, and they couldn't use it anymore. However, Zhao Tianjiao and his group had begun the journey well prepared. After a bit of rest, Chun Yueshan produced another flying skiff, which they set up with new spirit stones and then resumed their journey. Along the way, they were even more cautious than before. They had wasted a lot of their own cultivation-based power, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was very weak. Therefore, they had to use spirit stones to recover, a process which was long and difficult. 2 more months went by. During that time, they faced some dangerous situations, but passed through them all safely. Even still, the mental strain was growing. Thankfully, the slow and steady recovering process of their cultivation bases had pushed them close to their peak level. As a result, Bai Xiaochun felt a lot safer than before. At one point, Zhao Tianjiao shook his head and said, even I still can't believe that things are so dangerous inside the Great Wall. I wonder what it's like on the other side. Xiaochun, our main goal still hasn't changed. After we get to the Great Wall, we're going outside to get some experience. Are you going to join us? Bai Xiaochun looked out wistfully at the lands around them, and then shook his head. I don't think so, he replied. I think I'll explore Great Wall City a bit. The better I get to know the city, the less trouble I'll have later on. Xiaochun, Zhao Tianjiao said, his tone serious. As you know, everyone participating in this 10-year-long trial has to go out on at least 3 missions beyond the wall. You can choose when to do that, but there is no way to get out of the responsibility. In other words, you have to go out of the Great Wall at some point. Zhao Tianjiao clasped his shoulder. When the time comes, you'll have to go, even if you don't want to. Otherwise, you'll fail the final test, and won't be able to go back to the sect. Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled. The thought of going out 3 times on missions made the world seem like a much darker place. Although he had heard of that arrangement, he hadn't given it much thought before, and had assumed it wouldn't be anything worth worrying about. But after seeing the dangers on the journey so far, he realized that the slightest misstep could lead to him losing his poor little life. Then he contemplated going outside of the Great Wall on 3 different occasions, and couldn't help but think that it was nothing less than a deadly trap. However, he didn't let any of his fear show on his face. In fact, he even stuck his chin up, as if he didn't care at all about the subject. It's only 3 times, right? Not a big deal at all. You don't need to remind me, elder brother Zhao. When the time comes, of course I'll do what needs to be done. Zhao Tianjiao laughed loudly and smacked Bai Xiaochun's shoulder. Good. That's how Zhao Tianjiao's junior brother Bai should act. Very well, I won't go on and on about it. Based on our current speed, we should catch sight of the Great Wall itself within about half a month. That's where we will part ways. I hope that by the time we meet again, whether it's inside the Great Wall or out, that both of us will have made names for ourselves." With that, he took out a flagon of alcohol, took a long drink, and then handed it to Bai Xiaochun. As of this moment, Zhao Tianjiao seemed tall and mighty, and absolutely impressive. Behind him, Chun Yueshan looked on with sparkling eyes. Bai Xiaochun slapped his chest, took the flagon, and drank a big mouthful. Despite how grand he was trying to look, it was to his disappointment that he realized that Chen Yueshan and the others in the group all had eyes fixed on Zhao Tianjiao. Ahem, he thought to himself. Low profile. I'm the type who keeps a low profile. Half a month flew by. One morning, when the first rays of dawn were peeking out from the east, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes and looked over at the horizon to see something that looked almost like a mountain range. It was the Great Wall. The sight left Bai Xiaochun completely shaken, and was almost impossible to describe with words. The Great Wall was like a hulking dragon lying on the horizon, snaking back and forth for as far as the eye could see. It was fully 6,000 meters tall, a barrier that completely separated the lands on either side, and completely prevented anything on the outside from getting in. In addition to the physical structure of the wall, there was a black, shimmering shield of light that rose from the top of the wall into the heavens. With that shield in place, everything on the other side was completely sealed out. The wall and the shield together created what seemed like an impassable barrier. As for the wall itself, it wasn't black, but violet. Bai Xiaochun was even able to detect the reek of blood coming from it. It was possible to imagine that, years in the past, the wall had actually been black, but over time, had been stained by the endless flow of blood which ran down it. The lands leading up to the wall were completely barren and devoid of life. There was a bleakness to the area that even seemed to affect the clouds above, staining them violent and spinning them into a wild vortex that emitted occasional rumbling sounds. Red lightning danced in that vortex, almost like red dragons flitting about and roaring. The wall was violet and the shield was black. Each tile and brick that formed the wall emanated incredible pressure, and all of that together created the ultimate division between the lands of Heavenspan and the Wildlands. Currently visible atop the wall itself were over 100 magical cannons, ferocious weapons that seemed mighty enough to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Right in the middle of the Great Wall was a city that was fully 10 times larger than either East Sea City or World City. That city formed the gate which led into and out of the Great Wall. Countless auras could be detected within that city, each and every one of which seemed to pulse with the blood of countless battles, and were suffused with complete and utter determination. Based on what Bai Xiaochun could sense, there were millions upon millions of such auras. Furthermore, in addition to the numerous nascent soul auras, there was something else, something that could shake heaven and earth, something powerful that it seemed to be a part of creation itself. It was a deva. Deva were rare, but there was one here. Furthermore, it was a deva that neither Bai Xiaochun nor Zhao Tianjiao were unfamiliar with. It was Chun Yueshan's father, Three-Eyed Chinhutian, who had arrived in the city much earlier than them. In the following years, he would be tasked with leading the defense against the Wildlands. In the very middle of the city was a 5-sided pagoda, a tower that stretched 30,000 meters into the sky. From the top of that tower, everything on either side of the Great Wall was clearly visible. The intense light which flickered inside of it was enough to shock anyone who laid eyes on it. At the very top of the pagoda was a huge pearl fully 300 meters wide, inside of which was a mysterious, swirling mist that occasionally formed together into an eye with 2 pupils. Anyone who that eye looked at would instantly begin to shake, as if the will of the heavens were focusing on them. Even as Bai Xiaochun was looking at the tower in shock, Zhao Tianjiao whispered, "Starry Sky Pagoda." When Zhao Tianjiao looked at the pagoda, it was with utter fervor and deep respect. It's a holy object of our Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, the Starry Sky Pagoda. I heard that sealed inside of that pearl is a true spirit. True spirit? Bai Xiaochun said, a look of shock appearing on his face. Even I don't know what a true spirit really is. But my master told me that with that true spirit in place, the Great Wall is no longer an inanimate object. Instead, it possesses a life force of its own. The pagoda not only possesses all types of strange defensive powers, but also forms the heart of the Great Wall. All matters pertaining to battle credits and resource distribution are under the control of the pagoda. Suddenly, Zhao Tianjiao took a deep breath and pointed his finger out. Xiaochun, look! Surrounding the starry sky pagoda are the banners of the 5 legions. Sure enough, 5 banners could be seen flapping in the wind. A dazzling and eye-catching sight that made it possible to distinguish the 5 legions of the army, even from a distance. The 5 banners were all a different color, and all had different sigils. All of them were very unique, but one of them seemed to stand out in particular to Bai Xiaochun. The sigil on that banner depicted a wildland savage that had been skinned alive. The sigil was extremely lifelike, and it was even possible to see the skinned savage howling from the pain. Bai Xiaochun was almost sure that he could hear a blood-curdling scream when he looked at the banner. Those banners represent the 5 legions that make up the Hall of Steel Veins, each one of which has accomplished incredible things during the wars throughout the years. The 5 legions are the Skin Flayers, the Black Demons, the Bane Stars, the Savage Butcherers, and the Soul Slaughterers. The Skin Flayers, Bai Xiaochun said with a gasp. For some reason, that name really caused his mind to tremble. Each legion has their own banner, which not only represents what they've accomplished in battle, but also demonstrates how incredible they are. See the Skin Flayers banner? I've heard that their legion is incredibly bloodthirsty. Whenever they march to battle, they skin their enemies alive. Their name alone causes the savages outside the Great Wall to tremble in fear. From the way Zhao Tianjiao's eyes glowed with reverence, it was obvious that he very much wanted to join one of the 5 legions. Bai Xiaochun swallowed hard. After seeing the 5 banners, he thought more than ever that he should keep his distance from them. Zhao Tianjiao was almost breathless as he revealed everything he knew. Xiaochun, did you know that beyond the Great Wall, the savages have something called the execution list? Once your name gets on that list, everyone in the wildlands will do everything they can to kill you. The generals of the 5 legions are all in the top 10 of that list, the highest among them being the general of the Skinflayers, Bai Lin. He has the same surname as you, and is highest on the list at 6th place, surpassed by only the Devis. The more Bai Xiaochun learned about the Great Wall, the more dangerous and unsafe it seemed. As the group neared Great Wall City, they reached a certain point where a rippling fluctuation appeared, surrounding them and locking them in place. It was impossible to detect with the naked eye, and almost immediately surrounded them with indescribable restrictive power that made it almost impossible for them to move. Even Zhao Tianjiao suddenly lurched to a stop and couldn't move a muscle. The same thing happened to Chen Yueshan, Bai Xiaochun, and the others in the group. All of them were suddenly as stiff as boards, completely incapable of movement. Next, the rippling power used some unknown method to examine their identity medallions and confirm that the medallions belonged to them. Even Chen Yueshan, daughter of three-eyed Chen Hutian, was examined thoroughly. After that, another fluctuation passed through them, and they could sense their souls being examined. It only lasted for a moment, but even that short bit of time left by Xiaochun and the others all trembling as if they had just had a brush with death. After all, they had just been immobilized and scanned with divine sense. If they had harbored any ill intentions at all, they would have been killed beyond the shadow of a doubt. After the rigid examination, the fluctuations locking them in place slowly faded away, and they regained the ability to move. Expressions flickering, they continued on toward Great Wall City. Moments before, when the small group was being stopped and inspected, a door had opened somewhere in Great Wall City, and a middle-aged cultivator had stepped out, clad in a black suit of armor. He emanated the fluctuations of the great circle of core formation, as well as a bleakly murderous aura which grew more intense by the moment. The man took only 4 steps, and yet that placed him right in front of the newly arrived group. Even Zhao Tianjiao could sense that this man's murderous aura was unusual and unique. When his eyes fell upon Chen Yueshan, he immediately clasped hands and bowed. "I am your humble servant, Colonel Li Hongming of the Skin Flayers." The inspection you underwent just now was merely protocol. Great Wall City's spell formation has a special function which strictly inspects every person who comes in. I hope you can forgive me for the unexpected inconvenience. From the way Li Hongming was speaking, it was clear that he didn't expect a response from any of them, but rather wanted them to listen carefully. It is not permitted to tarry inside of Great Wall City, and in fact, the other trial takers won't even be allowed inside. They can only pass in and out of the Great Wall via a side gate, and must take no more than the time it takes an incense stick to burn to do so. However, the Deva Patriarch passed down orders that your group would be allowed in the city, albeit for only a single day. After that, you must leave. I've been tasked with overseeing your stay, and therefore you are not allowed to leave my sight. Please do abide by that arrangement. With that, he turned and began to walk off. When Bai Xiaochun examined Li Hongming, he could tell that the man's cultivation base was only a bit higher than his own, and yet, his murderous aura was vastly more intense. Furthermore, his eyes seemed to radiate a feeling of blood, as though he had killed too many souls to even count. The fact that a person like that was a mere colonel in charge of 1,000 soldiers left Bai Xiaochun even more shaken regarding the 5 legions. After a moment of silence, Zhao Tianjiao hurried after Li Hongming and asked, "Brother Li, why did the inspection from before even go as deep as our souls?" Without even turning his head to look at Zhao Tianjiao, Li Hongming said, 160-year cycle ago, the vengeful souls outside the Great Wall devised a unique possession technique that allowed them to masquerade as cultivators. They used that technique to try to infiltrate Great Wall City and assassinate the generals. From that point on, we took precautions against such methods. Everyone who wants to enter the city must first undergo a soul inspection. Zhao Tianjiao nodded and didn't ask any further questions. Bai Xiaochun followed along cautiously with the rest of the group as Li Hongming led them into Great Wall City itself. He could instantly tell that the place was different from East Sea City or World City. First of all, there were no shops anywhere to be seen. Although there were a lot of people present, most of them wore suits of armor and had cold, expressionless faces. This wasn't really a city, it was a huge military base. The cultivators were all members of the 5 legions, each of which had their own section of the city to themselves. There was a harsh, stern atmosphere that weighed down everywhere, leaving Bai Xiaochun and the rest of the group feeling somewhat unsettled. Even Zhao Tianjiao was affected. When Li Hongming saw the reactions of Bai Xiaochun and the others, a cold smile appeared on his face, and a bit of scorn could be seen in his eyes. He obviously didn't have a very good opinion of them, and were it not for the orders of the Deva Patriarch, he would never have lowered himself to the point of giving them a tour of the city. As far as he was concerned, his current task was simply taking him away from fighting or cultivation. They're nothing but a bunch of highfalutin kids from the sect, here to see what war looks like. Although his heart was filled with scorn, he kept his face expressionless as he led them through Great Wall City. Along the way, various cultivators from the 5 legions looked over at Li Hongming, and when they saw the type of armor he was wearing, would clasp hands and offer respectful greetings. "Greetings, Colonel. My respects, Colonel." Bai Xiaochun heard many such greetings being called out, and when he saw the looks of respect on the faces of the other cultivators, couldn't help but be curious about the rank of colonel. Zhao Tianjiao and the others were all wrapped up in their own thoughts as they looked around at the violet walls of the city. Everything in the city was violet, including the buildings, and emanated a reek of blood. Great Wall City is divided into 5 districts, corresponding to the 5 legions. We are currently in the district assigned to the Skin Flayers, which is itself larger than all of World City. The Skin Flayers district is further subdivided into 10 garrisons. As for that area over there, it belongs to General Bai Lin. Li Hongming was currently pointing to an area with a vast, 300-meter-tall building that looked like a violet coffin. The coffin was emblazoned with the sigil of the Skin Flayers and emanated a very sinister air. As he looked around, Bai Xiaochun could see the looks of zealous devotion in the eyes of the cultivators when they looked at the huge coffin. It was the same even with Li Hongming. The other areas are similar, so I won't take you to look at all of them. Having led them on a rather circuitous route through the city, Li Hongming finally took them into a rather ordinary-looking courtyard. Li Hongming looked up at the noon sun and then coolly said, "It's getting late, so why don't you rest up a bit? There's a curfew at night, so remember that, and be careful." Bai Xiaochun looked up at the sun and could tell that it was actually very early and not anywhere close to nighttime. Li Hongming clearly didn't want to waste any more time showing them around. "I'll escort you out tomorrow morning at first light." With that, Li Hongming turned to leave. Zhao Tianjiao was frowning and seemed to be on the verge of saying something when Chen Yueshan took a step forward and said, "Brother Li, please wait a moment." Li Hongming stopped in place. If anyone else in the group had spoken up, he would have ignored them, but Chen Yueshan's status was different. Frowning slightly, he turned to look at her. "Brother Li, would you mind taking us up to the Great Wall to look around?" she said lightly, giving voice the words that Zhao Tianjiao had just been thinking. After a moment of silence, Li Hongming slowly said, "There's currently a battle going on, making it quite dangerous. If we go up, I can't guarantee your safety. Are you sure you want to go?" "Yes, we're sure," Zhao Tianjiao said, nodding his head. Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment, but seeing how everyone else was nodding, he decided to go along. "We definitely want to go have a look." Li Hongming did nothing further to dissuade them. Turning in a different direction, he began to lead them toward the Great Wall itself. It was some distance to the edge of the city where it connected to the wall. Even with Li Hongming leading them, it took the time it takes an incense stick to burn before they arrived. As Bai Xiaochun stood there, looking up at the enormous wall, he felt so truly insignificant that it was suffocating. Zhao Tianjiao and Chen Yueshan had the same feeling, as did the others in the group. The imposing pressure of the wall caused their hearts to race, their blood to boil, and their cultivation bases to spin rapidly. Their reaction only served to increase Li Hongming's disdain. "All right, get onto the stairs. In a moment you'll get to feel what war is like." As soon as Li Hongming stepped onto the stairs, ripples spread out in all directions, revealing what appeared to be more than 10,000 steps leading up to the top of the wall. Zhao Tianjiao immediately stepped forward, and Chen Yueshan followed, pausing briefly on the first step before hurrying after Li Hongming. From where Bai Xiaochun was standing, he couldn't hear anything that was happening beyond the wall, but as soon as he stepped onto the stairs, he could instantly hear screaming and yelling. At the same time, his heart began to thump as if with the desire to do battle. "Something's off," he thought. After looking around for a moment, he quickly hurried after the others. Soon, the stairs were blurring by beneath his feet, and the sounds of screaming and yelling were getting more intense. Before long, he had reached the final stair and was on top of the wall. At that point, the sounds of battle rang loudly in his ears. He could hear agonized screams, enraged roars, and maniacal laughing, along with booms and rumbling that could shake lands and rock mountains. The wall was so wide at the very top that 100 people could patrol it in formation. And yet, it was still packed with cultivators, all of them wearing black suits of armor emblazoned with the sigil of the skin flayers, their murderous auras rising high into the heavens. Some of them were operating the enormous magical cannons, sending destructive beams of light down the area beyond the wall. Others were at the ramparts, unleashing magical techniques and powerful attacks. There were some who had flown off the wall and were fighting the mist-like clouds that were hordes of vengeful souls. The deafening sounds of battle instantly assailed Bai Xiaochun's mind, leaving him gasping in shock. However, he quickly recovered and looked over to find Li Hongming staring at him in shock. As it turned out, he was the first to regain his senses. Neither Zhao Tianjiao nor any of the others had recovered from the shocking sight of the field of battle. Bai Xiaochun was the first of the group to recover, which was apparently quite a surprise to Li Hongming, who had been standing there with his arms crossed, looking at the small group. Throughout the years, he had seen many such trial-takers come to the Great Wall, and whenever they saw true battle for the first time, they always needed a bit of time to recover. At the minimum, it usually took them several breaths of time to do so, and yet this nameless cultivator in front of him had only required a single breath of time. In fact, from the look of it, it might have been even slightly faster than that. Apparently, this young man was no stranger to war. Of course, compared to Zhao Tianjiao and the others in the group, Bai Xiaochun had a lot more experience on the field of battle. Thanks to everything that had occurred in the lower reaches and the middle reaches, he was very familiar with large-scale conflicts. However, despite his familiarity, it was still a shock to see all of the cultivators atop the wall fighting, and especially with the magical cannons. Furthermore, all of that quickly tore his attention to what was happening outside the wall. Beyond the wall, the sky was crimson, as though it had been stained red by countless years of flame. Even the ground outside was bright red, a sharp contrast to the black soil inside the Great Wall. Down below the wall were vast numbers of vengeful souls. Their faces twisted into vicious expressions, and they screamed and howled, doing everything in their power to try to destroy the wall itself. They were the souls of men and women, old and young, all of them vicious beyond compare, and charging forward in tide-like waves of attack. The number of souls was mind-boggling. Wherever Bai Xiaochun looked, he saw nothing but vengeful souls. Whether it was on the ground or in the air, it was as if he were looking out at a massive sea of souls. Some were attacking the black glowing shield, and others were gnashing and biting at the wall itself. Many were flying up and trying to attack the skin flayers who were out in the open. Although the vengeful souls could attack and retreat at will, the black shield and the wall held strong against them. For the skin flayers, things were different. Most of them were on the wall, and even if they did charge out into the open for an offensive, they always had to return to the wall at some point, and rely on the protection of the shield to weaken the souls for a period before beginning another offensive. In addition to the vengeful souls, there were occasionally giants visible within the enemy forces. Most of them were about 3 meters tall, and despite being physically imposing, seemed emaciated and sickly. Even still, they were crazed, bloodthirsty, and completely vicious, and their eyes radiated with unfathomable hatred whenever they looked in the direction of the Great Wall. Bai Xiaochun instantly recognized those giants. They were none other than wildland savages. Most of them held back, looking for opportunities created by the Sea of Souls. Once such an opportunity presented itself, they would call upon their fleshly body power to rocket through the air like meteors. The attacks of the savages were what the skin flayers on the Great Wall would get most nervous about. Whenever they happened, the cultivators would fly off of the wall to counterattack with full force. Rumbling booms filled the air, and crimson blood and gore filled the battlefield as the bitter fighting went on. Even as Bai Xiaochun looked around to take everything in, the savages outside seemed to take notice of him. They could tell that he and his group were new arrivals, and one of them, who happened to be a bit larger than the others, suddenly launched himself into the air toward them. Howling, he sped along in a beam of light, simultaneously performing a double-handed incantation gesture, which caused numerous vengeful souls to join him in his charge. In the blink of an eye, Bai Xiaochun saw blackened, yellowish teeth and an emaciated body hurtling madly in his direction. Li Hongming's pupils constricted, and he strode forward, right hand flashing in an incantation gesture before waving his finger in the direction of the savage. At the same time, numerous nearby skin flayers also began to charge forward. To see the savage staring at him in such bloodthirsty fashion caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to prickle in fear. And yet, the more danger he was in, the more explosively he would react. Having no time to considering the situation, he opened his heaven-span Dharma eye, causing a violet beam of light to shoot out. The violet light almost instantly landed on the savage, wrapping around him. The effect only lasted for a moment before he freed himself, but within that time, Bai Xiaochun performed an incantation gesture, causing shocking frigid qi to roil out. Cracking sounds could instantly be heard as layers of ice sprang up around the attacking savage. Simultaneously, Li Hongming and the other soldiers attacked, causing booming sounds to echo out in all directions. That was when Zhao Tianjiao and Chen Yueshan recovered. Expressions flickering, they also joined in the attack. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the savage let out a miserable shriek and was torn to shreds. Black blood burst out in all directions, but was too far away from the wall and the shield to hit them. Instead, it splashed down onto the ground below, where it hissed and sizzled as it dissolved the soil. The savage's blood is filled with various toxins, Li Hongming explained, and is strong enough to erode the wall itself. It's a new development from within the last 100 years, and is why we can't let the savages even get close to the Great Wall. From the look in his eyes, the disdain he had felt toward Bai Xiaochun seemed to have lessened significantly. Bai Xiaochun looked down wide-eyed at the crater which had been melted by the savage's blood, and his heart trembled. They're not savages, he thought. They're more like pill furnaces on the verge of exploding. I can't believe that's what happens when you kill them. Despite the fact that he was even more nervous than ever, he could tell that Li Hongming was looking at him differently than before, so he forced his chin up and coolly said, "It's been quite some time that I've hoped to feast my eyes on fighting like this. Presumably, battles like this don't happen very often." Li Hongming's derision for Bai Xiaochun was continuing to lessen, so he smiled and explained, "Of course they do. Small-scale skirmishes like this happen every 2 or 3 days." Bai Xiaochun would rather have not heard such an explanation, and his heart immediately began to thump. Looking out beyond the wall, he saw a sea of souls, the countless savages, and even certain locations where there were huge, ferocious battle beasts. This is a small-scale skirmish? He thought in surprise. What are the big battles like? Not only did everything look very dangerous, but it reminded him that he had to go outside of the Great Wall on at least 3 missions. What a headache! Smiling faintly, Li Hongming looked at Zhao Tianjiao and the others and said, "Very well. It's dangerous here on top of the wall. Now that you've had your look at war, why don't we head back down?" Bai Xiaochun was just about to agree when Zhao Tianjiao took a deep breath. Eyes sparkling, he looked down at the fighting and said, "Brother Li, how long will this battle last?" Li Hongming looked around for a moment to assess the situation, then replied, "From the look of things, I'd say the soul tide will recede tonight. Then there will be a day or 2 of peace and quiet. In that case, I'll wait here. Once the battle is over, I'd like to immediately go out into the wildlands to begin my training." Bai Xiaochun had known all along that Zhao Tianjiao would think in this way, and wasn't surprised at all. However, Li Hongming seemed quite taken aback. "You want to go outside of the Great Wall? That's why I came here. To go out into the wildlands." Li Hongming looked at Zhao Tianjiao a bit more closely for a moment before clasping hands and bowing deeply. "In all the years I've been stationed here in Great Wall City, I can't count how many people have gone out into the wildlands, never to return. Fellow Taoist Zhao, the fact that you have such a goal despite your incredible status is truly worthy of respect. I truly hope that your journeys are safe, fellow Taoist." Zhao Tianjiao laughed heartily, then looked over at Chen Yueshan. Placing her hand over her mouth to cover her smile, she walked over without a word to stand at Zhao Tianjiao's side. Her message was clear. She would stay with Zhao Tianjiao wherever he went. It might be dangerous on the outside, and she might have a reputation as being one of the most beloved young women in the sect, but at the moment those things didn't matter to her. As for Zhao Tianjiao's 2 followers, and Chen Yueshan's 2 close friends, none of them said anything. Originally, they had planned to go along with Zhao Tianjiao and Chen Yueshan, but after seeing the deadly fighting just now, they were left so shaken that they could only look down at the ground in an attempt to hide the shame on their faces. Zhao Tianjiao didn't seem to care. Smiling broadly, he looked at Bai Xiaochun. "Xiaochun, will you be joining us?" Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat. Considering that he was only in the late gold core stage, he didn't feel that going out into the wildlands would be a very good idea. Perhaps once he reached the Great Circle, then he would go out. At least at that point, he would be more capable of defending himself. By then, he could just make a quick trip outside and back, and hopefully wouldn't find himself in too much danger. By enduring the next 10 years in such a fashion, he could then go back to the sect and trade his Deva soul for a set of 5 elements Deva beast souls. Taking the safe and easy route to the nascent soul stage was the way for him. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun felt more confident in his decision than ever, and was just trying to decide whether or not to explain his decision, when suddenly, cries of shock could be heard from the surrounding skin flayers. Many faces in the area filled with astonishment, and despite the fact that the spiritual energy was so weak, many people unleashed the power of their cultivation bases. The sudden development left Bai Xiaochun, Zhao Tianjiao, and everyone else stunned. Looking out at the battlefield, They saw that the seemingly endless tide of souls had suddenly stopped moving. In fact, they even began to back up. At the same time, there were no vicious expressions on their faces anymore, but rather what appeared to be flickers of intelligence. It was a very odd-looking sight. Such expressions seemed very out of place. If that were all there were to the situation, it might not have been a big deal. But then, the vengeful souls threw their heads back and let out ear-piercing howls, and at the same time began to rush toward each other and clump into groups. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 300-meter-tall soul emperors had formed on the battlefield. They had broad shoulders and seemingly muscular bodies made up of countless souls, and each one of them wielded different magical weapons. The mere sight of them was enough to shake heaven and earth. The more than 10 enormous soul emperors let out terrifying howls as they brandished their magical weapons in shocking fashion. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide at the sight of the soul emperors, and he couldn't help but think of the soul emperor he had seen in the Cyan trial by fire back in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. That soul emperor there looked almost exactly like these ones. This. The terrifying soul emperors out on the battlefield seemed incredibly powerful, almost as if they were comparable to nascent soul experts. In addition to the more than 10 soul emperors, Bai Xiaochun could also see that there were certain souls out on the battlefield that were different from the others. The ordinary vengeful souls weren't intelligent and couldn't use magical items. For the most part, they acted on instinct and were mostly illusory like smoke. But now, 7 or 8 figures could be seen on the battlefield, clad in voluminous black robes complete with deep hoods that obscured their heads and faces. It was impossible to say when they had appeared, but now they hovered in midair, surrounded by crackling black lightning. There were also some vengeful souls that were beast-like in appearance, and held enormous weapons in their hands as they strode forward. In addition, at one point off in the distance, swirling smoke formed into the shape of a warhorse with blood-red eyes and flames surrounding its hooves. Seated on the back of the warhorse of smoke was a gray-robed man. Clearly, that man was no vengeful spirit, and neither was he a savage. He was a cultivator, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that he was like a cultivator. He was tall and thin, and the skin of the hand which held the reins of the horse was pure white and seemingly devoid of any dirt or filth whatsoever. There was something elegant about him, something that made him seem beyond ordinary. Furthermore, he wasn't alone. Flanking him were 7 or 8 men and women wearing dilapidated clothing, yet who were very good-looking. As they stood there staring at the Great Wall, eyes flickering coldly, the cultivation base fluctuations rolling off of them placed them in the core formation stage. Immediately, the nearby emaciated savages bowed their heads and clasped hands, expressions of awe and reverence on their faces. When Bai Xiaochun saw the black warhorse, the first thing he thought of was Bruiser. Then he looked more closely at the figure in the gray robe mounted atop it, and realized that there was definitely something different about him. He almost seemed like a king to the vengeful souls and the savages, as if he could single-handedly control all of them. For some reason, Bai Xiaochun found himself thinking about Chun Manyao and the group she represented. When Li Hongming saw the gray-robed figure, his expression flickered. Who would have thought that a small-scale skirmish like this would see the appearance of soul cultivators and necromancers? Zhao Tianjiao stared at the gray-robed man, coldness rising up in his heart as he asked, "Soul cultivators? Necromancers?" In the Wildlands, Li Hongming said in a low voice, "Vengeful souls are considered to be the lowest ranking and least powerful of all entities. Then come the savages, and after that, the soul cultivators. At the top are the necromancers. As for the soul cultivators, they are powerful cultivators who treat the savages like nothing more than servants. There is no spiritual energy for them to cultivate, so they settle for the next best thing. They use soul vitality instead of spiritual power, and that is why they are called soul cultivators. The people responsible for capturing the most powerful vengeful souls, the masters of soul manipulation techniques, and the ones who extract soul vitality for the soul cultivators to use, are rare in the Wildlands, and are highly valued. They are the necromancers. Necromancers are terrifying beings. Each and every one is a powerful expert who can control souls, merge them together, and even contain souls inside their bodies to be unleashed with devastating power. Even as Li Hongming was explaining about soul cultivators and necromancers, the gray-robed man on the black warhorse extended his right hand and pointed at the Great Wall. In response, the more than 10 gigantic soul emperors roared and began to charge across the battlefield, followed by the numerous battle beasts in the area. Of course, not all of the vengeful souls on the field of battle had been used to make the soul emperors, so there were plenty of ordinary vengeful souls to accompany them in their charge. There were also the pitch-black souls in midair, surrounded by black lightning, and the souls with special magical weapons. As the charge began, intense rumblings echoed out that were enough to topple mountains and drain seas. The savages also howled as they began to run toward the Great Wall, with only the gray-robed man and the 7 or 8 soul cultivators remaining unmoving as they watched the scene play out. The battle was ramping up, and deafening rumbling sounds were already filling the air. As for Zhao Tianjiao, he stood looking out at the battle, listening intently to Li Hongming's explanation. Although Zhao Tianjiao knew quite a bit about the wildlands, Li Hongming had personally been here fighting battles for many years, so clearly, his understanding was much deeper and clearer. Bai Xiaochun stood there licking his lips as he looked at the soul cultivators and the gray-robed man. He had a bit of a different perspective than Zhao Tianjiao. He had been dealing with the wildlands for a long time now, and was very glad to have this additional information from Li Hongming. Neither the vengeful souls nor the savages are the true rulers of the wildlands, he thought. The real ones in charge are the so-called rebels who have been forced to live out there. Originally, there probably weren't very many of them, but after all the years that have passed, they've multiplied and become many. Considering how barren the place is, they have no choice but to use soul vitality to practice cultivation. And that's why they're called soul cultivators. The necromancers must just be outstanding figures among soul cultivators. He said they're adept at manipulating souls, so I wonder if the process is similar to how medicine is concocted or magical items are forged. Even as Bai Xiaochun was wrapped up in these thoughts, Chen Yueshan frowned. Even if soul cultivators are strong, and necromancers are rare, what are they doing here? What gives them the courage to take on the entire Great Wall with just that small group? Aren't they worried that we will charge out and kill them? Chen Yueshan wasn't the only one pondering that very question. Zhao Tianjiao had also been thinking about it. Even Bai Xiaochun looked over expectantly at Li Hongming. Li Hongming didn't respond. Instead, he extended his right hand, within which appeared a jade slip that he apparently used to transmit some orders. Next, 10 enormous magical cannons suddenly began to power up on the Great Wall, sending powerful fluctuations out in all directions. Moments later, rumbling sounds could be heard as bright beams of light shot out from the cannons out onto the battlefield. The air distorted around the beams of light as they shot toward the soul emperors, some of whom let out miserable shrieks as they were destroyed. The beams of light cut through them like a hot knife through butter, and then proceeded onward to destroy more savages and souls behind them. In an instant, the light was closing in on the necromancer. Those 10 beams of light were powerful enough to destroy nascent soul cultivators. And yet, when they hit the necromancer and the soul cultivators, their bodies simply faded away. Obviously, they hadn't been killed, but rather had visited the battlefield via projection, and not with their true forms. Chen Yueshan's jaw dropped, and Zhao Tianjiao's pupils constricted. Even Bai Xiaochun was completely taken aback. Apparently, Li Hongming wasn't at all surprised by Chen Yueshan's question, and had even been expecting it. Back when I first arrived at the Great Wall, I had similar questions. Unfortunately, no one provided me with any answers, and I only learned the truth after seeing things with my own eyes. Turning to face her, he said, I suspect you don't know as much about the wildlands as you think you do. The wildlands are huge, much larger than the Heavenspan river that we come from. The vengeful souls there are so numerous that they are without end. For countless tens upon tens of thousands of years, the savages there have been born with the power of gods running in their veins. After they grow up, some of them become giants that are thousands of meters tall. There are also countless vicious beasts in the wildlands, the type that would shock you to hear them described. Remember, it's not just the Starry Sky Tao polarity sect who resists the wildlands, it's all of the sects in the Heavenspan River Basin. Furthermore, we aren't the only ones who have devas. Nor are we the only ones to have demigods. As Li Hongming continued with his explanation, Bai Xiaochun looked out at the spot where the necromancer and the soul cultivators had been standing, as well as the terrifying battle which was playing out. Even as he was sighing and cursing about ending up in a place like this, Zhao Tianjiao threw his head back and laughed uproariously. If the wildlands were filled with weaklings, then what would be the point of going there for training? The lands out there are filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons, which make them the perfect place for me. Besides, the wildlands might be strong with even devas and demigods, but we have the celestial. With the celestial on our side, the wildlands will be the wildlands for all eternity. They will always be stuck outside the Great Wall, and will never pollute our heaven-span sea. Zhao Tianjiao seemed very grand as he stood there and uttered such words. So much so that Li Hongming also joined him in laughing. That's right. We have the celestial, so the wildlands will always and ever be stuck on the outside. That's how things have always been. A strong gleam of approval could be seen in Li Hongming's eyes as he looked at Zhao Tianjiao. As the two of them laughed together, Zhao Tianjiao looked over at Bai Xiaochun and could see that he was nervous. Xiaochun, does it scare you to see all those souls and hear about how strong the wildlands are? Cultivation is fundamentally a defiance of the heavens. So we cultivators should obviously dominate the battlefield to carve out our own great Tao. When faced with the heroic-looking Zhao Tianjiao and Li Hongming, Bai Xiaochun knew that he couldn't let himself look scared. Glaring at them, he slapped his chest hard and loudly declared, "Scared? Who said I'm scared? I could destroy those puny souls as easy as turning over my hand." Looking out at the tide of souls and the soul emperors, Bai Xiaochun decided to make his words even more persuasive, and to truly convince them that he wasn't afraid. Therefore, he had to take some action. Slapping his bag of holding, he produced a soul convergence pill. Looking disdainfully down at the battlefield, he threw the pill out. "Take this." As the medicinal pill flew through the air, he performed an incantation gesture and then waved his finger at it. As he did, the pill landed amidst the sea of souls, and then exploded. Instantly, a terrifying gravitational force erupted out, becoming a black hole fully 300 meters wide. All of the souls in that area were in the middle of howling and charging toward the Great Wall. However, in the blink of an eye, their howls were cut short. Meanwhile, expressions of wide-eyed astonishment suddenly appeared on the faces of the skin flayers up on the wall. Within that 300-meter area, all of the vengeful souls were suddenly sucked beyond their control in the direction of the exploded pill, and in the blink of an eye, the entire area was empty. From a distance, there was now a large 300-meter hole in the middle of the soul tide, something completely eye-catching that everyone was looking at. To the astonishment of everyone, after the souls were sucked together, they became a head-sized soul sphere that dropped down onto the ground. From the look of it, there were over 10,000 vengeful souls inside of it, all screaming and struggling to no avail to free themselves. Not only were the cultivators on the Great Wall shocked, the savages on the battlefield were completely astounded. There were also many nearby vengeful souls who instinctively stopped in place and looked over. Even some of the soul emperors looked over in surprise. This, Li Hongming said, his mind spinning. Earlier, he had assumed that Bai Xiaochun was pulling out a medicinal pill simply to get some face. But what had actually resulted left him completely and utterly shocked. Zhao Tianjiao's eyes were wide as he looked at the newly emptied 300-meter circle in the middle of the battlefield, and the more than 10,000 vengeful souls struggling in the soul sphere. Gasping, he turned to look at Bai Xiaochun, his expression one of slight confusion. Chen Yueshan, as well as the others in their group, were standing there with hearts pounding as they suddenly remembered Bai Xiaochun's actions in the Xian trial by fire back in the sect. After a moment of silence, the skin flayers on the wall erupted into chaos, their eyes shining with disbelief and shock as they looked over at Bai Xiaochun. Heavens! What just happened? What magical item did he throw out just now? This is unheard of. I can't believe this. I don't think I've ever seen anything that works so well against vengeful souls. Who is that guy? Seeing that not only had his pill worked quite well, but he had also attracted quite a bit of attention, Bai Xiaochun was immediately enlivened. Therefore, he pulled out a whole pile of soul convergence pills and, with a mighty shout, threw them out over the wall, and then began to perform an incantation gesture. Booms began to ring out on the battlefield, and soon vast numbers of vengeful souls were screaming in anguish. Even one of the soul emperors was caught up and ended up being sucked away into a soul sphere. The crowd of cultivators on top of the wall stood there in stunned silence. Bai Xiaochun was more excited than ever by this development. Clearing his throat, he happily stuck his chin up and waved his sleeve. Who said I was scared? With the snap of a finger, Bai Xiaochun reduced all those souls to ashes. You think I'm scared of them? Bai Xiaochun? Scared. Feeling very pleased with himself, Bai Xiaochun tried as much as possible to flaunt his veins of steel, as if the slightest word of provocation would cause him to throw all caution to the wind and fight it out to the death with his enemies. The shocking result of him throwing out so many soul convergence pills led to more silence as virtually all of the skin flayers on top of the wall looked over at Bai Xiaochun, their jaws hanging open and their eyes shining with ardor. Even Zhao Tianjiao could barely breathe. His words earlier had been casually spoken, and he had never imagined that Bai Xiaochun would react the way he did. With the mere wave of his hand, he eradicated a huge number of vengeful souls. He wasn't the only one. In addition to the skin flayers in the area, someone had been watching unseen from the huge coffin off in the distance. That gaze seemed to be completely fixed on by Xiaochun for a long moment before retracting back into the coffin. I've gone through just about everything you can imagine, Bai Xiaochun declared. Back when the Spirit Stream sect and the Bloodstream sect were about to go to war, I was the one who single-handedly stopped it. After the sects joined forces, we went on to subjugate the entire cultivation world of the lower reaches. Looking off into the distance, he tried to look as heroic as possible. Later on, I charged into battle with 1,000,000 other cultivators, including those from the Pill and Profound Stream divisions. In fact, I was the one who came up with the name of the river-defying sect. As he swished his sleeve, the wind blew his hair, making him seem even more impressive than before. When the river-defying sect fought the Sky River Court, I led the charge, cutting down countless enemies. I even took control of the body of the Blood Ancestor to fight the Sky River Court's reserve power, the Dire Skybanyan. Fellow Taoistly, now do you understand why I wasn't very shocked by the sight of the battlefield earlier? On my path of cultivation, I've already experienced far too many wars. There was a tenacity visible in Bai Xiaochun's expression, and something in his eyes that seemed both profound and ancient. Because of that, he seemed more than ever like he had veins of steel and lacked any fear of death. Anyone who saw him at this moment would be shocked, and even Li Hongming was panting a bit. These weren't stupid people. None of them knew Bai Xiaochun, and since this was their first time meeting him, he seemed completely and utterly impressive. Plus, his soul convergence pill truly had shaken the entire battlefield and left everyone's minds spinning. On the battlefield beyond the Great Wall, the savages were trembling in fear, and none of them even dared to advance. As for the remaining vengeful souls, they were already backing up. Xiaochun, elder brother really misjudged you, Zhao Tianjiao said, sounding a bit self-reproaching. Thinking back to everything that had occurred since he had met Bai Xiaochun, he quickly clasped hands and bowed apologetically. Letting his sleeve drop, Bai Xiaochun lowered his voice and said, It's no matter. Elder brother, you're not the first person to assume that I, Bai Xiaochun, am afraid of death. And the truth is that I actually do fear dying. But the reason is that I fear dying for no reason, and fear that my life will be devoid of a future. At the moment he felt wonderful, and couldn't help but muse that the events just now would ensure that in the future, no one would ever dare to say that he was scared of fighting in battle. Xiaochun, Zhao Tianjiao said, shivering a bit. I understand your sentiments, elder brother Zhao, Bai Xiaochun replied. So there's no need to speak them aloud. Fellow Taoistly, the battle is not over yet. I suggest you issue orders to take advantage of the opportunity I've won you, before it fades away. Li Hongming looked deeply at Bai Xiaochun, and without saying a single word, waved his hand toward the battlefield outside the Great Wall. The magical cannons on the Great Wall rumbled to life, sending beams of destructive light out into the enemy forces, and at the same time, large numbers of cultivators flew into the air, unleashing divine abilities and magical techniques in a riot of colors. Soon, rumbling sounds filled the air. The vengeful souls struggled to fight back, but Bai Xiaochun continued to throw out soul convergence pills, making it impossible for them to rally together. As a result, they continued to fall back across the battlefield. Bangs rang out one after another as he tossed numerous medicinal pills out. One 300-meter area after another was opened up, and the seemingly endless tide of souls was finally being beaten back. Miserable shrieks and blood-curdling screams rang out without end. As the tide of souls shrank, the beasts and the savages had no cover, and were unable to defend themselves against the blasts of the magical weapons. Soon they were being cut down like chaff, with the survivors devolving into sheer madness. Savages relied on vengeful souls for almost everything, and using them as cannon fodder to charge the Great Wall was one of the primary tactics of the Wildlands forces. But now that tactic was completely useless. Hearts trembling, the savages finally realized that too many strange things were occurring in this battle, and that they had no chance of surviving. Having no other choice, they began to retreat. Before, it had seemed the battle would last until night fell, but as of this moment, evening hadn't even fallen, and it was already concluding. The skin flayers almost couldn't believe what was happening. In all their years fighting savages and vengeful souls, they had never experienced anything like this. As the Wildlands forces retreated, Li Hongming clasped hands and bowed to Bai Xiaochun. "Many thanks for your help in this battle, fellow Taoist Bai," he said sincerely. The Great Wall was designed as a defensive barrier, so unless dire circumstances presented themselves, the cultivators wouldn't go beyond its bounds for protracted lengths of time. Therefore, it wasn't just Li Hongming who turned to bow to Bai Xiaochun. All of the skin flayers in the area who had stayed behind also joined in. "There's no need to thank me," Bai Xiaochun said somberly. "I do everything for the heaven-span river and sea, for my comrades in arms, and for my sect. If anything, I should be thanking you. Without your year-round service here on the wall, where could any of us safely practice cultivation? Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Taoists, thank you, all of you." With that, he clasped hands and bowed deeply. His words were spoken with a sincerity and deep emotion that touched the hearts of all present, and caused them to approve of Bai Xiaochun even more than before. As for Li Hongming, he laughed heartily and then said, "Brother Zhao, Brother Bai, come. I will personally arrange for a feast, so that we can eat and drink to our heart's content." With that, he smiled and led the way off of the Great Wall. His attitude was completely different this time around. Along the way, he passionately introduced the various areas of Great Wall City, and even told them some things he knew about the Wildlands. Instead of taking them to an inn, he led them to his own personal residence. There, his maidservants laid out a huge feast, and they began to socialize and eat. "Brother Zhao, if you go outside the Great Wall, you will be completely surrounded by danger. I know that you have an impressive background, but you still have to watch out for yourself. Here, take this jade slip. These are all the maps I've collected during my years doing missions outside. Perhaps they will be of some use." After handing over the jade slip, he raised his cup in a toast to Zhao Tianjiao. "Many thanks," Zhao Tianjiao said, nodding his head somberly as he accepted the jade slip and drank with Li Hongming. "Brother Bai, I'm sure you have grand aspirations of your own that you will be pursuing. But no matter what happens, if you need help in any aspect, just say the word and I'll be there." From the sincere way Li Hongming looked at Bai Xiaochun, it seemed that he really did approve of him, and even wanted to be friends. Instead of responding with words, Bai Xiaochun simply raised his drinking vessel and took a long drink. Then the three of them all joined together in a round of contented laughter. Chen Yueshan remained off to the side, watching them with a smile and occasionally refilling their drinking vessels. Time passed, and soon it was late in the night. The The three young men were all core formation cultivators, and were sincerely interested in being friends. Their conversation flowed naturally, and they even exchanged some tips about puzzling cultivation problems. Overall, it was a very beneficial conversation for all of them. Eventually, the sky began to grow light, and Xianxia put down his drinking vessel. Eyes shining, he rotated his cultivation base to dispel the effects of the alcohol, and then rose to his feet. Xiaochun, Brother Li, it's time for me to take my leave. I hope that when I return, the three of us can once again eat and drink together. With that, he clasped hands in farewell. Next, Bai Xiaochun and Li Hongming watched as Zhao Tianjiao and Chen Yueshan went to say their farewells to their friends and followers at the other table. Then they left the courtyard, escorted by some of the skin flayers to leave the Great Wall and head into the wildlands. Their friends and followers all went their own separate ways. Stay safe on your travels, elder brother Zhao, Bai Xiaochun murmured as he watched them leave. In his heart, he truly admired Zhao Tianjiao, both for his cultivation base and his temperament. He even felt a bit of an impulse to follow him out into the wildlands. However, he managed to quickly suppress that terrifying impulse before it could do anything. Elder brother Zhao has his path, and I have my own road to follow. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his drinking vessel and drained of the last bit of alcohol. My road leads back to East Sea City, he thought. I'll find somewhere there to spend a few years, and then decide what to do. I definitely don't want to stay in this crappy place for any longer than I have to. Fully convinced that this was the right course of action, he rose to his feet to bid farewell to Li Hongming. Brother Bai, I know that you're anxious to be on your way, and I don't have much time on my hands either. I have some orders to carry out, and hope that we can meet again soon in the future. And now, let me escort you to the side gate. With that, he led the way toward one of the side gates of Great Wall City. As they walked along, the bright, morning sun shone down to light their path. Bai Xiaochun would occasionally look out at the sky which hung over the area outside the Great Wall, and send his well wishes in the direction of Zhao Tianjiao and Chen Yueshan. Before long, they were at the side gate. All he had to do was walk outside, and then he could return along the path he'd traveled to come here. Turning to Li Hongming, he sighed and said, Brother Li, if we're connected by destiny, then we'll meet again. Li Hongming hesitated for a moment, then said, Xiaochun, I really feel like this is the best place for you. Why don't you think about joining the skin flayers? If you enlist, then I can definitely expedite your application. Ha! As soon as Bai Xiaochun heard the words spoken by Li Hongming, the sentimental feeling in his heart vanished, to be replaced by trembling fear. He didn't want to stay at the Great Wall for any longer than he had to. It was just too dangerous. He was about to shake his head in refusal, but realized that doing so would be a bit embarrassing. Sighing, he said, I would love to join. Unfortunately, I'm well aware that the process of enlisting with the skin flayers is very complicated. I don't want to add any trouble to your busy life, Brother Li. One day, if I can do it completely on my own merit, then I'll definitely join the Hall of Steel Veins. Well then, I guess I'll be off now. Fearing that Li Hongming might do more to try to get him to stay, he turned to leave. However, before he could take a single step, a grave, somber voice echoed out through the air. Do you really want to join the skin flayers? Not only was the voice somber, but it was the weighty type that would apparently not tolerate the slightest bit of disobedience. Anyone who heard that voice would instantly feel shaken inwardly. Even as the voice echoed out, a middle-aged man appeared, clad in a long black robe. A moment ago, he had been some distance away, but a single step brought him to stand right in front of Bai Xiaochun, blocking his path forward. Ha! Bai Xiaochun said, his eyes going wide. Whoever this man was, he moved incredibly quickly, so quickly that before his words had finished entering Bai Xiaochun's ears, the man was already standing right there in his line of sight. He was handsome, with long black hair that made him quite dashing despite the fact that he seemed to be middle-aged. There was also something profound about him, as though his gaze contained the starry sky itself. A mere look at him left Bai Xiaochun shaken. Although his clothing seemed casually selected, The way he stood there made him seem as if he were fused with heaven and earth. He was not quite at the level of a deva in that regard, but seemed capable of reaching that level at any time. It was as if he could draw upon the energy of heaven and earth and transform it into boundless battle prowess. He was not in the deva realm, but neither was he in the great circle of the nascent soul stage. He had reached a point where he could understand some of the magical laws of heaven and earth, which meant that he was in the quasi-deva realm. Bai Xiaochun suddenly felt as if his breathing were stifled, and he couldn't even speak. Although what had occurred so far takes a bit of time to describe, all of it happened in the time it takes to say a short sentence. When Li Hongming saw who was now standing there, his expression turned profoundly solemn, and his eyes began to shine with fervor. Clasping hands, he bowed extremely deeply. "Greetings, General." Bai Xiaochun's heart immediately flip-flopped as he realized who this man was. Considering that Li Hongming had called him General, it meant that he was obviously the commanding general of the skin flayers. Bai Xiaochun immediately clasped hands and bowed. "Greetings, General." The black-robed man looked calmly at Bai Xiaochun and then said, "I just asked you if you really want to enlist with the skin flayers." Bai Xiaochun immediately regretted what he had just said. Seeing the black-robed general staring at him, he started to get nervous and stammered, "Well, I don't." Before he could finish speaking, the black-robed man's eyes began to shine aggressively. A murderous aura suddenly exploded off of him, transforming into wave-like ripples of rage that threatened to capsize the tiny rowboat that was Bai Xiaochun. "Think your answer through clearly before you give it." Despite how calmly he spoke, the man's words echoed like thunder in Bai Xiaochun's mind. Bai Xiaochun felt an indescribable pressure weighing down on him, leaving him both trembling and literally on the verge of tears. His eyes were red, and he suddenly had the feeling that if he didn't agree to enlist, then he might be struck down dead on the spot. Swallowing hard, he said, I'm a hostage. It's kind of a sensitive position." "Hostage?" Looking surprised, the man waved his right hand, causing a jade slip to appear in his palm. After examining some information inside, he looked up in thought for a moment. Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding with anxiety. He was completely convinced that he must not stay by the Great Wall. It was far too dangerous, and if he didn't leave, he would likely lose his poor little life. However, because of what was happening right now, his emotions were quickly devolving into complete despair. After a long moment of silence, the black-robed man put away the jade slip and said, "That doesn't matter. Since you wish to stay here, then I can resolve the issue of you being a hostage." "Very well, the matter is settled. From this day on, you are a soldier in the skin flayers." Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and seeing that the black-robed man was already turning to leave, he quickly cried, "I'm a chosen! I'm in the top 10 of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars. I'm free to do whatever I—" "Chosen?" the man said, not even bothering to look back, his voice ringing with decisiveness that could sever nails and chop iron. "That's even better." Anger rising, Bai Xiaochun cried, I don't want to enlist. I take back what I said. All right? Taking it back won't do any good. You've been conscripted. Term of service: 10 years. The man stopped walking and then extended his right hand, within which appeared a violet command medallion, emblazoned with the terrifying, murderous sigil of the skin flayers. "As a general of one of the 5 legions here at the Great Wall, I have the power to conscript anyone I want. Those were some nice medicinal pills you used yesterday, and will be of great use here. Let me put it his way, Bai Xiaochun, you're staying here, whether you want to or not." Flicking his sleeve, he looked over at Li Hongming. "Li Hongming, sir?" Li Hongming replied loudly, "Get him his uniform and then take him to the armory." With that, the man left, completely ignoring how Bai Xiaochun was reacting to all of this. Bai Xiaochun felt like weeping, but no tears would come. That was even more the case considering that, as the black-robed man had spoken moments ago, a few dozen cultivators had appeared in the area, bristling with murderous auras. They were the type who had obviously fought in countless military campaigns, and had done so much killing that their eyes glowed red. The mere fact that they were looking at Bai Xiaochun left him jumpy. Clearly, if he refused to comply with the orders, they would not let him leave alive. Bai Xiaochun was both furious and also filled with regret. He knew that all of this was the result of him trying to show off a bit. If I could take it all back, he thought, scowling on the verge of tears, I would never have jumped out into the limelight. Then, he looked at the back of the black-robed man as he headed off into the distance, and decided to throw caution to the wind. "General!" he shouted at the top of his lungs. His words echoed out like thunder, causing the eyes of the surrounding cultivators to grow even sharper than before. Li Hongming was clearly getting anxious, worried that Bai Xiaochun might do something to offend Bai Lin. He well knew that Bai Lin was the type of person who could slaughter both savages and cultivators without batting an eyelid. His rules for the Skin Flayers Legion were very strict, and thus, Li Hongming quickly tried to give Bai Xiaochun a meaningful look. Meanwhile, Bai Lin stopped in place for a second time. "What do you want?" he said, turning around slowly, his eyes as cold as ice. Bai Xiaochun immediately shivered as though he had suddenly been dropped into the dead of winter. He wasn't the only one to have such a feeling. Li Hongming and the other cultivators were suddenly trembling in their boots. Dejected by how terrifying the man's gaze was, Bai Xiaochun lowered his voice and said, "If you want to conscript me into the Skin Flayers, that's fine. But you haven't told me what my salary will be." Li Hongming gasped in response. He knew that Bai Lin was a moody person, and if Bai Xiaochun provoked him in the wrong way, it wouldn't matter what his background was. If Bai Lin wanted Bai Xiaochun dead, then nobody in Great Wall City could stop him. "You'll serve for 10 years, Bai Lin said coldly. "Each year, your salary will be 5 times what you get in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect. As for other rewards, you can acquire them using battle credit." With that, he turned to leave. "General!" Bai Xiaochun shouted. This time, Li Hongming was wailing inwardly at how brazen Bai Xiaochun was acting. Li Hongming himself would never dare to open his mouth a second time, were he in Bai Xiaochun's shoes. The other surrounding cultivators all felt the same. From what they could tell, this Bai Xiaochun really had some balls. As for Bai Lin, his murderous aura suddenly intensified by multiple levels. His hair began to fly around in the air as his aura raged out, causing brightly colored lights to flash in heaven and earth. As of this point, he looked like a god of death as he stared wordlessly at Bai Xiaochun, making the entire area seem more and more cold. The entire Skin Flayers district was now completely and utterly silent. Bai Xiaochun was trembling. The truth was that he didn't really want to yell out, but at the same time he had the feeling that if he didn't make some demands now, he wouldn't get another chance later. Therefore, he steeled himself and said, "I had 2 Dao protectors, both of them dear friends. They were in charge of keeping me safe. I'd really hate to be stuck here all alone. Is there any way you could send for them?" Had Song K or Master God Diviner been there to hear his words, they would immediately have coughed up mouthfuls of blood and instantly begun to curse him. To join the army that defended the Great Wall was like a death sentence, and anyone with sense would refuse to do so. Furthermore, there was no way that either of them could have imagined that after fleeing again, Bai Xiaochun would be trying to get them back. However, neither Bai Lin nor Li Hongming knew Bai Xiaochun very well, so to them, his words carried a different meaning. From what they could tell, Bai Xiaochun was worried that if he stayed at Great Wall City, his Dao protectors would probably go through a lot of trouble going around searching for him. Thus, in his attempt to care for them, he was asking that they join him. The fact that, despite being under such pressure and facing Bai Lin's murderous aura, Bai Xiaochun would still make such a request showed how much he valued friendship and loyalty. Bai Lin's expression immediately softened a bit. "I'm afraid that's not possible," he said. "However, I can promise that if you gain enough battle credit, then you can go find your 2 friends and conscript them yourself." With that, Bai Lin flickered into motion and disappeared, not giving Bai Xiaochun any more chances to say anything else. Face falling, Bai Xiaochun watched Bai Lin leave, then turned to look at Li Hongming. An odd half-smile appeared on Li Hongming's face as he looked back. Laughing lightly, he said, Congratulations on attracting the attention of the general, Xiaochun. It's a big honor to have someone like him personally recruit you and vouch for you. In all the years that I've been in the army, I've only seen that happen to 3 people. You're the 4th. Bai Xiaochun immediately began to grumble to himself that he didn't want to become the 4th person to be personally conscripted by the general. However, he had no choice but to accept his fate, and thus left with Li Hongming. As the side gate got further and further away, he couldn't help but feel like he had lost his freedom, his control over his life, and his chance to pursue his dreams. Why did things have to turn out this way? He thought, sighing continuously, complaining inwardly the entire time. He followed along as Li Hongming took him to get his uniform, which was a suit of black armor. After changing into the armor, Bai Xiaochun realized that he looked quite heroic, and yet, that didn't make him feel any better than before. As they walked along, Li Hongming excitedly told him about the history of the skin flayers. Bai Xiaochun listened morosely as they head toward the location Bai Lin had indicated for him to be taken, the armory. What was referred to as the armory was a well-guarded area filled with numerous courtyard residences. Despite being a colonel, even Li Hongming was inspected thoroughly before being allowed inside. The armory is one of the most important locations in the Skin Flayers district. The only people who are allowed to live in this area are the grandmasters who concoct medicine, create paper talismans, and forge weapons and armor. Xiaochun, Li Hongming said with a sigh. The general really did take a liking to you. Bai Xiaochun immediately sensed that the armory was somewhat different than the other areas outside. Not only was it more peaceful and quiet, but there was also somewhat of an accumulation of spiritual power. Something else that was strange was that all the cultivators in the armory seemed very arrogant. As Li Hongming proceeded along, he would clasp hands and salute, and yet they all completely ignored him in response. Seeing Li Hongming being given the cold shoulder made Bai Xiaochun a bit angry. What's so amazing about these people? He asked. Li Hongming laughed and replied, Xiaochun, they're all grandmasters. They're the people who make the tools we require to fight in battle. That's just the way things are. At that point, they stopped outside of the 7th building in the armory. Xiaochun, this is as far as I can take you. From now on, we're fellow comrades in arms. If you need help with any issue, just let me know. After a few more words of advice, he turned and left. Bai Xiaochun sadly watched Li Hongming leave, then turned and stepped into the building which had been prepared for him. It was thousands of meters across, and other than a 3-story structure at one end, was mostly just a large courtyard neatly paved with green spirit stone slabs. Considering that Great Wall City as a whole was virtually devoid of spiritual energy, that made this location a wonderful place for any cultivator. Although Bai Xiaochun didn't really want to be stuck in Great Wall City, he had to admit that this residence wasn't too bad. He even saw a lovely little lake off to the side. Lakes were a rarity near the Great Wall, and any that did exist were filled with black water. Therefore, to see a lake like this one with cool, clear waters instantly left him feeling relaxed. Ah well, I might as well just follow orders. Sighing, he walked over and sat down next to the lake, contemplating what was to come in the future. At that point, he noticed that there were 3 golden carp swimming back and forth in front of him. They had long whiskers that indicated they had lived quite a long time, and most shocking of all was that they were partially translucent. Clearly, they were not mortal tier creatures, and were the type of creatures that could be used as ingredients in medicinal creations. These dragonfishes must have lived for at least a 60-year cycle. That's pretty rare. They're the main ingredient for fish dragon pills. After watching the fish for a bit, he decided to go for a walk through the armory. Soon he realized that all of the buildings had numbers on them, and the smaller the numbers were, the larger the buildings. Furthermore, the locations of the larger buildings were also better. He was in Building 7, which was one of the best buildings in the entire armory. After examining the building records, he looked over at the little lake that now belonged to him and murmured, according to the records, there should be a whole school of dragonfish. Why are there only 3? Before he had time to think about the matter, his expression suddenly flickered as he looked over at a nearby wall. There, a figure was flying through the air, using some unknown method to circumvent the defensive spells and enter right into his courtyard. It was a gaunt old man with an arrogant expression on his face and a cultivation base in the late core formation stage. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he noticed by Xiaochun, whereupon his eyes flickered in surprise. However, instead of saying anything, he simply walked over to the edge of the lake and, in plain view of Bai Xiaochun, reached into the water and grabbed one of the dragonfish. Then he turned to leave. Bai Xiaochun was stunned at how condescending the man was acting. Clearly, Bai Xiaochun was standing right there. Yet the man pretended not to see him and then went so far as to grab one of his treasured fish. Bai Xiaochun had already been feeling depressed about being here, but now his anger sparked. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" he barked. "Concocting medicine," the old man replied, not even bothering to stop. "If the general wants to bully me, that's fine. But you think you can bully me too?" As Bai Xiaochun's anger burned, his eyes shone with icy light. Reaching out, he made a grasping motion, simultaneously opening his third eye and sending violet light pouring out. The shocked old man attempted to flee, but was too late. In the blink of an eye, the dragonfish he had taken was snatched by Xiaochun and thrown back into the lake. As of this moment, Bai Xiaochun realized that there really were less dragonfish in the lake than there should have been. Obviously, the others had been stolen and likely all by this old man. A very unsightly expression could be seen on the old man's face as he backed up a few steps. Glaring at Bai Xiaochun, he chuckled coldly and said, "I've been living in Building 8 for years, and have never seen anyone as brazen as you. The dragonfish from Building 7 are mine for the taking. As for you, you trifling child, do you really think you can act so wildly in my presence?" Bai Xiaochun had already been irritated to begin with, and the man's words only served to increase his irritation. "Pipe down," he said, taking a step forward. Instantly, cracking sounds could be heard as frigid coldness spread out in all directions, causing layers of ice to build up everywhere. Then, he performed something like a minor teleportation, placing him directly in front of the old man. The old man's expression flickered, and before he could even think of fleeing, Bai Xiaochun punched out with the living mountain incantation. A force like an entire mountain slammed into the old man, who tumbled backwards several hundred meters, blood spraying out of his mouth. "Screw off. From now on, all the dragonfish in this place are surnamed Bai." Although the old man's eyes flickered with venomous hatred, he didn't press the issue, and simply turned and left. Driving away the condescending old man lifted Bai Xiaochun's mood quite a bit, so he sat down next to the lake to meditate. Before long, evening had arrived. As the colors in the sky changed, Bai Xiaochun was just about to rise to his feet when he suddenly turned to look up into a different direction. A moment later, a few beams of light appeared, moving with lightning-like speed toward Bai Xiaochun. 3 figures approached, and in the lead was Bai Lin, clad in a black suit of armor, his face completely expressionless. Behind him were 2 old men with murderous auras and nascent soul cultivation bases, both of whom were clearly sizing up Bai Xiaochun curiously. Bai Xiaochun immediately stood up and said, "Greetings, General. Have you gotten used to the environment in the armory yet?" Bai Lin asked. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, then carefully responded, "It's all right, just a bit quiet. That's all." Having heard this, Bai Lin looked at one of the old men and said, "Lin Tao, arrange for some handmaidens to care for Bai Xiaochun's daily needs." The old man nodded, pulling out a jade slip to send out some orders. Bai Xiaochun was a bit taken aback at how quickly his needs were being cared for. Just as he was considering what else he should say, Bai Lin looked down at the clear waters of the lake for a moment, then up into the sky. "The Great Wall has existed for many years," he said. "In fact, it's older than the Starry Sky Dao polarity sect itself. Do you know how many cultivators have been stationed in this city over the years? How many have fought here against the wildlands? Too many. The 5 legions of the Hall of Steel Veins have only been garrisoned here for the past 10,000 years or so. Generations come, generations go. People perish, people leave, but the Great Wall remains. Although there is a bit of rivalry between the 5 legions, overall relations are good. We live up to our various areas of responsibility, guard the wall, and prevent the wildlanders from invading. Bai Xiaochun was having a hard time keeping up with what Bai Lin was saying, or at least having trouble understanding what the point was. However, there was nothing else he could do but stand there and listen. The 5 legions all have a general and 10 major generals, Bai Lin continued. Each major general has 10 colonels beneath them and so on, down to the lieutenants and the captains. As for me, I am the current general of the skin flayers. Bai Lin looked back at Bai Xiaochun, and his gaze grew even sharper than before. I'm not the type of man to mince words. I like to say things directly, and I always mean what I say. I have a strange personality. Some people say that I'm temperamental, and others say that I'm bloodthirsty. Some say that I will definitely become a deva someday, and others speak of my incredible natural-born talents. People call me brilliant, and say that I have a profound understanding of strategy and tactics. There are all sorts of such talk. I don't like it. I'm not interested in hearing those things, and in fact, there is only one thing that I like to hear people talking about. Do you know what that is? Considering how Bai Lin seemed to be blathering on so much, Bai Xiaochun had to admit that he really was quite weird. It almost seemed as if he were just randomly saying whatever came to mind. For example, what he had started talking about earlier seemed to have nothing to do with what he was talking about now. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun simply stood there blinking for a moment until Bai Lin frowned. I asked you a question. Do you know what I like to hear people talking about? From the look in his eye, he expected Bai Xiaochun to answer the question. No, Bai Xiaochun said, musing that this Bai Lin really was an odd fellow. Bai Lin's eyes flickered with cold light as he said, You know, I don't like it when people do things half-heartedly. Bai Xiaochun was cursing inwardly, and yet Bai Lin's cultivation base was far higher than his own, so there was little choice. Therefore, he plastered a look on his face to make it seem like he was thinking very deeply. Then, after a long moment passed, he slapped his thigh. Eyes shining, he said, I know. Senior, in the future, you want people to look back and remember that there was once a cultivator named Bai Lin, a man who led armies across all creation, and who protected the Great Wall for his entire life. Bai Xiaochun was of the opinion that his flattery was flawless, and was actually starting to feel proud of himself, when he noticed that Bai Lin's expression had turned grim. Wrong, Bai Lin said, flicking his sleeve, his eyes beginning to shine brightly. I like people to talk about how Bai Lin has a wonderful grandfather. That is because my father's father ranks second only to the demigod patriarch in the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. He is a Deva Grand Elder. And what does that mean? That means that nobody in the entire Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect would ever dare to provoke me. Furthermore, I'm free to provoke anyone I wish. And beyond that, it means that I can dominate anyone and everyone in Great Wall City. It also means that the skin flayers have a profoundly shocking backer to rely on. From the day that I became the general of the skin flayers, I've had access to anything I wanted. If I lack a single thing, I simply make a request of the sect. In summary, the point of what I'm saying is that when you join up with the skin flayers, other than Deva Realm Senior Chun, there is no greater force to be reckoned with in this city than me. With that, he leveled a cool gaze onto Bai Xiaochun. Understand? Yeah. Bai Xiaochun said, staring in surprise at Bai Lin. Finally, he understood what the general had come here to do, which was simply to show off his family background. Of course, there wasn't much difference between that and the way that Bai Xiaochun often showed off. As for the senior Chan that he had referred to, Bai Xiaochun was aware that he meant Chen Yueshan's father, the three-eyed Chen Hutian. Bai Lin nodded approvingly. As for the 2 nascent soul experts flanking him, they had no expressions on their faces whatsoever, as if they had long since grown used to Bai Lin's personality and speeches. Sounding very serious, Bai Lin continued, Well, now that you understand what I like to hear people talking about, you also understand that as long as you work for me, you can have anything you need. And you also understand what I want from you. I want your service. By this point, Bai Lin's eyes were beginning to shine with passion. I want you to work hard for our legion, to kill savages, to defeat vengeful souls, and to help us win more campaigns. That is why I conscripted you into the skin flayers. I want you to work hard at concocting medicine. Make medicines that can help us in our fight on the Great Wall. As long as you do that, you can have anything you want here in Great Wall City. In fact, I can even make things happen for you in the sect itself. For example, would you like the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect to open more slots for river-defying sect cultivators to come join the sect? Would you like your hostage status to be removed? Even if I can't personally make it happen, my grandfather can. The only requirement is your military service. Therefore, by Xiaochun, I want you to concoct that same medicinal pill you used before. I want lots of them. The more the better. And if possible, I want them to be even more powerful than before. Generally speaking, silk pants weren't anything to fear. Naturally skilled silk pants were, though. And even more fearful were ambitious silk pants. They were the most terrifying of all. Bai Xiaochun was actually a bit impressed by Bai Lin. However, considering they were both surnamed Bai, it was a bit annoying that Bai Lin had someone so powerful to rely on, whereas Bai Xiaochun himself didn't. Of course, Bai Lin's request was something Bai Xiaochun had assumed was coming. Furthermore, considering the things that tended to happen when he concocted medicine, he also figured it was probably good to at least mention that possibility at the outset. If he didn't and something bad happened, then the next time he saw Bai Lin, the man would surely be furious. This wasn't the river-defying sect, where he could do just about anything he wanted. Nor was it the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect headquarters, with Du Lingfei there to make sure he was safe. He was now at the front lines of a war. He had seen how much fighting and killing went on beyond the Great Wall, and could sense the murderous aura that filled the entire city. He could well imagine how, if he caused some disaster, he would have a hard time protecting his poor little life, and would likely be left with no other choice than to flee the city. Therefore, he took a deep breath and gave Bai Lin a very serious look. General, I can definitely concoct a lot of soul convergence pills for you. That's no problem at all. However, I invented that pill, and am familiar with the instabilities that can crop up during the concocting process. To be honest, not even I can truly explain why those things happen. Feeling a bit nervous, but not wanting to hide the truth, he continued. If you want more powerful soul convergence pills, then I need to do more research and experimentation. I'm not saying that I can't do that, but I do have to point out that from the time I was very young until now, I always cause huge commotions whenever I concoct medicine. That doesn't matter, Bai Lin said, waving his hand dismissively. What could possibly go wrong when concocting medicine? I'm serious, General. Bai Xiaochun continued cautiously. Back in the Spirit Stream sect, one of my pill concocting sessions caused acid rain to fall all over the whole sect. A lot of people had their clothes melted right off. Another time, a whole bunch of animals mutated. You can't even imagine how terrifying that was. Another time, I provoked lightning from heaven that destroyed my entire Immortal's cave. Later on, all the snakes in 10,000 Snakes Valley rebelled and invaded the sect because of me. The two nascent soul experts behind Bai Lin already looked a bit fearful. As for Bai Lin, he hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively again. Those are just minor problems. Things like that won't hurt anybody. Looking a bit embarrassed, Bai Xiaochun said, I'm not finished yet. Later on in the Bloodstream sect, my pill furnaces kept exploding, and one time I made this smoke that caused everyone on the mountain to come down with near-deadly diarrhea. And that's not even mentioning my fantasy pill, which gives people all sorts of crazy hallucinations. Oh right, there was one time that I almost blew up an entire holy mountain. The two nascent soul experts with Bai Lin were actually major generals in the army, but even they were trembling in fear. The vivid descriptions provided by Xiaochun sounded like nothing less than disasters, no matter how they analyzed them. The worst thing of all was that they could tell that Bai Xiaochun wasn't lying. He really was telling them of the consequences of his own medicine concocting. Bai Lin's eyelids twitched a bit, and he hesitated for even longer this time. But finally, he waved his hand even more forcefully than before. It doesn't matter. You just take responsibility for getting those medicinal pills to the army. Whatever you need to do it, just ask. As for any problems which crop up during the concocting process, I'll take responsibility. At long last, Bai Xiaochun was able to breathe a sigh of relief. From what he could tell, now that he had offered an honest warning, if anything bad happened later, it wouldn't matter. Although, he murmured to himself, everyone who has said similar things in the past always ended up regretting it. Whenever he thought back to everything that had occurred with medicine concocting in his life up to this point, he always sighed. At this point, he realized that considering Bai Lin had said he could have anything he needed, he decided not to hold back out of politeness. Okay, I need 100 of your best, most expensive pill furnaces. Each one must have been used to successfully concoct 30 batches of medicinal pills, should have high-quality medicinal aromas, and must all look identical. Otherwise, I would have to spend time getting used to each one, which would be a waste of time. After the briefest of moments, he added, and therefore, a waste of my military service. When Bai Lin realized that Bai Xiaochun wanted 100 pill furnaces, and had even more requirements beyond that, he hesitated for a moment. After all, the type of pill furnace being requested were very valuable. However, Bai Xiaochun's final added words were very convincing, so Bai Lin nodded in agreement and said, no problem at all. I also need 10,000 high-grade earth flame crystals. Bai Xiaochun continued, not a single one of them lacking even an iota of earth flame power. They need to be fully charged. By the way, that 10,000 is only for the first month. I'll need the same amount every month afterward. Simple, Bai Lin said, smiling broadly. As far as he was concerned, any requirements that could be solved by means of spirit stones weren't a problem at all. Seeing Bai Lin's casual reaction, Bai Xiaochun felt slightly irritated, and thus went on to say, I need fuel for 5-colored flame, 6-colored flame, 7-colored flame, and 8-colored flame. Bai Lin hesitated, then gritted his teeth and said, I'll do my best. Plus 1,000 cloudy soul leaves, 1,000 earth spirit tubers, 1,000 atmosphere flowers. With that, he went on to name several dozen types of medicinal plants, any one of which could only be purchased via a sizable amount of merit points back in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. There were some that were only available for purchase to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity superstars, and even a few which were considered to be extinct. But Bai Lin considered himself to be incredibly rich, and after a moment of thought, agreed to all the demands. Despite racking his brains, Bai Xiaochun couldn't think of any other ingredients or items he needed, so decided to change tactics a bit. Oh right, concocting medicine is very draining on one's energy and cultivation base, and will be even worse considering the surroundings. If you want me to work without resting, then I need some supreme-grade spirit alcohol to keep my cultivation base going. Bai Lin immediately let out a hearty burst of laughter. You got it. However, only a moment later, his eyes shone with a cold light, and his murderous aura began to pulse dangerously. However, although I can give you everything you've asked for, when it comes to what I want, if you fail to, flicking his sleeve, Bai Xiaochun interrupted proudly to say, no ifs. When it comes to concocting medicine, when Bai Xiaochun says that he can do it, he definitely can. Bai Xiaochun couldn't have anyone questioning his ability to concoct medicine. After all, Bai Lin seemed taken aback, and yet didn't get angry. In fact, a broad smile could be seen on his face. He respected people with skill, and Bai Xiaochun seemed completely confident in his abilities. As such, Bai Lin could only assume that he truly was very skilled at concocting medicine. Furthermore, Bai Lin wasn't worried about any so-called disasters. After all, no one in Great Wall City would dare to provoke him. On the other hand, if Bai Xiaochun didn't end up concocting the medicine, then Bai Lin would make sure he reaped the harsh consequences of lying. Laughing, he looked at Bai Xiaochun and said, very well, you'll get everything you need within 3 days. If there's anything else you require, say the word. The only thing I care about is that you succeed in the end. After a moment of thought, Bai Xiaochun looked over at the wall leading to Building 8. Not only had the old man from that building casually stolen his property, he had also given him a very dirty look. Earlier, he knew that, as a newcomer, it would be wisest not to cause any problems that might have negative ramifications later. But now that he realized how important soul convergence pills were to Bai Lin, he decided that he might as well add in one last requirement and see how Bai Lin handled it. Eyes narrowing, he said, "I'm afraid my courtyard isn't large enough to contain all 100 pill furnaces, and that old guy over in Building 8 offended me earlier." Bai Lin seemed surprised, and looked at Bai Xiaochun deeply for a moment. "You know, Bai Xiaochun, the more requirements you add on, the less room you have for failure." "Very well. Henceforth, Building 8 belongs to you. As for Grandmaster Chun, you won't see him for the next 10 years. Furthermore, you—" Before he could finish speaking, an intense rumbling roar could be heard from beyond the Great Wall, something so loud that the whole city seemed to shake. Bai Lin's pupils constricted, and Bai Xiaochun's heart instantly began to pound in shock. Everyone looked over in the direction of the Great Wall, and could see that, at some unknown point, the clouds in the darkening evening sky had formed a huge vortex. The vortex was so large that it was impossible to even see the end of it, and pouring out of it, like prisoners escaping from a jail cell, were endless numbers of vengeful souls, all of whom were furiously charging in the direction of Great Wall City. The vast number of souls was enough to make anyone's scalp go numb. They seemed evil and ferocious to the extreme, and a few of the unfortunate cultivators from the 5 legions who happened to be outside the wall dispatching some enemies were pounced upon and instantly reduced to desiccated corpses. How could this be happening? Someone's using some type of grand magic to tap into the underworld river. With that, Bai Lin shot with lightning-like speed toward the Great Wall. Bai Xiaochun gasped, and once again realized that the intense sensation of deadly crisis he was feeling right now was just how life was at the Great Wall. The flames of battle could rage at any time. After a long moment, he exhaled slowly, more conscious than ever that his soul convergence pill could probably be very useful on the battlefield. Thankfully, he was very familiar with how to concoct soul convergence pills, and since all he had to do was make them a bit stronger, was confident that it wouldn't be extremely difficult. After all, he only needed to adjust the pill formula a bit. He had been devoted to the Tao of medicine for years, and had even concocted a river-defying pill, so he had absolute confidence in being able to add bit of strength to a trifling soul convergence pill. Despite that, he still felt a bit nervous, not because of the pill itself but rather the strange things that often happened when he went about his concocting work. However, Bai Lin had unequivocally guaranteed to take responsibility, so therefore, Bai Xiaochun felt a bit better. Considering the level of his Tao of medicine, there was no saying that he would even cause any problems at all. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun was very excited, and decided that Great Wall City actually wasn't a very bad place after all. I, Bai Xiaochun, end up being like a shining star wherever I go. It's not like I want to be that way. Humming a little tune, he swaggered back into his residence. The next day, a large group of cultivators entered Building 8, and Bai Xiaochun soon heard bellows of rage coming from Grandmaster Chun. However, such cries soon faded away, and less than 2 hours later, the wall between Buildings 7 and 8 had been torn down. In the end, the 2 courtyards were connected, and a new spell formation put in place. As of this point, Bai Xiaochun's residence was about twice the size as it had been. The limestone flooring in the 2 courtyards was connected, and soon, more spiritual energy than before could be detected. Although it was still rather weak to anyone else in Great Wall City, it would be a luxury. In fact, the only other type of people who would have access to so much spiritual energy would be major generals. When Bai Xiaochun emerged from his residence and looked out at the expansive courtyard, he felt quite satisfied. From what he could tell, no one in the same generation as him could possibly have a finer immortal's cave. Not bad. Not bad at all. Despite being very happy, he did feel that the place was a bit empty. However, that afternoon, one of the major generals in the Skin Flayers arranged for about a dozen handmaidens to come over and help take care of the place. At that point, Bai Xiaochun felt that everything was perfect. Of course, the fact that Bai Xiaochun had moved into the armory, and that the day after Grandmaster Chun had been kicked out of Building 8 by the Skin Flayers, was news that shocked all of the other Grandmasters. The residents of the armory were all famous cultivators, and although none of them were really close friends with each other, when they saw the aggressive way that Bai Xiaochun threw his weight around, they weren't very happy. Let's see how long things last for this kid. Humph. General Bai Lin of the Skin Flayers only cares about results. If this Bai Xiaochun doesn't make him completely happy, he's definitely going to be furious. The more Bai Lin gives you, the worse things are if you fail. This kid is a complete idiot. He's definitely going to be dead sooner rather than later. Bai Xiaochun was unaware of how the other grandmasters in the armory were talking about him, but whenever he went out for a walk, he could sense their coldness. Humph, he muttered. I can't help but feel that my residence is still a bit too small. Another day went by. Around evening, Bai Xiaochun went for another stroll, and when he came back, his eyes immediately began to shine. There in his courtyard were 100 pill furnaces, neatly lined up, each one of them fully 3 meters tall. Standing in front of the pill furnaces was one of the same major generals who had come to visit him with Bai Lin a few days before. The old man was flanked by 4 youths, all of whom were staring wordlessly at Bai Xiaochun. The pill furnaces were greenish-black, and were all identical, carved with auspicious chelants. They all emanated powerful auras as well. Furthermore, despite the fact that furnaces weren't being used to concoct anything at the moment, they were surrounded by a strong medicinal aroma. Hurrying forward excitedly, Bai Xiaochun quickly began to inspect the furnaces, after which his eyes shone brightly. He actually did get me 100 pill furnaces, all of them tier 3 at that. Off to the side, Bai Xiaochun saw a pile of a few dozen bags of holding. Upon checking them, he gasped at the sight of 10,000 earth flame crystals. Furthermore, everything else that he had asked for was there, without exception. Even the spirit alcohol he had requested had been provided in full measure. Bai Lin wasn't just showing off. 3 days. It only took him 3 days to get all of this. By this point, his eyes were shining with excitement and determination. Furthermore, he was determined that, considering Bai Lin had kept his promise, there was absolutely no reason to hold back from working hard to keep his. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun looked over at the Major General. If it's not too much trouble, he said, please let the General know that I won't hold anything back in my work. The old man nodded. These are 4 of my best soldiers. You have a big responsibility to bear, so I'm going to leave them here to stand guard and make sure nobody disturbs you. With that, the old man turned and left. The 4 young men had cold expressions on their faces as they walked some distance off and then sat down cross-legged. From the look of it, they weren't there to protect him but to keep an eye on him. After all, the items which had just been delivered were extremely valuable, and had only been acquired through some effort on Bai Lin's part. Bai Xiaochun immediately ignored the gazes of the 4 young men. He was simply too excited. The sight of so many pill furnaces and so many medicinal plant ingredients had him itching to get to work. It's been a long time since I concocted any medicine, he murmured, licking his lips. Having nothing to fear regarding future ramifications, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but feel that everything in life was going perfectly at the moment. He even threw his head back and laughed merrily. As for the 4 young men, they looked over at him and frowned, but did little else. To make my soul convergence pills more powerful, I can't just add more medicinal ingredients. I need to completely readjust the formula. With that, he sat down cross-legged and began to take the medicinal plants out of the bags of holding. Then, the light of augury flickered in his eyes as he began to analyze them on a deep level. Soon, the foundations of a new medicine formula appeared in his head. 3 days went by in a flash, during which time Bai Xiaochun didn't sleep or rest. He was completely immersed in the process of adjusting the medicine formula. His eyes soon became shot with blood, and occasionally he would stand up and pace around in the courtyard, muttering to himself, "No, that won't work. Should I use smelting techniques? There isn't much spiritual energy here, so it would be hard to make that work. Completely seal the pill furnace? The impure vital energy would make the ingredients melt faster, but with so much qi in the mix, there would be a bigger risk of the furnaces exploding." Bai Xiaochun muttered and frowned, seemingly bedeviled. As for the 4 guards, they often exchanged awkward glances at Bai Xiaochun's strange behavior. Meanwhile, the other grandmasters in the armory had heard that Bai Xiaochun was beginning to concoct medicine, and their hearts were all filled with cold laughter. Some of them even went over to Bai Xiaochun's residence to try to get a peek at what he was doing. The guards didn't pay them any attention. As long as they didn't enter the residence itself, they wouldn't do anything to interfere with them. He's being deliberately mystifying. I can't wait to see the true level of his skill. Humph. If he doesn't concoct the first batch successfully, his head will be on the chopping block. Of course, even to these grandmasters, the sight of 100 top-quality pill furnaces was shocking, and led to quite a bit of jealousy and envy. 2 more days went by, and some of the grandmasters who had gathered outside started to get impatient and leave. Before long, only 8 remained behind. Bai Lin also came for a visit, his face grim because of the fighting that was going on outside. After looking at Bai Xiaochun for a moment, he decided not to disturb him, and left. On the afternoon of the 6th day, Bai Xiaochun suddenly looked up. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face a bit wan. However, a strange gleam could be seen in his pupils. I need to use the cloudy soul leaf as the main ingredient. Yes, I'll bolster the formula with just a bit of earth spirit tuber, add in the unique properties of the atmosphere flower, and then seal the pill furnace up tight. That should increase the power of the soul convergence pill by several times. Well, there's only one way to find out if I'm right. I'll start out with 10 batches. By this point, Bai Xiaochun had lost track of time, and wasn't even aware that there were people around watching him. Convinced that he was going in the right direction, he waved his right hand, causing 10 pill furnaces to fly over and land in front of him. Then he waved his sleeve, sending their lids flying off. Next, he tossed some earth flame crystals underneath the pill furnaces and unleashed their earth flame power. In the blink of an eye, the 10 pill furnaces turned bright red and began to emanate intense heat. The 4 young guards all looked over, intense expressions of concentration on their faces. Bai Xiaochun was completely focused on the furnaces. Even as they continued to heat up, he unhesitatingly began to put the medicinal plant ingredients inside, following the formula that currently existed in his head. Because this was his first test, he was careful with every action, hoping to prevent any failures from cropping up at the end of the concocting process. He even put all the ingredients into the furnaces in very careful order. In this session of concocting, he was at his peak state, whether that meant his thinking or his actions. That was why he had selected only 10 furnaces, and also why he was being very careful about the order he put the ingredients in. Finally, his eyes shone as he put the lids back onto the furnaces, performed a double-handed incantation gesture, and then roared, "Seal!" Numerous magical sealing marks flew out from his hands, landing on one of the furnaces, which trembled in response. After the sealing was performed, its lid was closed tighter than ever, leaving not even the slightest opening. He employed more than 100 such sealing marks, until he was sure that the furnace was absolutely shut tight. It wasn't even possible for smoke to emerge from it. Having accomplished these things, Bai Xiaochun had sweat dripping down his face. However, he didn't look away from the furnaces. Slapping his bag of holding, he produced a bottle of spirit alcohol, downed it, and then continued to add sealing marks to the furnace. When he was satisfied, he went on to seal the other 9 furnaces, after which he took a few steps back, face a bit pale. Settling down cross-legged, he began to do some breathing exercises. The 4 young guards had been watching the whole time, and although they pretended that they understood what was going on, they really didn't. However, the surrounding grandmasters apparently did. Is he sealing the medicinal ingredients? No, that can't be right. You don't seal the ingredients by sealing the furnaces, do you? What is he thinking? Sealing the furnaces increases their chances of exploding. Does this Bai Xiaochun really know how to concoct medicine? He's wasting all of those precious medicinal plants. I guarantee you that those furnaces will explode within 8 hours. Humph. When the time comes, you people just wait and see if I'm right. The disdain that the grandmasters felt for Bai Xiaochun was very clear. Time passed, and soon the 8-hour mark approached. The grandmasters were all staring at the pill furnaces, and just as they had predicted, the furnaces were not just bright red. They were trembling and emitting cracking noises. There were even heat waves spreading out in all directions. The situation seemed especially dire with 5 of the furnaces. Cracks were spreading out over their surfaces, and it seemed very likely that they were going to explode. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide when he saw those 5 particular furnaces. Backing away, he shouted, "Those furnaces are going to blow. Everybody, heads up!" Even as he edged away, his hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture as he tried to protect the 5 pill furnaces that weren't cracked. As for the 4 young guards, cold smiles could be seen on their faces. These young men had fought in countless battles and had profound core formation cultivation bases. As far as they were concerned, they had seen everything there was to see, and therefore a few exploding pill furnaces wasn't anything to worry about, right? As for the grandmasters outside of the residence, they were all looking on disdainfully, and even with disinterest. What's the big deal about a few trifling pill furnaces exploding? This grandmaster really doesn't know how to keep his cool. When a concocting session ends with the pill furnace exploding, the size of the explosion depends on the type of pill furnace and the type of pill. A Tier 3 pill furnace will make a bit of a bang, but it's nothing to be scared of. Sealing the pill furnace might make the medicinal pills inside slightly stronger, and can lead to the furnace exploding, but won't add that much power. When the 4 young guards heard what the grandmasters were saying, they calmed down a bit. However, considering how close they were to the pill furnaces, some of them brought out defensive magical devices just in case. One of the young guards was so confident in the level of his cultivation base that he didn't even take out a defensive magical device. As the surrounding grandmasters continued to scorn Bai Xiaochun, the surfaces of 2 of the 5 weakened pill furnaces were suddenly covered with nothing but cracks. Apparently, the energy that had been building up inside them had reached a point that the furnaces couldn't contain it anymore. Finally, both furnaces exploded. A wave of energy immediately burst out, filled with shockingly terrifying power. Shrapnel buzzed out in all directions like meteors, accompanied by a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering boom. As the energy wave spread outward, the air distorted, and brightly colored light flashed in heaven and earth. Everyone in the area felt their ears tingling with pain from the intense noise. The courtyard's spell formation was instantly damaged, and although it wasn't completely destroyed, several enormous holes were punched into it. As for the 4 young guards, their eyes went wide and their mouths opened, but they had no time to do anything else. In the blink of an eye, the energy wave from the 2 exploding pill furnaces was upon them. The 3 who had taken precautionary actions had it better off. Blood sprayed out of their mouths as they were blown back several hundred meters. There, they slammed into the ground, bones shattered and blood oozing out of their eyes, ears, noses, and mouths. Even their soul flames were flickering, as though their souls might be wrenched out of them at any moment. As for the 4th young guard, the cocky one who had failed to take out a defensive magical item, he screamed miserably as the energy blast picked him up and hurled him far off into the distance. No one could even tell where he landed. Things weren't over yet, though. If those 4 young guards were affected in such a way, it almost wasn't necessary to mention all of the grandmasters, none of whom had produced any defensive items at all. Despite being outside of the courtyard, they were incapable of fleeing, and as the energy wave continued to spread, miserable screams rang out as they were violently hurled backward. Blood sprayed out of their mouths, and their souls seemed to teeter unstably. Each and every one was injured without exception. Simultaneously, everything in the area began to shake, and quite a few nearby buildings collapsed. The power that was being unleashed right now was almost unimaginable. This is impossible. Heavens! Was that explosion really from a pill furnace? How could this be happening? What did Bai Xiaochun do to that pill furnace? I've been concocting pills for my entire life, and I've never seen an explosion like that. That was more like some sort of deadly magical attack. Even as their shrieks rang out, the armory continued to tremble, and numerous cultivators flew out into the open and looked in the direction of Bai Xiaochun's residence, shocked expressions on their faces. Bai Xiaochun was quite frightened by what was happening. However, he had been retreating to begin with, and also had an incredibly powerful fleshly body, and furthermore, didn't hesitate to unleash some frigid chi to protect himself. As such, he was unharmed. Even he had been completely unaware that his newly developed medicine formula would cause an explosion of this scale. It was almost on the same level as an attack by a nascent soul cultivator. Furthermore, the soul convergence pills were designed to affect souls, and therefore everyone affected felt as if their souls were about to be ripped out of their bodies. Many of them were now staring ahead blankly, as if they had lost the ability to even think. And that was the result of only 2 exploding pill furnaces. It was easy to imagine what could happen if more of them exploded. Most likely, the people in the area would either be ripped to shreds or at least sustain incredible damage to their souls. This? A look of blank shock could be seen by Xiaochun's face as he looked at the remaining 3 pill furnaces. Cracks were spreading out on their surfaces, and energy was continuing to build up inside of them. Clearly, they were about to explode. Gasping, Bai Xiaochun began to back up. It was in that instant that an enraged roar filled the air. Bai Xiaochun! It was like a deafening clap of heavenly thunder that shook everything in the area. Simultaneously, a black-clad figure suddenly teleported into the area from off in the distance. It was none other General Bai Lin of the Skin Flayers. Feeling both wronged and crestfallen, Bai Xiaochun blurted, "You can't blame me. I warned you about this." After all, he really had offered a warning, only to be disbelieved. Moments before, Bai Lin had been on the wall, offering support to the troops as they fought. Because someone had tampered with the underworld river, there were currently boundless amounts of vengeful souls outside of the Great Wall. The 5 legions were under a lot of pressure, especially because necromancers had been spotted out in the enemy forces. It was for that very reason that Bai Lin had personally taken charge of the battle. However, before the necromancers could make a move, a huge explosion had rocked the armory, sending out an energy blast that shocked even Bai Lin. Alarmed, he had teleported over, to be met with a scene of complete disaster. Everyone in the area was coughing up blood, and in addition to that, there were 3 severely damaged pill furnaces that were clearly on the verge of detonating. Despite being enraged, there was no time for thought or planning on Bai Lin's part. Roaring, he grabbed the 3 pill furnaces, then teleported up to the Great Wall and hurled them out toward the other side. Outside of the Great Wall, countless vengeful souls blotted out the sky because of their sheer numbers. Many of them were converging together to form soul emperors that howled at the tops of their lungs as they charged, seemingly oblivious to their own existence or destruction. As the shimmering shield rising up from the wall rippled under the force of the attacks, the cultivators of the 5 legions poured all the power they could into their magical cannons, sending destructive beams of light out without cease. Unfortunately, there were just too many souls, and the resistance of the cultivators was already proving to be somewhat futile. There were also large numbers of savages intermingled amidst the souls, who used their formidable physical bodies to viciously fight their way toward the wall, where they would unhesitatingly self-detonate. As a result, casualties were rising among the 5 legions. It was in that moment that the 3 scarlet pill furnaces, each one of them roughly 3 meters tall, sailed through the air like suns, crushing anything in their path. Then, they landed on the ground, so many cracks spreading out on their surfaces that it seemed impossible for them to last any longer without exploding. The savages seemed shocked that they were being attacked by pill furnaces, which were objects completely unfamiliar to them. One of the savages, who was several dozen meters tall, snorted coldly and flew through the air toward the nearest furnace, upon which he unleashed a mighty fist strike. In that instant, the combined forces inside and outside of the furnace proved too much for it to sustain. A boom echoed out that could shake heaven and earth as the furnace exploded, sending burning shrapnel out all over the battlefield. As everything in the area shook violently, countless vengeful souls screamed, and many of the nearby beasts which couldn't avoid the blast were instantly lit on fire. The savage who had just struck the pill furnace screamed as the energy overwhelmed him, wiping out most of his body as he was flung backward. However, the explosion itself was not the most powerful aspect of the blast. The medicinal strength of the soul convergence pill was instantly unleashed into a 3,000-meter area, causing all of the vengeful souls to tremble as they were latched onto by a powerful gravitational force. Then, the energy shockwave rolled past, shredding them to bits. Everything happened so quickly that the savages and vengeful souls had no time to react. Moments later, the other two pill furnaces exploded, and in the briefest of instants, deafening booms and shrill screams filled the entire battlefield. Numerous savages were slain, and countless beasts and souls were ripped apart. Seas of flame erupted out, and enormous, shocking craters were torn into the ground. As the blood and gore spread out in all directions, the surviving savages looked around in shock, and even the mostly unintelligent vengeful souls seemed terrified. What were those magical items? How could this be happening? I've never seen anything like this. One by one, the savages turned to look at the Great Wall, expressions of profound fear on their faces. The truth was that they weren't the only ones to react in such a way. The cultivators on the Great Wall, not only the skinflayers but also the cultivators from the other 4 legions, were dumbstruck. What were those things? How come they seemed like pill furnaces? How is that even possible? How could pill furnaces release power like that? I'm pretty sure that General Bai Lin of the skinflayers personally threw them out. Could it be some sort of newly invented magical item? Everyone was shaken, and in fact, Bai Lin was so shocked that his anger completely dissipated. He stood there looking out blankly at the craters outside of the Great Wall, and the terrified souls and savages, and after a moment he began to pant. Then, his eyes began to glow with unprecedented brightness, and even joy. The explosion is of secondary value, Bai Lin thought, his eyes shining more brightly by the moment. The most important aspect is the medicinal effect, which increases the potency by several fold. Finally, he laughed loudly for a moment before turning and heading back toward the armory. Bai Xiaochun was currently feeling very out of sorts as he stood there, nervously watching the remaining 5 pill furnaces. Quite a few cultivators had come to investigate the huge noise from earlier, and were now staring in shock at the wreckage in the area. Although Bai Xiaochun's residence hadn't been completely destroyed, it had been severely damaged. Of the 4 guards, 1 had been flung to parts unknown, and the remaining 3 were now looking at Bai Xiaochun with expressions of dread on their faces. As for the grandmasters, they were all consuming medicinal pills and glaring angrily at Bai Xiaochun. "You really can't blame me," he said nervously. "I warned you all ahead of time. Listen to me, everyone. Either back up, or take out some defensive magical items. After all, you people came here of your own volition. I didn't ask you over. When I used to concoct medicine back in the day, no one would even get close. Back on Middle Peak in the Bloodstream sect, the minute I started concocting medicine, everyone fled the whole mountain. It would probably have been better if Bai Xiaochun hadn't said anything at all." As soon as the words left his mouth, the people who had just recently been injured flared into a rage. "You destroyed the armory. You hurt your fellow disciples. Let's see how you explain this to the general, Bai Xiaochun. When other people cause pill furnaces to explode, they lose the pill, nothing more. But you were obviously trying to cause problems." Everyone was glaring at him with gritted teeth, especially the grandmasters, who now hated Bai Xiaochun more than ever. After all, they had merely come to see what was happening, and could never have guessed that their lives would have been at risk because of exploding pill furnaces. Even more terrifying was how they had felt their souls being tugged at. Bai Xiaochun really felt a headache coming on, and that was only compounded when he thought about how angry Bai Lin had been. Obviously, Bai Lin had ignored all of the warnings that Bai Xiaochun had given. As he considered that point, his frown deepened, and his sighs grew longer. Even as he was trying to come up with some good ideas about how to explain himself, a beam of light rumbled through the air in his direction. It was none other than General Bai Lin. He was moving with such incredible speed that he appeared above the armory only a moment later, where he dropped down in front of Bai Xiaochun. Looking very somber, and eyes shining with an odd gleam, he looked at Bai Xiaochun and said, "Do you know what you've done, Bai Xiaochun?" Bai Xiaochun had no idea what had occurred outside of the Great Wall, and as a result, his heart was pounding with fear and anger. Therefore, he decided to just throw caution to the wind. "General," he said loudly, "I told you about what can happen when I concoct medicine. You said that I should focus on my work, and that you would take responsibility for everything else. You said the results of my work would have nothing to do with me. You said—" Before he could finish speaking, Bai Lin stepped forward and grabbed his arm. Not only was he incredibly quick, but his cultivation base was far beyond Bai Xiaochun's. Therefore, it was impossible for Bai Xiaochun to evade him. As soon as Bai Xiaochun felt himself being grabbed by Bai Lin, a tremor ran through him, and he prepared to call upon his frigid qi to defend himself. However, it was at that point that he realized Bai Lin had a very strange expression on his face. His eyes were shining with unprecedented brightness, and he could hardly keep his breathing under control. He was almost looking at Bai Xiaochun the way one might look at a rare gem. "How could the results have nothing to do with you? More like the opposite. Ha ha ha. Bai, my boy, you definitely didn't disappoint. Keep up the good work. Concoct away to your heart's content. Who cares about a few exploded pill furnaces? Right? Do things exactly how you want to. The more explosions that occur, the better. In fact, if you can make them even more explosive, that would be great. The more terrifying, the better. And don't worry, I'll take care of any dangerous situations." With that, he threw his head back and laughed heartily. Not only was Bai Xiaochun shocked by Bai Lin's words, but so were all the other spectators, who had all assumed that Bai Lin would descend in a deadly rage. Never could they have imagined that things would turn out opposite of the way they had anticipated. What's going on? The recently injured grandmasters almost couldn't believe what they were seeing. It surpassed their imaginations to the point that it didn't even seem real. Even as everyone stared in shock, Bai Lin thought back to what had just occurred outside the Great Wall, and his excitement continued to build. As far as he was concerned, each and every exploding pill furnace was a deadly weapon that could be unleashed upon the souls and savages. Furthermore, they could be used to accumulate incredible battle credit. Throughout the years, the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect had come up with many ideas to deal with the Wildlanders. They had tried all sorts of soul-exterminating techniques, but none of them would ever be very effective for long. Usually, the Wildlanders would come up with a way to neutralize whatever effect was being used against them. Therefore, Bai Lin wasn't expecting Bai Xiaochun's new method to be effective for very long. However, even just being able to dominate the Sea of Souls temporarily would be a good thing. Furthermore, the Underworld River had recently been tampered with, which was a major event. Even the Deva Chen was enraged by that development. "Bai, my boy," Bai Lin said seriously, "I only have one requirement, and that is to work faster. Can you pick up the speed of your concocting work?" Bai Xiaochun was a bit taken aback. This was his first time hearing Bai Lin address him as "my boy," and it sounded somewhat intimate. It took him a moment to realize that Bai Lin wasn't actually reprimanding him, but rather encouraging him to make more exploding pill furnaces. "I can't believe someone wants me to detonate pill furnaces intentionally. I guess Bai Lin must have found some use for them." Unable to hold back his curiosity, he simply asked Bai Lin directly. Bai Lin didn't conceal the truth. He explained what had just occurred outside the Great Wall, after which Bai Xiaochun's face lit up with excitement. Lifting his head proudly, he said, "Well, that's what I thought would happen. Did you really think my research was just about how to improve the soul converge pills? Obviously, I was aiming for something more useful, and apparently I succeeded. When Bai Xiaochun concocts medicine, he always ponders how to do it in the most timely and advantageous fashion. I actually intended for the pill furnaces to explode. Furthermore, the medicinal pills in the furnaces were only 90% complete. The final blast of energy was what catalyzed the last bit of the process, releasing the perfect amount of medicinal strength at exactly the moment of detonation. With that, he flicked his sleeve and stuck his chin up. Everyone else in the area exchanged awkward glances. If they hadn't heard his nervous explanations from moments before, they might actually have believed him. Bai Lin cleared his throat, but didn't interrupt Bai Xiaochun's boasting. Apparently, he even approved of it. That in and of itself left everyone even more shaken. None of them had ever seen Bai Lin treat someone with such courtesy. It made it very obvious how highly he valued Bai Xiaochun. Waving his sleeve proudly, Bai Xiaochun said, "Don't worry, brother Bai. It will take 3 days at the most for me to get another batch of exploding furnaces ready. No problem at all." Bai Lin laughed heartily, then set a specific date to come get the furnaces, after which he turned to leave. Before vanishing, he cast an ominous glare at the grandmasters in the area, causing them to duck their heads and scatter. They were all feeling very down about the whole thing, but there was nothing they could do but grit their teeth and endure. As for the 3 young guards, they were thoroughly rebuked by their major general for what had happened. Later, their friends told them what had occurred outside of the Great Wall, leaving them completely awestruck. As for the young guard who had been blasted off to parts unknown, he eventually was found, weak-kneed and nearly torn to shreds. The terror he felt toward Bai Xiaochun couldn't have been more intense. And thus, the ordeal ended. As for the other 5 pill furnaces, Bai Xiaochun opened them up later that night to find that, even though the furnaces hadn't detonated, the medicinal pills inside of them were nothing more than slag. He pondered the matter for a while, then got some rest. The following morning at dawn, he emerged from his residence, sat down in front of the pill furnaces and took a deep breath. Then he shouted, "Everybody, stay back. Don't say I didn't warn you. Bai Xiaochun is starting to concoct medicine." His voice echoed out like thunder to fill the entire armory. The other grandmasters hurried out of their residences and scurried off into the distance, their hearts burning with fury. As for the 4 young guards, they began to tremble, and despite not wanting to stay behind, had no choice in the matter. They could only brace themselves, rotate their cultivation bases, and remain fully vigilant. Apparently, Bai Xiaochun's warning was effective. Feeling very pleased, he flicked his sleeve to begin concocting. This time, he decided to work on 20 batches. "I think I'm heading in the right direction. I just overlooked a few of the problems that cropped up because of the ingredient interactions. I should be able to do a few tests and work things out. In any case, as long as the furnaces continue to explode, the general will be happy." Bai Xiaochun sighed, convinced that life in Great Wall City was actually wonderful. At the very least, he could concoct medicine in any way he wished, without fear of any punishments. He even got rewarded for detonating pill furnaces, which had never happened before. Looking at the furnaces which had survived the first concocting session, Bai Xiaochun calmed himself and put a somber expression on his face. This time, he intended to vary the ingredient levels in each pill furnace. That way he would be able to quickly identify which medicine formula was the most effective. Having reached the conclusion that this was definitely the best idea, he got to work. Drawing upon the incredible speed of his fleshly body, he began to produce medicinal plants and toss them into the furnaces. He would occasionally adjust the earth flame, ensuring that all of the various batches were being concocted slightly differently. Of course, he couldn't forget how Bai Lin had requested more power. Therefore, he added extra atmosphere flour to some of the furnaces, and yet was careful not to go overboard. After all, he was concocting these pills in his own residence, and if he somehow lost control of one of the batches, causing the furnace to explode ahead of schedule, he could end up hurting himself. It was with caution and reserve that he continued to walk back and forth between the 20 different pill furnaces, making adjustments and occasionally adding more medicinal plants until all 20 of the furnaces were glowing bright red and were emanating powerful medicinal aromas. As he descended into complete and utter focus regarding this concocting session, the 4 young guards were off to the side, trembling with fear and anxiety. Then, after a few hours had passed, they noticed that Bai Xiaochun was putting lids onto all of the pill furnaces and sealing them. Instantly, the 4 guards' minds began to reel. This is bad. Grandmaster Bai is sealing the pill furnaces again. Heavens! The last set of furnaces exploded because they were sealed, and the energy couldn't escape. After enough energy built up, the furnaces couldn't take it any longer, and exploded. What do we do now? The 4 of them exchanged glances, then gritted their teeth and pulled out defensive magical items, simultaneously backing as far away from the pill furnaces as they could. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were glued to the pill furnaces, and as he adjusted the earth flame, rumbling sounds began to rise up. This time, one of these furnaces is definitely going to explode. It's hard to say which one it will be, but as long as just one of them blows, that will be enough. Of course, his mind was filled with the various ingredient ratios for all 20 furnaces. That, coupled with his manipulation of the earth flame and other concocting methods, would hopefully lead him in the direction of the ultimate medicine formula. Soon, 16 hours had gone by. All 20 pill furnaces were bright red and were emanating terrifying fluctuations, as well as intense heat. The 4 young guards were shaking visibly, and their hair was standing on end. Last time it took only 8 hours. But now, it's already been 16 hours so far. Suddenly, 4 of the pill furnaces began to emit cracking sounds, and appeared to be in the process of breaking open. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and he shouted, "They're gonna blow!" Simultaneously, he backed up, performing a double-handed incantation gesture, as he threw a handful of paper talismans out in front of him, and even used a few magical items to put up some shields. The faces of the 4 young guards completely fell, and yet, even as they hesitated about what to do, cracks spread out across the surfaces of 7 more pill furnaces. Even the ground beneath those furnaces was starting to sink down and distort. Clearly these furnaces were about to detonate. 11. Last time only 2 detonated, and we almost had our souls wrenched out of our bodies. This time 11 are gonna blow. Without any hesitation, everyone began to flee from the courtyard. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was so shocked that his eyes were on the verge of popping out of his head. 11 of them this time? Even as a feeling of unease rose up in his heart, and he backed up, 2 more pill furnaces emitted cracking sounds. 2 more furnaces were about to explode. 13, Bai Xiaochun said with a gasp. Suddenly, he had a very bad feeling in the pit of his stomach. Even as he backed up more, shocking auras spread out from the 13 pill furnaces, and more cracks appeared on their surfaces. By this point, it was actually possible to see with the naked eye that the energy buildup in the furnaces had reached the point where they would detonate at any moment. However, that was when a peal of maniacal laughter suddenly rang out, and Bai Lin miraculously appeared, looking down elatedly at the 13 pill furnaces, as if they were the most valuable of precious treasures. With that, he swished his sleeve, and the 13 scalding hot pill furnaces flew up into the air like miniature suns. Then, Bai Lin called upon the full power of his cultivation base to shoot up toward the top of the Great Wall. Immediately, the cultivators of the 5 legions saw Bai Lin and the 13 brightly glowing pill furnaces, and thought back to the incredible scene which had played out only days before. At that point, Bai Lin let out a powerful roar as he flung all 13 of the pill furnaces out onto the battlefield. The war recently had been playing out differently than usual, and the fighting had been going on this entire time. In the first stage of the conflict, the Wildlanders probed and harassed the Great Wall. Then they tampered with the underworld river. And now they were even drawing upon entire tribes of savages. Although there weren't a huge number of tribes involved at the moment, there were a lot more present than usual. Furthermore, the savage tribes were currently in the middle of a major assault in which more than 10,000 savages joined together in a charge. In addition, they were surrounded by massive hordes of souls from the underworld river. Within that vast sea of souls were certain unique souls who were different and more powerful than the others, and it was with madness and ferocity that they hurtled toward the Great Wall and the shield. The magical cannons on top of the Great Wall itself were being fired constantly, cutting through swath after swath of the enemy. It was in this moment that Bai Xiaochun's 13 pill furnaces were hurled out. Each one of the 13 furnaces was only about 3 meters tall. Compared to the battlefield as a whole, they were very tiny. However, the intense red color with which they shone, coupled with the wild aura which spread out from them, instantly caught the attention of both the 5 legions and the savages. As the pill furnaces flew through the air, many of the savages' faces fell. Those were ones who, although they had not seen the 3 pill furnaces a few days before, had heard the stories of the soul-exterminating magical items that the Great Wall forces were now using. Because the exploding furnaces were a new development, the Wildlands forces had not yet devised a way to deal with them. All they could do was watch as the pill furnaces sailed through the air, then landed onto the ground with deafening booms. The ground trembled as flames rushed out in all directions, along with blasts of energy that rolled along like tsunamis. Even more shocking was the soul-shredding power contained within the blasts. That was the medicinal effect of the soul convergence pills, which spread out to fill a 30,000-meter area. Within that area, all vengeful souls screamed in terror, but were unable to flee. Within the blink of an eye, the energy swept over them, completely destroying them. It was a force that could not be defended against, and moved with incredible speed. From a distance, it almost looked like a pair of hands wiping away everything within that 30,000-meter area. Moments later, those areas were completely empty. The members of the savage tribes were flabbergasted. At the same time, at a location some distance away from the Great Wall itself was an area protected by spell formations and filled with ragged tents. In the middle of that area was a black altar floating in the air, upon which an old man sat cross-legged. Currently, his eyes were shining with disbelief and fury. The source of that fury was an image he was looking at, projected onto a screen of water. Clearly visible was that empty, 30,000-meter area right outside the Great Wall. The plain covered by the spell formation was vast, and was filled with black mists and countless vengeful souls whose screams echoed about and caused the mists to seethe and churn. However, that was only on the borders of the mist-filled area. In the middle was the location filled with dilapidated tents, apparently created from the hides of enormous beasts. There were so many of the tents that they were virtually impossible to number, even from a distance. Within each tent lurked numerous savage giants, clad in hide garments. Some of them were sleeping, others would occasionally walk here and there among the tents. Whenever any of them looked in the direction of the center of the enormous camp, expressions of awe would appear on their faces. Furthermore, if the giants happened to cross glances, they seemed to have to force themselves to hold back from fighting. Apparently, they were extremely violent and short-tempered. Any of them who couldn't hold their temper and actually began to fight would quickly be separated by streams of divine sense sent out by the tribal chiefs. The camp was split up into 10 areas according to the tribes, and although the giants all looked similar, they had clear differences in skin tone and eye color. In addition to the giants were the beasts, which were kept beyond the tens of thousands of tents. Each beast was secured by iron chains, and occasionally let out thunderous roars that shook heaven and earth. In the very center of the tents was a circular area demarcated by a ring of more than 1,009-meter-tall black boulders that emitted intense pressure in all directions. In fact, the air for 30,000 meters in all directions rippled and distorted because of it, seemingly carving that area out of the world itself. Obviously, the black boulders were no mere decorations, but had some sort of magical function. Occasionally, people could be seen walking into and out of the shimmering light cast by the boulders. Although such cultivators were not dressed in expensive, extravagant clothing, they were clearly different from the giants. They were good-looking, well-washed and clean. Clearly, these were none other than Wildland's soul cultivators. Whenever such soul cultivators emerged from the central area in the tents, the savage giants who saw them would drop to their knees and kowtow respectfully. In the Wildlands, soul cultivators occupied a high position, almost like nobility. They were almost like gods who enslaved the savages and commanded the seas of souls. Also in the middle of the ring of black boulders, floating in midair, was a black altar. Damn it! The old man sitting on the altar had a very unsightly expression on his face, and his eyes burned with fury as he watched the scene playing out on the water screen. 13 pill furnaces sailed out from behind the Great Wall, then exploded, completely razing a 30,000-meter area. The looks of fear on the faces of the savages were clearly visible, and as for the vengeful souls, they were clearly terrified. Pill furnaces! The old man murmured, his eyes flashing with hatred. This was his second time seeing pill furnaces thrown out from behind the Great Wall. Of course, what was most shocking was not the explosions themselves, but the medicinal strength of the pills inside of them. Although it was impossible to say what those pills were, they were terrifyingly effective at handling vengeful souls. How can we carry out the Grand Elder's plan this way? We need to get that Chun Hutian outside of the Great Wall and then kill him. The old man frowned. He was sure that it wouldn't take long for the tribal chiefs among the savages to realize the implication of this development. With those terrifying pill furnaces being used, the Sea of Souls would be of little help. As such, the savage giants would have no backup, and it would be difficult to force them to charge into battle. Back on the battlefield outside the Great Wall, the sudden appearance of a 30,000-meter area of emptiness resulted in complete silence. Atop the Great Wall, the cultivators of the 5 legions all gasped, their eyes going wide and their jaws dropping. Then a huge commotion broke out. Were those the same type of pill furnaces as last time? Heavens! This time was even more shocking than last time. 13 exploding pill furnaces really devastated the Sea of Souls. The countless vengeful souls are clearly terrified. After all, everyone had seen dear friends injured and killed in the fighting. Because of that, their emotions were running particularly high, and many of them turned in the direction of the Skin Flayers district, their eyes shining with bright light. After that, the fighting continued. However, it was clear that the savages and the vengeful souls were slightly hesitant compared to before. Occasionally, they would look up into the sky, seemingly fearful of descending pill furnaces. Bai Lin was thrilled as he turned and headed off of the wall. Back in the armory, Bai Xiaochun was standing there looking absent-mindedly at the unexploded pill furnaces, wondering what was happening outside the Great Wall. However, the situation in the city was the same now as it had been before. Unless something incredibly shocking happened, like the previous appearance of the Underworld River, people inside the Great Wall wouldn't be able to hear anything about what was happening on the outside. Bai Lin soon came whistling through the air toward Bai Xiaochun, and before he even arrived, his laughter filled the air. As soon as Bai Xiaochun heard that laughter, his heart calmed, and he struck a lofty pose. Clasping his hands behind his back, he stood there looking like a transcendent being, elegant and graceful to the extreme. "Bai, my boy, you did wonderful." As Bai Lin touched down, excitement could still be seen on his face as he waved his hand, sending a violet command medallion with the Skin Flayer's sigil on it flying toward Bai Xiaochun. The 5 legions of the Hall of Steel Veins have clear punishments and rewards in place. Bai Xiaochun, your success in the Tao of Medicine has earned you the right to lead 10 soldiers. Henceforth, you are a lieutenant of the Skin Flayers. Considering that Bai Xiaochun was new to the Great Wall, he wasn't completely familiar with everything, and didn't know much about the position of lieutenant. However, the 4 young guards who had been watching over them immediately cast envious glances at the Violet Command Medallion. All of them had been members of the Skin Flayers for years already, and still had not reached the rank of lieutenant. And yet, Bai Xiaochun had just barely arrived, and was already being promoted. In any other circumstance, they would have found this hard to accept. However, the fear inspired in them by the exploding pill furnaces ensured that, after merely exchanging a few glances among themselves, they all admitted it was reasonable. Not only does that command medallion represent your position in the Skin Flayers, it also will keep a record of your battle credits. The number of enemies killed by each of your exploding pill furnaces will be collected there. The approval in Bai Lin's eyes couldn't have been clearer, and the truth was that were it not for the strict rules in the 5 legions, he would have directly promoted Bai Xiaochun to the rank of captain. "Lieutenant," Bai Xiaochun murmured, accepting the Violet Command Medallion. When he did, something warm spread out from the medallion and entered his body, instantly enlivening him. As of that moment, he realized that this command medallion was no ordinary item. After merging it with his divine sense, he could sense a strange connection between himself and the enormous, towering pagoda in the middle of Great Wall City. "That's right," Bai Lin said. "Don't underestimate the rank of lieutenant. As of now, you can select 10 cultivators from the army to be your personal entourage. They will have no choice but to follow any and all orders you give them." After giving a bit more encouragement, Bai Lin said that he hoped Bai Xiaochun would be able to make more exploding pill furnaces, and increasingly powerful ones at that. Finally, he left. Bai Xiaochun stood there looking at the lieutenant's command medallion for a moment before blinking a few times and looking up at the 4 young guards. Immediately, the four of them stepped forward and saluted solemnly. "Greetings, Lieutenant." Feeling wonderful, Bai Xiaochun looked over the group of four, then glanced down at the command medallion momentarily. Clearing his throat, he looked at the young men and said, "You've been stationed here for some time, and yet I don't know your names. Zhao Long at your service. Sun Li at your service. Su Deshan at your service. Zhou Wu at your service." Considering everything these four young men had seen over the past several days, and the fact that Bai Xiaochun was now a lieutenant, they looked him with solemn expressions of awe. That was especially true of Zhao Long, who was in the late core formation stage, and seemed especially in awe of Bai Xiaochun. Part of that was because he was the very same young man who had been blasted off into parts unknown a few days before. "From now on, you four are under my command. We have 6 more spots open, so I'll let you four handle that. Hurry up and find the right people. With me in charge, we will advance triumphantly to the highest of heights." Bai Xiaochun felt that the words he had just spoken were quite extraordinary and inspiring. Zhao Long and his companions could see that Bai Xiaochun was on the rise, and that following him was a good choice for them. After a moment of hesitation, they exchanged glances, then voiced their assent and left to find more cultivators. After they were gone, Bai Xiaochun began to inspect the pill furnaces again. Around evening, Zhao Long and the other returned, 6 cultivators in tow. 4 were men and 2 were women, and all of them were looking curiously at Bai Xiaochun.